March meeting of the Nelson City Council. Can I just note that Councillor Tim Skinner has notified me that he's not able to be here in person and under the appropriate standing order has applied to be able to attend the meeting by Zoom, which I have approved for today's meeting. I'm going to ask Councillor Courtney to begin us with a karakia, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Tuia, tuia ki ranga, tuia ki roto, tuia ki raho, tuia ki waho, tuia te hei tangata, ka ranga te po, ka ranga te ao, humie, huie,
Are there any apologies? I think everybody is in attendance. I want to confirm the order of businesses as publicly notified and distributed to elected members. On the issue of interests, I do have to note a degree of discomfort that we have to make a decision today as per the law around the issue of candidates being ordered on the ballot paper. My view is we've all got a interest in that. It actually just reinforces for me the need for reform in this area because we end up with the nonsense situation of all 13 of us declaring an interest. Whether you're an A or a Z, you have a interest. And in my view, that just reinforces the need for an organisation like the Electoral Commission and not those of us that have an interest in this topic. It's no criticism of officials. You're doing as the law requires. It's simply my point that I don't think it's worthwhile all 13 members declaring their interest, even though it is an obvious one, because we simply have to comply with the law. Are there any other interests that any member wishes to declare? That being the case, I move to the item of public forum and would welcome Lewis Solomon from the Nelson Noise Action Council to present in public forum. Welcome, Lewis.
Morning, everybody. Over this public forum and the one that will be held in May, I want to cover 6 topics of interest to the residents of Te Hunanui, and I don't live in Te Hunanui, which are unintended consequences of the adoption of Plan Change 30. And first up of those topics I wish to speak to concerns the mitigation plan, which has been much vaunted and offered to the residents of Te Hunanui and others at the southern end. And just to recap, the yellow line there is the air noise boundary. The legally occupied residents within the air noise boundary may be offered what I'll call the chocolate mitigation plan. The residents, the legally occupied residents between the orange line, which is the airport effects control overlay, and the air noise boundary, in other words, these residents in here and these in here, may be offered the vanilla noise mitigation package. The crunch comes in the word may. In order to be offered the mitigation plan, first the noise at their property has to be assessed at 60 dB on a LDN calculation, and the LDN calculation is a somewhat complicated 3-month average of the noise day and night. So the question is, first question is, what do the packages look like? So if we can go to the next slide, which I can apparently do from here. There we go. Here is the mitigation package that the residents were told about in April 2022. all the residents received a circular headed that. Great things start here. And the mitigation plan was set out in writing as being that. And you can see here where I've arrowed, the arrows are mine, that they were offered or told they would be offered a heat pump in the main living space and a heat pump here as well, in both the vanilla and the chocolate offers. Now, that if I lived in Taunanui and was offered that, that would be very interesting, because it would mean when the aeroplanes are flying overhead and I've got to keep all the windows closed, as I'm told I should do here with this ventilation system, I can at least cool one room of my house, and I can move the children's mattresses into the living room and get them off to sleep when it's hot at night. However, in between that date in April 22 and the plan change 30, you'll see that the heat pump has been dropped. So, which for the vanilla option there, probably halves the cost to the airport of providing that. I do have some experience of installing a ventilation system and a heat pump in a rental house that I own in Auckland, and roughly speaking. So what does that tell me as being giving some advice to the residents of Taunanui? It tells me that the airport company speaks with a forked tongue, and you cannot trust what they tell you. And that's unfortunate and sad, isn't it? So then we then come to the question of May. Under what circumstances will the residents of Mayor Smith, are you paying attention?
I'm looking at you. I've got a paper copy and just looking at the detailed
Thank you.
information.
Under what circumstances will they be offered this mitigation plan? To be offered the mitigation plan, the noise at their residence, whoopsie, wrong button. Sorry about that, jokes. The noise at their residence has to be assessed at greater than or equal to 60 dB LDN, either at that time or projected to be in the following year. The noisiest place in Te Hunanui, obviously mathematically and intuitively, is right under the flight path as to the closest residence, which is 117 Parkers Road. Right there, the aircraft fly right over the top of that. Now, that is, our jargon for that is position CL, and the noise at CL and a couple of others has been assessed for many years by the airport's noise consultants. In 2019, it was assessed at 62 dB. Last year, as we had a 5-yearly review of the assessment method of the noise consultants done by another reputable company, who didn't do a tabletop or assessment, they actually put some meters out at 3 locations, CL and 2 others. There's a photo of the meter at CL. They left it there, and they actually recorded the noise from 338 flights that flew over the top of CL, and compared that as part of their report with what the airport's noise consultants were saying. And the executive summary of the report is that at position CL, your assessments, Mr. Noise Consultant, are 7 dB too high. In other words, your inputs into your computer noise model are wrong, or in computer language, garbage in equals garbage out. So we come back to what the noise meter actually says, which says 62 minus 7, 55. The airport's noise consultants have gone back to their computers and have plugged in some other numbers, And the latest assessment at that point there is only 56 dB. Now, for that noise at that point to get to 60 dB and enable number 117 Parkers Road to claim noise mitigation, we are talking about another 4 dB of noise would have to be received at that point. The airport's noise consultants in their report, and I've got this, can refer to the section, I've got it written down here, has told us that as a result of the northern end of the runway being extended 370 metres towards 117 Parkers Road, the increase in noise in the LDN would be 2 dB or less. So let's add 2 dB, we've got to 56 dB. We then say, well, how many more aircraft are going to be flying over 117 Parkers Road between now and 2050, when this is supposed to be? The answer to that in reality is about 50% more flights. That's the number that the noise consultants have used, and that is also consistent with the increase in population in the Tasman Nelson areas as set out in the population projections that the two councils did, about 50%. That would add another 2 dB, which means over between now and 2050, the noise at 117 Parkers Road may crawl up to just 60 dB at that point, which means the only houses in Te Hunanui that are going to be eligible for any mitigation is a small cluster, perhaps, at the Parkers Road, Golf Road intersection. And the rest of the people in Te Hunanui will be sitting there with draconian constraints on what they can build or not build on their property, but not get any mitigation at all. Any questions on that bit so far?
Well, we're coming close to the time. And so we'll take questions. I've got the first question for you, and that is just trying to understand the noise control issue. I noted in your presentation that you said the level of noise in those summer periods, the 3 months around Christmas, New Year, is less. Now, not questioning your data, just wanting to understand practically, that is quite significant in the sense that, for instance, in the interaction with the holiday camp, that's when the bulk of the people are using the holiday park.
No, you misunderstood. I didn't say it's less than. It's actually, on an annual basis, it'll be higher over that 3 month period.
The specific comment was that over the 3 month Christmas New Year period, it is only 56 decibels. So your point is not that it's less than other parts of the year. It's less than the previous monitoring that was there.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. And my second question was just with respect to, these are very complex, detailed issues. That's why this council, also because we are a 50% shareholder in the airport, delegated these complex questions to the expert independent commissioners. Have you presented the information that you have to us today to those commissioners during the 18-month period that the commissioners considered the airport extension and the plan changes?
Some of them, yes.
Thank you. Rachel?
Thanks, Mayor. Kia ora, Lewis. Thanks for your presentation. It was quite complex, but I followed it, so I really appreciate it. It was interesting. I'm just wanting to check, are you positing through the, I guess, evidential basis of the recordings that have been made being lower, that the packages, I guess the package of
Mitigation.
the mitigation packages, that the threshold for those has maybe been set too high, because obviously at 60, no one's going to get there basically, so nobody's eligible for it. So is it that is an issue, and also that onerous restrictions are being placed on residents' ability to redevelop their sites? Is it both things, or is it one more than the other?
Well, speaking as the Nelson Airport Noise Action Council, I do prefer to stick to just noise issues. And to take Mayor Smith's point, I strongly made the point to the commissioners that the mitigation plan that the airport was proposing was far more parsimonious than is offered to the residents at the port, for example. But that submission was completely ignored, and the commissioners just rubber stamped what the airport was proposing. My own personal view is that the triggers need to be far more cast a wider net, shall we say, as to what the triggers are, because the nuisance, the present trigger is based purely on the 3-month average. But if I lived at 117 Parkers Road and every second night the last plane in from Auckland flies over my house at 10:15, I would say that aircraft is a nuisance. So in my personal view is the triggers. There should be perhaps more than one trigger, and there is more than one trigger at the port.
Thank you. I see Councillor Courtney's hand was up first, and then I'll come to Councillor Pakipaki. I'm sorry, Councillor Pakipaki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be really quick. Thanks, Lewis. I'm on board, followed everything that you gave. Just as project manager, I'm thinking about, when the mitigation plan was presented to the residents and also to the general community, there would have been a calculation where they would have estimated how many units that this would apply to, because that's, part of the due diligence. Was there any indication from as part of that mitigation plan, how many units they expected to this would apply to?
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. If
As you can understand, there's quite a lot of information to keep in one's head at one time about all
I would have expected the at the beginning of the project, when they proposed this as a plan, they would have calculated what the implications were.
Yes.
And had that as a cost line and the potential.
I assume so, but of course we have to reflect that those calculations would have been done on the basis of incorrect inputs in the first place, which the Tonkin and Taylor report has pointed out that
But those calculations were made after the initial calculations of when this proposal was put forward, or did they know that the threshold or the readings that they had was actually going to be lower than the threshold they made?
They didn't know that until early May 2024, when they received the draft Tonkin and Taylor report. We have to assume that that's when they first became aware of it.
Well, over time. Does that address your question, Councillor Pakipaki? Good as gold. Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon, for your presentation. I think it would be appropriate for us to forward it to the airport company and see what their response is to the concerns that you have expressed, but that's something we'll give further consideration to. Thank you again for your presentation. Can I invite members for the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, Joanna and team, to present to our public forum? And again, we've got 10 minutes set aside.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko Joanna Santa Barbara, tōku ingoa. I'm co-chair of Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, and today I'm speaking to you on their behalf. This morning's council decision on the climate strategy and action plan feels momentous to me, and I'm sure it does to you too. Long awaited, finally in front of us, the work of your wonderful and dedicated climate team with input from councillors and community. It's the document we've been hoping for. A few tweaks, maybe, but I heartily congratulate you on having produced this plan and fervently hope you endorse this draft to go out to the public. I'd like to comment on 7 elements that we very much like, and then say something about the path ahead. Firstly, it sees the big picture, that climate disruption is one symptom of the very big problem of human activity transgressing nature's limits in many dimensions: water and land use, loss of species and habitats, pollution, and so on. Secondly, the sense of urgency in the plan. The science leaves no doubt that we are in big trouble, that we must act very fast to transform our patterns of growing, eating, moving around, clothing ourselves, consuming generally, if we want to preserve the possibility of a good life for the young amongst us. Thirdly, the targets, which show the evidence, what the evidence says is necessary to achieve that possibility of the good life for the young amongst us. Fourthly, and very importantly, the emphasis on council community partnership. Clearly, it takes all of us: households changing behaviour patterns, council providing infrastructure like cycle paths, and regulations that support needed changes. It takes central government too, and I'm glad the plan includes council advocacy at that level. We in the forum thank the council for its recognition of the potential of the council community partnership in your funding of the forum and its efforts to work with our community. We plan to work more strongly than ever towards our shared goals and their targets. We're currently shaping plans to reduce transport emissions to work and to school, among many other activities. Fifthly, the document emphasizes informed, empowered community. This seems important to us in the forum, and we do work hard at informing people. Having our leaders, our council members, refer frequently to this ambient emergency, for it certainly is a long, complex emergency, in your words, actions, and example, is a powerful conveyor of information. Sixthly, the document refers to a regenerative economy, and this reference sent me scurrying to understand what it is. I found that it's based on seeing ourselves as part of the web of life, not exploiting nature, but honoring nature, in decreasing our demands for material and energy throughput, running a circular, zero waste economy, repairing the damage we've done to nature, among other features. All good. And lastly, the plan, we like the aspect of the plan which identifies gaps where not enough action is happening, for example, in the area of food security. A look at the path ahead. NCC has an impressive list of actions in the Climate Action Plan. Some of these are to cut emissions in its own functioning, and some of them are to facilitate Nelson households in cutting emissions, again, such as cycle paths and empowering young people, such as NCC's brilliant support of the Climate Change Learning Program in schools. And some, again, are adaptation to the impacts of climate change, such as reducing soil erosion. The Climate Forum, too, has an ambitious plan of action, guided by the same 8.3% per annum target, focusing on similar areas of transport mode shift, zero waste, education and empowerment, and engaging more diverse people. A few days ago, I came across a report just put out by the UK's Climate Change Committee. They began with the premise that about a third of UK's action to reduce emissions would have to be done by households. They contracted Ipsos, the big public polling company, to run a citizens panel A panel of people recruited to represent UK diversity in age, sex, income, level of concern about climate change, etc. The 26 people began with workshops from experts informing them about climate change and about options for action. They then examined the costs of some of these options for households at several income levels. In particular, they looked at surface transport, home heating, diet, and flying. And then they were charged with answering two big questions. What does a vision of net zero look like that you could get behind? And what would make it accessible and affordable for your own and other households? Some of the themes that emerged were they supported the responsibility of household action in all the areas covered, including diet change. Then they thought affordability was important, and instruments such as low interest loans to meet the upfront costs of heat pumps and insulation were recommended. There was a strong appetite for proactive action from government. They accepted cost increases for non-essentials, such as a levy on frequent flying. They thought that the rich should pay more of the costs than the poor, and they wanted information campaigns. This material that emerged from these deliberations was very valuable. Were something like this to be done here, it would be of value to policymakers at both local and national levels, as well as to the general population. We have an exciting path ahead. Let's, in imagination, take hold of the hands of our children and grandchildren as we proceed together. In conclusion, also in imagination, I raise a glass to you to congratulate you on a fine strategy and plan, which will get even better with the public input you're seeking. Here's to you.
Thank you for your energy, and can I also acknowledge the work of the forum as it's engaged with both the climate change team, and later this morning there will be a substantive discussion on the draft that's being proposed. Happy to take any questions if any colleagues wish. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick, and thank you, Joanna, for that positive presentation. So you did touch on some kind of citizens' assembly idea, and it's quite interesting. I wonder if you could comment on the fact that the example you gave was looking more at values and the way forward, but it could also be a decision-making body, I guess. So could you just comment on those two aspects of the citizens' assembly and where you think there might be opportunities in this region?
Yes, thanks, Aaron. I think that the capacity of citizens' assemblies to make substantial decisions on important matters has been already demonstrated in New Zealand, particularly in Auckland. The Auckland Future Water provision provides an excellent example of acclaimed good decision making by a citizens' assembly body, and as you say, in this particular example in the UK, it was opinions from a representative sample of citizens on implementation values that was made. So in both modes, I think a citizens' assembly has demonstrated its capacity to work well and to represent citizens' input into big decisions.
Thank you. We are on time. There is going to be ongoing engagement, particularly with the public consultation that is planned, and we look forward to that. And again, I acknowledge the work of the forum. Thanks for your presentation this morning.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, we come to the minutes of the meeting of the 13th of February. Is there any elected member that has any concern with those? That being the case, Councillor Rollo is happy to move their adoption. Is there a seconder, please? Thanks, Councillor Brand. I'm going to put those minutes. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. We now come to my Mayor's report. The first thing I want to do is just deal with the latter two items quickly because they are no more than comments. I want to acknowledge Councillor Rainey, not in his role as councillor, but as the director and creator of the Opera in the Park. It's been a really tough time for our city, and the way in which the spirits of the city were lifted with the Opera in the Park was beholden to see. And Pete, I also want to acknowledge the council staff that support that event. I have not had any event in my 2.5 years as mayor of which I've received as many positive comments from the community. Pete, I'm not going to make a habit of it, but I know you've got a slight fetish for good wine, and occasionally for council staff or others, I would, at a personal level, like to present you with a good bottle of Nelson wine to acknowledge for your services. I'll let you pick that up a little bit later, but I would like the council.
I'll hold it for you, Pete.
I would like to acknowledge the amount of energy and effort that Peter has put into creating that event, and also acknowledge that it was quite historic in being the 20th Opera in the Park that our city has celebrated.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was just reflecting, the first year that we did this was 1999, which was before the Deputy Mayor was born. So I was just... Thank you very much.
I've also noted in my Mayor's report the letter that I've received about the sister city from Italy since when we've had the Italian festival, which also for those that attended was a gorgeous day and a wonderful celebration of that unique connection that our city has with Italy. I'm really delighted with the work that Councillor Brand is doing in reinvigorating and rejuvenating our Sister City Coordinating Committee. I do think we've got quite a difficult balance about the number of sister cities that we can manage. I'm one of those of the view that this council's foreign affairs role is quite small and limited. And so I just simply wish to refer the letter that I've received from the city of Massa Labrense, which was where the early Italians came from in Italy back in the early part of last century to the Sister City Coordinating Group and truly allow that group to have some discussion of where we might take that forward. And so really in doing that, I just wanted to note it. The third issue, and I have been assured that you can orally raise items, last week at a meeting of Finance, Audit and Risk, council officers raised with the committee concern about the growth in costs of dealing with privacy requests. I and other members of the committee were quite taken back by just how much that was impacting on them. The Finance, Audit and Risk Committee asked me to write a letter to the Minister of Justice seeking legislative reform. Effectively, what we're wanting to do is to have some degree of cost recovery and limitation on the scope of those so that we can better manage the cost. I acknowledged at that meeting that this is a balance between the rights of people being able to get information about themselves, but also the rights of others that pay the rates, and trying to get that balance right. I'll ask Karen to distribute the letter that I have sent on to the Minister of Justice in that area so that councillors are informed of that work. The letter was drafted in consultation with officials, and can I acknowledge their support in bringing that sort of attention. There is a high level of frustration sometimes within council that government legislation impose costs on us and we have no choice but to cough up. But I also think we've got a duty to draw those attention to the costs of government and parliament, because too often when they're passing legislation, they don't completely appreciate the practical implications for our staff and the costs they impose. The most substantive issue in my Mayor's report this month is my recommendation that we place on the agenda of the next meeting of the joint meeting of the Tasman and Nelson councils, the Chamber of Commerce report that was prepared around potential merger or shared services with the Tasman District Council. Now, I do want to make some opening comments, then happy to take questions and then have debate on this important issue. The first really big thing for me is that both councils, Nelson and Tasman, are under very substantive financial pressure. And for most of the last decade, both councils have been increasing rates well above the rate of inflation. And there's enormous pressure in the community financially and on us about that rates process. Now, the Chief Executive quite rightly says to us, well, if you want the rates increases to be less, then you need to reduce the services. And we all know that that comes with great difficulty, and the community saying, well, actually, we want those services that the council is providing. And the most difficult challenge for us as governors of this organisation is that challenge of keeping those costs down for our ratepayers, but at the same time, delivering the services is we need to get more efficient at what we do. I have been quite surprised in the 2.5 years that I've been mayor about the degree to which I see inefficiencies and additional costs as a consequence of our region having those two councils. Now, a very substantive analysis that was done last decade indicated that a merged council would provide savings of 6.1%, which translated across the two councils in current expenditure relates to $37 million a year. Now, I don't know a decade later how reliable that analysis is. I think it is absolutely fair. And as a minister that was involved extensively in the reform of the Auckland councils, there are substantive costs associated with the reform. No question of that. But it is also true that in recent years, Auckland has had some of the lowest increases in rates as a consequence of some of the efficiency gains that they are now getting from it. Now, if I look at all the big challenges that we face as a community, whether it's delivery of infrastructure, whether it's issues of housing and planning, whether it's the climate change that we've just been talking about, whether it's biodiversity, whether it's transport, whether it's water quality, whether it's management of the marine environment, whether it's economic development, it is my strongly held view that we cannot do it in isolation and do it much better together. I've also indicated in my report that I genuinely believe that our governing structures are better when town and country is together. I always get frustrated during my time as elected representatives when there's that tension to try and drive wedges between town and country. I say both as a region and as a country, we are much better off for both those voices in our governance decisions. In my report, I've made quite an ambitious statement, and I truly believe it. And that is that there is the opportunity in Nelson, Tasman, to create the best unit of local government anywhere in New Zealand from a single council covering both areas. And I say that because it's big enough to be able to employ the very high qualified, skilled professional staff to do a good job of the big challenges that we face. But it's also of a size that it's nimble-footed and connected enough. And I'm constantly amazed, even at the Business Awards last Friday night, to be amazed by the level of innovation, goodwill that enables our region to do some pretty amazing things. And so what I'm asking council to do today is to say, we're mature enough and our relationship with Tasman is good enough to start the conversation, to put it on the agenda of our joint committees. I gave a heads up to Mayor Tim last week that that's what I wish to do. He appreciated the heads up. He asked me to distribute the comments that I've made in my mayor's report to his Tasman councillors. I openly acknowledge there are different views. I equally acknowledge that this is not just an issue for elected representatives. It is also an issue for the wider community. And if we were to take the discussion forward, as councillors around this table have said, there's a lot more information that's required. I openly acknowledge that 6.1% in saving is based on a report that's a decade old. Let's get that sort of data and information updated jointly with Tasman so that we can get better quality information to be able to inform a discussion. I make one last point, and it's this. One of the understated most important functions for us as elected representatives is those of which Mandy and the planning team do. It's not necessarily a direct financial cost, but that role of developing the resource management plans for our region, where our infrastructure is to be built, where's housing to occur, what sort of activities are we going to provide for our region, how are we going to care for the rivers, the parks, the natural resources of the region. Both the previous Labor government and the current government has said that the next generation of resource management plans in this region will be on a Nelson Tasman basis. I worry that without a single council, the mechanisms and the funding of that is really going to be suboptimal. And that having had that very clear signal from both major parties at a national level that we have to do it together, better have the governance structure together to be able to deliver that. I thank you for your tolerance, welcome any questions on my report, and do intend to allow fulsome debate on the recommendation I've made today. Any questions? Councillor Roller.
Thanks, Minik. My first question is, and I note that last night we received an email that went to the TDC councillors about 10:36 p.m. And I just wonder, my first question is that the first communication we had with TDC councillors on this matter? And the second question following on to that is what feedback have we received from firstly their council, but their councillors as well on this matter?
When I spoke with Mayor Tim last week, he said it's a decision for Nelson as to whether it goes onto the agenda of the joint committee. And his preference was that his Tasman councillors not interfere in our decision, because all we're deciding today is whether as a council we put it on the agenda. And that is why I wanted the Tasman councillors to receive the information before it was reported in the media, but equally in a way that allowed us independently to make our decision. Now, I have had private discussions with at least half a dozen of the Tasman councillors. Some of them are supportive. Some of them do not support a merger. Some of them are of a view I'd like more information. I genuinely think that the relationship between Nelson and Tasman, both at governance level amongst councillors, but also amongst staff level, is such that I think we are mature enough to be able to have a discussion on this. I think there would be a range of views between those that would prefer to expand shared services, and there's been some discussion already with council staff about where that might go. It is my view, even if there is to be a discussion about an increased number of shared services, I think it's important that there be some governance process that provides some oversight to that.
I'll let us up. A further question, thank you. In terms of bringing this to the joint committee next Thursday, what is the hope we will get out of that meeting in terms of a next step after next Thursday, or are we're still working out what that will look like?
I'd prefer to have that discussion with them. And can I give some possibilities? It could be that we ask some officers to give us a report about what sort of process you might have going forward. It might help us identify some of the information areas that we would like. It may be a discussion about some sort of a joint body between Nelson and Tasman that has the opportunity to further explore it. I do not wish to create any expectation that when we meet next week, there's going to be some decision to merge the two councils. Of course not. It's just a matter of whether we should make some initial steps to be able to provide greater involvement. This discussion is occurring in the community. The Chamber of Commerce initiated the report because there is substantive public support. I was interested that our local newspaper, The Weekly, asked the question on a Vox Pop last week. And 3 of the 4 people said that they were supportive. One said, well, they'd like more information. as much as I would like to go next week, is just genuinely to be able to have an open discussion. I think it's more likely than not there would be no decisions next week, just an initiation of the discussion about what next steps we might take to be able to get better information so that our community can have a more informed discussion. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. So I've got a question that it might be relevant for an officer to answer. I'm curious as to what the protocol is for adding items to the agenda. And I'm looking at 5.4 in the delegations register for this under TDC. It says agendas will be prepared in accordance with the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 and the relevant standing orders. So I don't know the detail of that, but I would imagine that it's a conversation between the co-chairs of the joint committee and that they would agree to add an item. I'm wondering if it's irregular to vote to
Can I
put
certainly give you my perspective and then I'll get the Chief
to the
Executive.
agenda. I'm really interested from a kind of protocol standing orders perspective.
My advice was that to put an item on the agenda would normally be just as for our meetings, is a decision of the two Chief Executives. And I could have asked the Chief Executive, please put this item on the agenda, and he could consider it. My view was that this is such a big issue that even the decision to put it on the agenda is one of which I should have consulted elected members. So it is my view that the Chief Executive could have made, jointly with the Chief Executive of Tasman, a decision to put it on the agenda. My feeling was it is such a large issue that I should consult with elected members, thus the resolution today. I'm happy for the Chief Executive to expand.
I'll be clearing the papers for the Joint Council tomorrow, and I was alerted to this from Mayor Nick. My first question, and he's entitled to write a chair's report. My first question was to Mayor Nick was, has he had a conversation with his co-chair, Mayor Tim? And I was assured that yes, he has, and indeed we now know that to be a case. I've checked, so subject to the conversation here today, it's entirely proper that a chair's report go forward tomorrow with a recommendation, depending on the outcome of today's discussion.
Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Ben. Look, can you clarify, do you know whether the presentation that was given to us at our Strat Day from Janine Dowling, do you know if that presentation was given to TDC as well?
No, it has not been given to TDC, is my information.
And presumably individual TDC councillors would have had access to the report.
Correct. It's been in the public arena and on the Chamber of Commerce website. The intention would be, if today's resolution is passed, that the report from Janine Downing would be included as the paper for the Joint Council's meeting on the 13th of March.
Okay, so subsequent question. Given the history of the process of previous attempts at looking at amalgamation, do you think it's wise, or do you think it's wise for Nelson City Council to initiate the discussion?
Pete, I've reflected on this really carefully because I think it is true when the merger proposal was put forward in 2012 that it became too much about the mayor of the time, Mayor Aldi Michio, who drove a very strong campaign for the merger. And while it was supported by the voters of Nelson, it was not by Tasman. And so, look, I've given this a huge amount of thought. I am on the public record saying that if there was a decision for a merged council and Mayor Tim King would put his name forward for mayor, I would not put my name forward. And I did that quite specifically, that this is not about me. And further, I actually have huge respect for Tim King as a very effective local government leader. But I think also the opposite is true. And that is, for me as a mayor, responsible for the 57,000 people in Nelson, to be silent on this question would, in my view, for me to be almost negligent in my duties, which is to be a effective mayor that is looking at how we can do our job better at a governance level in a council. And so I am trying, and I'm happy to take advice about navigating that course. of challenging the community, trying to ensure that we have the very best of local governance for our region, for it to prosper in the long term, while at the same time trying to be respectful and inclusive. In my view, actually saying we don't want to have this discussion about just by ourselves. We want to include Tasman in that discussion, which I'm proposing in today's resolution, I think is part of that voice. It was never in 2012 discussed at a joint meeting of councils. Aldo Michio's first step was to organise a petition forcing a referendum even before having a discussion with Tasman. And that is why I'm saying, learning the lessons of history, if you want to have this discussion, let's go talk to our neighbours and our partners as a first step.
So subsequent on that, and I do appreciate everything you've said, do you think perhaps it would be wise to let Tasman District Council make the approach to us, or for them to put it on the agenda?
No, because I think we would be doing a disservice. And I would quote directly from Janine Downing's report. And remember, she was a chief executive and a very effective chief executive for Tasman District Council. And I quote, "Any reluctance to do this is not in the best interests of the region." You have a former chief executive of Tasman District Council using very strong language that not being prepared to have a discussion about merger and shared services is not in the best interests of the region. And so my feeling is yes, the easy option for me is to sit back and do nothing. That's not my style. Every day I'm the mayor of the city. I want to be proactively doing things that I think will make our region better for the future. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. Sorry, I'd forgotten my other question before, so appreciate having another go. I had two other questions. One was, I recall at the strategic day that we had, I think 29th of January, that the representatives who presented the report, Ali Boswick and Janine Dowding, were asked whether it's a good idea for the councils to drive it or whether it should be external. And I think there was quite a strong view communicated from them that their view was it would be better to be depoliticised and not led by either council because of the risk of it, I guess, of one council being seen to kind of, be pushing an agenda over another council. So I am curious. I was surprised to see this land on our, in our agenda. And then I guess the second thing is, what consideration was had for having a workshop, like a joint workshop with both councils in the first instance, having, the Chamber of Commerce and Janine Dowding present to a joint workshop so that we are all in possession of the same information at the same time and can have a kind of open discourse. I'm just curious as to what the consideration was for that.
The first thing is I consulted with Ali Boswick about what did she think the next step was. And she said, I consulted her before my decision to put it on the agenda for today for us to take it through to a discussion. I think it's a misinterpretation to say that the councils, under what both Janine and Ali was saying, should be silent. I, for instance, would love to pick up on the recommendation in the report that we have in our papers right before us, and that is therefore there to be a community stakeholders group established as a very specific recommendation in Janine's report as the next step. And that may be well where the discussion at the joint council meetings go. I'd also welcome, Councillor Sanson, if we do put it on the agenda for next week, and the request and the consequence of that is, well, let's do a joint workshop with the authors of the report, Ali and Janine Downing, with the two councils. That would be a very appropriate step to take from next council's meeting. So the steps that I am taking are entirely consistent with what the authors of the report that presented at our strategy day. Councillor Pakipaki and then Stallard.
Sorry.
I'll do Councillor Stallard, Councillor Pakipaki, then Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Councillor Pakipaki. and also Councillor Mennick. Just in the context of that 2012 experience and the report for the Chamber that mentioned the mistakes of a mayor driving it, and we shouldn't go down that path again. It might not be the best path to go down. And you've said repeatedly that you wouldn't stand against Mayor King if there were an amalgate the councils. And a recent media report, I saw Mayor King saying he's unsure if he'll stand again. If he does, this will be the last time, if I remember it correctly. So people during this process will ask you repeatedly, what is your personal ambition? And to give that answer that you have been giving when Mayor King is saying he's not sure about his future, they will want to look past that and say, are you saying that, okay, you wouldn't stand against Mayor King, but if Mayor King's not standing, will you consider standing? So I guess that's my question to you.
And I just think that's too far down the track. I've just clocked 60. I've said I am intending to restand as Mayor of Nelson. If we were to go down this track, you're talking at least 3 years down the track. I was asked by a journalist quite specifically, would I contest if there was a joint council for mayoralty against King? And I said no. To further speculate on what I might do in future, there are too many unknowns. It's too far down the track. What I can say to you is that I am in the last stages of my career as elected representatives, and that I intend to retire at a time. I'm not going to do a Joe Biden or some of the older people, but I've got a few runs left in me yet. And during that time, I love this region, and I'm going to use that energy to do everything I can to get the best outcomes for it, of which I think this is an important discussion as part of it. Councillor Pakipa.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Aside from the political tusslings and the questions that are being asked about who is going to do what, and I just wanted to distance a point of view from that, from the organisations themselves, and from the Māori and the iwi point of view. An amalgamated council works better for us. We have signed our partnership agreement, and that essentially was a step towards pulling together the amount of work that iwi are having to do across different organisations. So I'm in favour of the discussion going forward, because I think that in terms of the interests of the seat that I represent, it's beneficial for us, because the resources are so thin at the moment. So really that the demands of council and the operations that we have, that we're placing on iwi, that they're finding it really hard and struggling to be able to respond individually. So that's why I'm actually in support of Mayor Nick's proposal here.
Kapai. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And I'm really concerned about this. I'm concerned about the approach, most particularly. I don't feel well enough informed, and I think we've missed a beat here. So I want to say, what about our team? What about our officers? What's their points of view? You know, I want more information, and I feel most uneasy about this whole process, the way it's before us today, at very short notice. Mayor Nick, I want to know from our experts. Yes, this is a report from the Nelson Chamber of Commerce and Nelson Tasman Chamber of Commerce, put forward by one person. But what do our officers think? You know, we rely on them 87% of the time for their good judgment, trusted judgment. And where are we in respect of them? They seem to be forgotten, left out of the equation. Well, that's not good enough for me on such an important topic like this. It's not good enough for me, and it won't be for the public out there either. So I'd like your response.
I would welcome an amendment from Councillor Courtney to my resolution that says at the end, and that we seek a report from our council officers on the process, the benefits, and the additional information requirements. Would love to have that. The only thing I felt, Councillor Courtney, was to ask for a report from our officers prior to even having the discussion with the Tasman Council. I felt that it should go the other way around. And it may well be as a consequence of the discussion that we would have with the Tasman councillors, the ideal for me would be for the joint council committee to seek a report jointly from officers, from both Nelson and Tasman officers. And that may well be a go. But if the member has a strong view and would like us to get a report directly from our own officers at this time, I'd be happy to do it. I felt the right first step was to open the decision at the governance level with Tasman. And then at next week's meeting, it would be entirely appropriate, and I would both support and would be happy to either move or second a resolution that we get a report. My preference would be to get a report jointly from both officers rather than just from one, because in my view, the more you have that discussion in a connected up way, the more likely you are to avoid some of the issues that developed when this issue was raised a decade ago.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. If I can just have a quick follow-up, because otherwise I'll end up finding myself in debate. I just feel we were going into this unprepared, and that's not good. This is so important.
Fair question.
And I haven't finished my question.
I'm sorry.
I'm coming up with the question now. I'm going through a bit of emotion here at the moment. It is so important. And I think to leave the vital people, the people that guide us through so many other issues, here we have this one right at the top of the scale, left out of the question. So I think we've done it the wrong way around. That's where I'm going to. I think this is quite the wrong process. We've skipped a beat or two here, and I feel most uncomfortable with it. I think we're going to look a little odd when we get to the table with our friends at Tasman District Council, looking pretty light on the ground as far as background information goes, and all the analysis that needs to go into it. Tremendous amount. But anyway, that's,
Well,
you can react to that all you like.
Sure, there's no disagreement from me that this is a very large issue. That's not in disagreement. But I would argue that this is a very small step. That is asking us to put it on the agenda. People ask, well, this is completely out of the blue. My position when I stood as mayor was specifically mentioned as one item in my brochure, that if I was mayor, then I would be wanting this explored. I'm 2.5 years into my term. I'm one of those that tries to, as much as possible, do exactly what I said when I stood as a candidate. I think someone would have to be disconnected from the community to not realise there are substantive numbers of people in our community that are talking around this issue. And I felt the Chamber of Commerce report was a good foundation of which to start a discussion. I think I had, after Councillor Courtney, Councillor Benj.
I just want to go back a step. You started discussing this you started with the Privacy Act 2020 and then went straight into this. At some point, are we going back to that?
I'm more than happy to. What I think would be easier, Councillor Benj, and I'm sorry if in chairing I didn't make clear, I said the issues that don't involve any resolution, like the Opera in the Park, the Privacy Act, and the sister cities, didn't require any resolution. They were just a matter of information. The best way I think I handle this is allow us to conclude the discussion on the resolution before us, the recommendation, and then I'll come back and get your.
I don't want to interfere with what's happening now.
I'll make sure there's the opportunity after this to
Thank
come
you.
back to that issue that was discussed at Finance, Audit and Risk. Any other questions? That being the case, I'll move the resolution from the chair. Sorry, Pete?
Are we moving into debate?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We've gone into the question phase.
That's right. It was very unclear. It was very murky. I was just checking.
Well, from the chair, I said that it was the opportunity for question. This is a big issue. It is my intention to allow free-flowing debate for all members to be able to contribute. I'm going to move the resolution before us from the chair as a person who's prepared to second it. Thanks, Councillor Anderson is prepared to second. So the resolution is now open to debate. I have spoken already of my thoughts. I totally acknowledge how significant this issue is. I also want to say that the easy option is to do nothing. The hard option is being prepared to have these conversations about substantive reform that I believe would provide, as I've said in my report, the very best unit of local government anywhere in New Zealand. I acknowledge there would be difficulties and challenges through the transition process, but for the long haul, it would be tremendous for our region could it be achieved. I equally acknowledge that it is incredibly difficult to achieve such reforms. More often than not, it fails. The major times these sorts of changes have been achieved with history is when the government gets so frustrated that local government won't make improvements itself, that it steps in as it did in '89 with the Bassett reforms and forces change on councils. So it is a big mountain to climb, and the question is, do we have the courage to take the first step? The second thing is, I think the first step is to have that discussion with our neighbours. My view is, following on from that, this is such a big issue that we would want substantive reports, both from officers and externally. The last point I just want to re-emphasise, this change should not occur without there being a referendum and a decision by every person living in Nelson and Tasman. The question is, what work should take place to enable our communities to be able to make a good decision? It is my view that if councils are silent on that and makes no attempt to provide good information and analysis, then you won't get the right outcome. We are the councils. We have huge expertise, information and resources at our disposal. We need, as a responsible organisation, to use those to help inform a mature, sensible and forward-looking discussion on this major question. Councillor Corney.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Nick. Here we are again. The issue of amalgamation has been on the roundabout before, and it's not new. And we all know the history of the amalgamation, the merger proposal. It was put up 13 years ago. The communities of Nelson and Tasman were sounded out, surveyed. In 2012, it failed. Nick, I say this respectfully, but I'm really curious. Are you flying a political kite here on this issue? And you'll see where I'm going when I get into what I've got to say, but if so, it's going to be very costly in many respects. So my first point I wish to make is this, that if you don't have Tasman on your side when you launch into something like this, I fear that you're going to lose your kite, the tail, the string, the whole lot. So, because referendums don't come cheap, we know that. It will come at a cost to Nelson ratepayers, and they will pay the piper. This is an incredibly important matter, but it's been landed at our feet today, and I say this in the most politest terms I can, with very, very short notice. And it's grossly unfair on all of us, including the most important people of all, our residents. They will have no idea that we're launching into some conversations about this at this early stage. No forewarning whatsoever. So here's the first question. Have our council officers undertaken due diligence on what's before us? And the answer will be a resounding no. This should raise serious concerns about the thoroughness of the proposal being floated. Is the item accompanied by a valued officer report, which is normally the process? The answer is a disappointing no. You see, this absence of necessary information should cause us all to be concerned. We must be informed. So does this item in our mayor's report follow a debate by the whole of this council? Before we go and front up to Tasman District Council with our joint blind team decision? No. No council discussion or consideration at all. As one councillor asked in question time, has this proposal passed the scrutiny of the council workshop or workshops? The answer is no. Here's one. Does the item meet the council's no surprises policy? Which Mayor Nick, you advocate for strongly and expect councillors to adhere to. Doesn't he, Councillor Stallard? So there you go. And the answer to that is no. I hope above hope, I really do, that our neighbouring mayor, Mayor Tim King, has been consulted, has been briefed on the material that's before us today. But something deep down in me, you can talk about an email or something at 10:35, I think, Councillor Olive, pick up 10:30, I'm 1 minute out, 10:36 last night. I would think, something tells me there hasn't been any dialogue on the subject and the material that's before us today. So my point is that the necessary work has not been done by us for what is a very important issue for the Nelson Tasman region as a whole. And as we know from experience, the holding of a referendum but failing to pass it in 2012 cost significant time and waste of money. The key component of leadership is listening to and considering other people's views. And Mayor King doesn't like this idea of amalgamation and has expressed his views through local media. Tasman's growing concern is that they could lose their local representation or be overshadowed by the Nelson City. Now, there is a substantial body of opinion in the Nelson Tasman region that says that their councils should let the issue of amalgamation evolve over time, is the word, evolve over time, and not go at a rush and bust approach or pace. You see, where's the consultation with Tasman District Council prior to this? It seems most unusual to take the approach that we're taking. Most unusual. I don't say it just in a glib way. I say it in a very, very serious way. It is ill-mannered. It is poor form to treat our sisters and brothers in Tasman this way and to approach this merger, this item, through a mayor's report without following the democratic processes. Let's never forget common courtesies, because you've got to remember common courtesies, because that's how you treat people and that's how you build respect and you build trust. And we will need plenty of trust when we're going forward between ourselves and our sisters and brothers in Tasman well into the future. So we've got to build trust. This external report from the Nelson Tasman Chamber of Commerce, which was expected to provide an unbiased and comprehensive analysis, rehashes old ideas without analysis and only makes predictions, or should I say assumptions, that can't be delivered. The report lacks accountability from the Nelson Tasman Chamber of Commerce. It lacks accountability and fails to thoroughly assess the proposal's financial implications, and this is the most important one of all. It fails to assess those. The financial implications of a merger such as this are huge. We underestimate this at our peril. Tasman's finances need to be much more tightly managed. Tasman's debt, Tasman's expenditures will be very challenging to manage, and I fear that Nelson ratepayers would be expected to share the burden of costs on things like the $210 million Waimea Dam, and things like and we'll carry that burden for generations. And while we are on the subject of financial implications, there are many and varied financial implications involved in this. Can I give you another one? On our roading networks, Tasman District Council has 1,680 kilometres of roads. We have 278 kilometres of roads. I'm proud to say that almost 96% of them are sealed. But you can see the difference between the operations and the burdens that we may have to face as a small community, smaller than Tasman. In our grandchildren and great-grandchildren's time, the residents of Nelson City, Atawai, Central Nelson, Tahuna, Stoke will still be paying for the blowouts and financial struggles of our neighbours, potentially leading to increased rates and increased reductions in essential services. This is undoubtedly unfair and a burden that our Nelson ratepayers should not have to bear. Thank you.
Now, it's my practice to have sort of a 5-minute break every hour. I've got a significant number of speakers that wish to speak. What my intention to do is, because we've been going for an hour and a quarter, is just take a brief 5-minute break for us to resume at 10:25, because I've got a list of about another 6 speakers. If it's a bit of touch and go, I like to conclude an item, but I Just for the information of councillors about process of order of business, what I'd like to do is to conclude the debate on this item. I'd then like to deal with the specific question that Matthew Benge has related to the Mayor's report. I also want, in the context of the Mayor's report, I sent a WhatsApp message to councillors saying that I wanted to get an update on Matatini from Councillor Pakipaki and the Deputy Mayor. Would councillors have any objection? I'm a little bit concerned about the timetable, is that we have members of FC Nelson here for the Guppy Park issue. What I'd like to do is, when that's concluded, go to Guppy Park and then come back to the issue of the order of candidates on the ballot papers. Is there any objection to me handling the agenda in that way for the convenience of members of the public? And the people I have speaking on this item is I've got Councillor Brand, then Rollo, then Hodgson, then O'Neill Stevens, and then Benge, and then Sanson, and then Rainey. And I'll continue to keep my eye out, and then Anderson, and then right of reply, and then Pakipaki. So I will try to keep that order. I am, for time constraints, going to keep to the standing order, and the officers will provide a bell at 4 minutes with a conclusion by 5. The floor is Councillor Brands.
Thanks. Maybe I need to expand what I'm saying. I've got my full 4 minutes. I'm not going to repeat what was already said. We had the joint discussion in respect of our counterparts in TDC to have a full discussion and equity of information, and also for our citizens. As I agree with the comments made by Councillor Courtney. But in my opinion, wow, what a slick pathway we have followed today on the merger of TDC-NCC debate within the election year. This reminds me of the debate with Three Waters, what cost savings and efficiencies we could have had there. Yet I don't smoke that pipe, so I don't believe in the unicorns and the rainbows and the sparkly glitter rain, because there wasn't any cost savings once we unpacked that. It was actually a greater cost. And then as for the Auckland Super City and the reform that was forced on them in their merger in 2010, I have a different opinion. I don't think it is a success. I lived that firsthand, and I know other people have as well. And with the knowledge and the experience of that, I don't really agree that there have been any cost savings or it has benefited the Auckland region. So in my opinion, based on what I heard and took from Janine Downing's presentation, that there were other steps that we could do prior to any discussion about a merger, and agreed that it was the Chamber of Commerce issue to progress, not the council's. So again, a slick move to bring it here today. I think this is a distraction from getting on with our priorities. People are frustrated, people are hurting financially, and people just want to get things done. And they want it done the right way. So while I appreciate the Nelson Weekly walk down the street, randomly talk to 5 people and ask them the question, and it came back that 4 out of 5 of the public was against for the amalgamation. During my drop-ins and during my interactions with our community and our citizens, and the conversation about the amalgamation has come up in the report, I have had quite significant response from them that basically for every 5 people I've spoken to, 4 of them are against this and find it a waste of money, but they would rather see work getting on because they're hurting. They don't want to pay out extra money for things. And they have said in that report that they have read, that's online with the Chamber of Commerce, that they won't be getting any cost savings or the idea of cost savings for at least the first 5 years. So therefore, let's not be distracted. Let's focus on what we need and let's get the work done and make our dollar stretch and benefit for the people that live here that we are collecting that from.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Councillor Rollo.
Thank you, Nick. If anyone has ever asked me if we will amalgamate, my response has always been, pending I live for a few more years, maybe one day we will. Hopefully after this speech I do get to live for a few more years. However, this here today, to me, is signing up to marriage without telling your partner you're getting married. For the record, I'm not an expert in that space.
We're happy to provide advice.
This week, I reached out to a few people in the community and asked them how they feel about amalgamation or even the discussion. I heard good, I heard bad, I even got a laugh, although I'm not sure if that was at me or the question I had asked them. We have heard people in this community are talking about this. They might be in Nelson, but in Tasman they are not. Now, to me, we have heard time and time again about us talking about it, and what I can see is Tasman have not had that discussion. I sit on a couple of joint committees, and they are often spoken about being exemplars of how good joint committees and councils work. Now, I will be upfront. If they were really joint committees, they would work a whole lot better. At our strategy day, we were advised that this report would be sent out to the chamber members as part of their newsletter that day, but it would be only a slow launch. Cue TV1 6 p.m. news, and it's a part of the news bulletin. It certainly took me, and I'm sure others, by surprise. As far as I can see about all of this, TDC councillors were advised at 10:36 p.m. via email. I don't read my emails that late at night, and I'm sure most others don't either. So as far as I can see, TDC are probably reading their email as we are debating it. If we were to walk down downtown Golden Bay or Motueka today, which are a key cornerstone of the Tasman region, and ask them what do they think about amalgamation with Nelson, they would laugh and probably use a few words that we can't use on the public record in the council chamber. This here and this discussion seems to be Nelson making Richmond a suburb of Nelson while taking control of the rest of Tasman, and we are not having that discussion. I will be voting against this motion today.
Thanks, Councillor Rollo. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I think I want to start by just saying that I have no issue with how this has come about. And if we were to genuinely wish to progress this, and be leaders of this discussion, then I think this would be the way to go. My issue, I think, is an issue of timing. And there's some wise words from my childhood that said, there is a time and place for everything, but not right now. It's been said that any reluctance to progress this conversation is not in the best interest of the region. That is always the case. When people come before council, that is always the discussion. This is in the best interests of the region or the city or the community. You have to do this, and if you don't, then you're neglecting our interests. As a council, our responsibility is to know when to say no. I think firstly, it's important to acknowledge that the functions of local government are constantly shifting and changing at the moment. And so if we restructure ourselves and lead some of that conversation now, we might have a bit of a mismatch from those broader discussions that are happening at a central government level and at a community level. There was a comment that more often than not, these proposals fail. And I think that the cost that Councillor Courtney alluded to in progressing this can't be overlooked. I'm not convinced that our community is ready for this proposal as well. If they are, then I'd like to see that bubble up a little bit more before we try and push the conversation forward. And I do think that as a council, this could become a distraction. We have some very pressing issues that we need to be looking at. And everything that we put on the agenda distracts or compromises or detracts from the other conversations that we need to have. So we need to be very conscious of what we choose to discuss as a council. I also think that there's a huge scope to improve our services and our collaboration with Tasman under the existing model. And I hope, and I think we have seen that we've advanced some of those initiatives, such as the Joint Regional Transport Committee, together with Tasman. And I think that we can continue to do more of that. So look, I think it's agreed that council shouldn't drive this proposal. And in my view, on that basis, and with some of the other considerations that I've shared, pausing here won't compromise good process if the community really wants it to happen. So I won't be supporting this proposal today.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. The Deputy Mayor, Hannah Neil Stevens.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And I really think that key to this discussion is that first line of the executive summary, which is any discussion on a union of Nelson City Council and Tasman District Council sits within the context of a failed reorganisation proposal in 2012. We need to make sure that in having this discussion, we are learning those lessons. And I think particularly key to that is actually going in with open eyes and open ears, not jumping to selling the benefits or indeed over exaggerating the negatives, but actually going, here is a range of options. And this report is not simply about amalgamation. It's about how do we, as two councils within one urban area, with a delineation that is tied back hundreds of years with no real logic to it. The fact that you cross Champion Road to the average person actually in this space means nothing. There is no major shift in the way that the world works when you step off the footpath into the road and step from Nelson into Tasman. And yet, for a whole lot of our rules and regulations, the world does change. And so, in saying that, I am supportive of starting a conversation. A lot of this debate already has been focused around an end point, a mountain that we must climb to reach a fixed goal. I think that that is the complete wrong way to look at this. And actually, I just in the break went back and watched the Chamber of Commerce mayoral campaign interviews, whereby a stroke of divine intervention, despite not rehearsing it, me and Tim King gave almost the exact same answer, which was that amalgamation, or the question of do you support amalgamation, is yesterday's question. With so much reform going on, we need to have a broader discussion around actually what works best for communities and having an open and frank acknowledgement of the fact that there will be benefits. There are undoubtedly benefits to a complete amalgamation. There are also compromises and consequences. The benefit of a smaller council is that you have increased representation for smaller areas. The benefits of a larger council is you do get cost efficiencies. And Auckland Council estimated in 2020 their annual cash savings of $316 million for a cumulative total of just under $2 billion. I mean, that's not nothing. And admittedly, that's a much larger reform, but it's hard to say that there are not potential benefits from this. But again, I think where we need to be starting and why I'm actually going to support this, despite some reservations, is that we need to be open to sitting down and saying, how can we work together better? And what does the right model of collaboration between two councils representing one group of people? I mean, the Nelson Tasman region is inherently interlinked, both in our transport systems, our economy, the way we promote ourselves. You know, I don't think many people in Nelson feel a disconnect from Abel Tasman National Park and the pride that that provides to this region. And so we do have a collective responsibility to look and say, how can we do the best for our residents? And again, that starts with an open conversation of going, well, where could we be working together better? What could new forms of collaboration look like? And maybe the answer is amalgamation. I simply don't know, because we're not having that conversation. Now, at the same time, we do need to be very cautious to learn our lessons about what happened in 2012, and a direct push from one council to amalgamate with another is, I think, a road and a recipe for disaster. But that doesn't have to be the way that we do things this time. We could be talking about, at that joint committee, setting up a committee to have those discussions, whether that be between the mayors and the chief executives or a wider membership. Again, this is about relationship building, or at least I think it needs to be. But we can't continue to develop and build that relationship without having the conversation. And so I will be supporting this resolution, but at the same time, I will be cautioning that I will not ever support a direct push from Nelson City Council to try drag Tasman to the table kicking and screaming, but instead to say, hey, we've received this report, it's out in the public, it's a jumping board for further conversation. Let's sit down and let's have it, because I genuinely believe that there are benefits out there for both Nelson and Tasman residents to be found.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Rohan O'Neill-Stevens. The next speaker on the agenda is Councillor Matthew Penge.
Thank you. I see this, the way it's been presented, as Big Brother telling their little cousin what to do. And I don't like that. Normally you test the waters first. I've been around a long time, and most of those years I actually spent in TDC, so I have a lot of friends, families, colleagues in there. I've done my own water test. I don't see there's anyone that's got an appetite for it. It could be a slick move in that if you wanted to take over TDC, they're in debt right now, and it's probably quite a good time to do it. You may well succeed. Over the years, I've seen many amalgamations, corporates and companies do it. They always promise savings, lower prices. I don't think I've ever seen them come. The money goes to the people who own the corporates. Councils and governments often do the same thing. They get departments that become inefficient. A corporate comes along and says, you can contract this out to us, we'll do it cheaper. And you do that, and it doesn't work either. We have many joint ventures with TDC, and they're in the things that matter or have a financial advantage or a political advantage. And so, to me, we're actually working together on the things that make sense. Sometimes these groups or committees may make mistakes or may wish they'd done something differently, but that's part of learning. And hopefully we will carry on doing that. I think it's better to fix the things you have than just suddenly farm it out or amalgamate everything because you've made a mistake or something's got a little inefficient. And I would like to see us continue with the status quo because we're already working together on the things that make sense. I would like us to keep our autonomy, and I see no reason not to do it. Because we are working together on the things that make financial or political sense. And we have the water done well coming up, which Tasman want to discuss with us. They want a joint venture with us. And I see no reason not to presume to simply proceed down that road and get better with age. I think we could be an example to the rest of the country as two little councils that maintain their autonomy and work together sensibly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Penge. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. So personally, I'm open to this conversation. I feel like it's an important one to have and to consider it fully. However, I feel like we're going about it in the wrong way. I think the Deputy Mayor said how important relationship building is, and yet I have concerns that we are effectively ambushing our TDC colleagues by forcing it onto a joint agenda rather than initiating a workshop in the first instance. I called a couple of my colleagues at TDC, elected members, on Tuesday once the report had become public, hoping to hear that they'd seen the report, that it had been discussed with them by their mayor, and unfortunately they were completely in the dark. And I was disappointed to see that they weren't actually notified about it until really late last evening. Nelson City Council is currently going through a really significant change process, transformation, and I'm really concerned that advancing this in this way is going to be a distraction for our staff. I don't think it's true that we're not having the conversation. CEs are often in dialogue around where the councils can be working more effectively together and where we can seek efficiencies. At the governance table, we regularly give that advice to our officers and to the CE that we are interested in where we can seek efficiencies through shared services. So I believe that it's disingenuous to say that we are not having that conversation already. I was a little bit surprised by the comment in the Mayor's report intimating that council staff support this and the council and the councillors are in fact the ones lagging behind. My informal discussion with officers, they expressed that that was not a view that they had shared. So I'm surprised by that. I do think that the very fact of bringing this onto our agenda is going to kickstart the conversation again. And I do hope that it will be taken up out in the wider community. And I would be very comfortable if the Chamber of Commerce led this conversation, but I'm just not sure that having this led by, one council and one person leading the council is really the way to go. So I'm not going to support it this time. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. I have got, I want to advise Councillor Skinner that he's on my list. The next speakers are Councillor Rainey, and then Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Pakipaki, then Councillor Skinner. The floor is Councillor Rainey's.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Firstly, I do respect your views on this. I think I align with them closely, and as a Tasman ratepayer, I do feel that the opportunity to work more closely together is something that we need to pursue. Fully concur with the words of Councillor Sanson and the Deputy Mayor. However, all I want to say is I'm going to use a little analogy. It's a sailing analogy. And when you're sailing towards stormy weather and you're thinking of putting in a reef, you should do it straight away. That's a reef in your sail. Look it up if you're not sure what that means. And if you're sailing along and the stormy weather's still there and you're thinking of shaking the reef, getting rid of it, go and have a cup of tea. And I think this is actually a time when me and Nick, you need to take a cup of tea on this issue. Just pause for a while. A lot of wise words around the table today. We need to bring everybody in the region together if we're going to go down this path. That would be my advice. Thank you. I'm going to be voting against it.
The next speaker I have on the list is Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. On Friday, I'm working out in Richmond with Pacifica, and on Sunday, I'm working out Motueka, teaching them. Sometimes I find my role ridiculous when I'm doing all this work across the line. And much like Kahu and the Māori community, Pacifica and migrant communities would really benefit from this. And it makes me wonder whether it's something to do with collectivism versus, a more indexal worldview. But much like the Deputy Mayor, the eyes and ears open, and that the listening is very important sometimes. Sometimes I feel we're not really listening. We're waiting for our turn to speak. And I'd really enjoy the opportunity to start the conversation. I don't see how a workshop by us, I think that would be pointless. We need to be in the same room together. And I feel this is just a start, a discussion. And as far as telling Tasman what to do, I mean, has anyone met the Mayor of Tasman? You know, you can't tell them to do anything. You know, they're a very strong bunch of people, and they'll get their back up if, well, they probably will anyway. But I would like to get in the room and maybe just have some conversation, get some stuff started. And, you know, we're pretty good at not doing stuff sometimes. And, you know, maybe if this, and it's just a discussion, we're not jumping into referendum or making anyone do as if we could make them do anything. Yeah, so I'm supportive of this, and I think there'd be great opportunities for some of my marginalised and vulnerable communities. Pacifica would love it. What else was I going to say? No, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Next on my list is Councillor Pakipaki, and then I'll come to Councillor Skinner online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the smiles across the table from me.
We like that.
Yeah, no, come on. Hey, Harry Potter. Love starting sentences like this. Harry Potter has a villain, and it's like Voldemort, and its name shall not be used, or you can't call out the name. This is kind of like the the amalgamation is like the Voldemort, that we're not allowed to talk about it. We're keep it in the dark, keep it in that closet, and if we don't bring it out to the light, then we won't have to confront it. I think this step here is kind of like that's no surprise. Nick has been talking about Mayor Nick has been talking about this from day dot. We have had this as a conversation point at a lot of the meetings, so it's not as a surprise as what people are sort of presenting. This is part of a public consultation. This is part of this conversation. If we're going to just do a workshop and decide from that workshop that no, the public shouldn't be involved in this process, it sort of goes contra to a lot of the things that we really want to include the public in on. It could be a dead duck in the water, but we'll soon find out. And also, it's no ambush. It's not a thing that the Tasman District Council are going to go, oh, what are these people doing? We're not making decisions. We're making a decision to start the conversation. So I agree completely with Councillor Anderson and just the way that he has presented it, that maybe we need to bring Voldemort out of the cupboard and have that discussion. So I'll be voting in favour of it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pakipaki. I just wanted to, and I'm going to come to Councillor Skinner. I just want to raise a brief point of order. I think it's been a really healthy discussion, and I think it's an important discussion. And there are a range of views around the table. And there's been some informal discussions at various times, but I think it's actually really healthy to have had the discussion today. I wonder whether there would be support, having heard a number of the comments, to allow the matter to lie upon the table. That would then, and some of the members have raised concerns that you could do a workshop and a further previous discussion. I hear the messages of both the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Rainey. So just as an informal procedure option, is allowing the motion to lie on the table. What would then occur is that we could do the workshop, we could start some of those informal discussions. It was quite difficult for me as Mayor, is how do I facilitate a discussion around the table without being too pushy? And I thought it was quite a soft motion to say, well, let's just put it on the agenda of the joint committee. So just in an informal way, what would councillors' attitudes to being to allow this motion to lie on the table? Councillor Sanson?
May I ask a brief question?
Yeah.
So I'm open to a workshop, but it has to be a joint workshop.
Absolutely.
Not us having the conversation again
Yes, sure.
in isolation, because I feel like we've done that so many times. We
Sure.
have to
No,
have
that's,
TDC in the
that
room.
would be if I was, or if a councillor was prepared to move it lie upon the table, then the intention that I would have as mayor would be to say to Mayor King, how about doing a workshop jointly?
And then the only other comment is I did hear what Councillor Pakipaki said about kind of having conversations behind closed doors and not involving the community. So maybe it should be an open workshop.
Yeah, so Councillor Skinner has not yet contributed. I just wanted to give councillors time to think about that. Councillor Courtney?
The concern I have is that I want us to go just about back to the start again and take our officers with us. I feel that I want, before I go into a joint meeting with TDC, I want to have the backing and the expertise from that group of people. This way, there's been no input from them at all. I wouldn't know what they're thinking about it, what their thoughts are at all, and I'm not going to ask them now. It's inappropriate to do that, but I really would like us to go back to the beginning and start again. Because if the sums add up, of course the case is there.
I've just floated that idea as a potential way forward, and we'll let it stand. I want to let Councillor Skinner give his view, and then after I've heard Councillor Skinner, I've had my right of reply and may take some steps, always trying to find a constructive way forward on these sorts of questions. The floor is Councillor Skinner's. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Obviously on Zoom, you hear me okay? Seems we're connected. I can hear you guys very clearly.
We can hear you good, Tim.
Very good. Hey, cheers. I see your passion, Nick, on this, and that's commendable. This has been your campaign request or promise. This has not been requested or asked by this council in the greater sense. In fact, from the discussions that have been brought up at lunchtimes at this, there's been a strong signal, in my view, from the majority of our council are uncomfortable in moving this direction in this way. In my view, and once again, this is my view, TDC councillors have given us a very strong no signal. And I think the mayor has just been polite, quite rightfully, but the other councillors have some real concerns about us moving forward in this direction. Everything has its merits, benefits and negatives, but I do strongly believe that we are flogging a dead horse, a resource-consuming dead horse. This is something that needs to be driven independently. It needs to be driven by a community. It needs to then be progressed by our council as a whole. But so far, I think, Nick, as I say, it's commendable your passion on this, and we all have passions, but I think the timing is wrong. But I also think that it's, once again, you're feeling obliged, understandably, but my sense, strong sense, it's not shared around the table or shared from the TDC table. I think all it does is puts us in a bit of an awkward, overbearing position when it comes to the table at the joint council meeting. And hey, we could put it on the table, and I'm sure it has been discussed informally before, but I have some real concerns. Both councils, in my time on council, these last 4 terms, both councils get on very well. Even whether it be Chamber of Commerce or NRDA, etc., and tourism, etc., they work well together. I mean, there are always pros and cons, but those important governance decisions that we have as a greater region, we work very well in those. There's always room for improvement, and maybe we should be combining some more of those joint committees where we govern together. But I think quite rightly, Nelson is a big region when you call it concerned with Tasman, but I think the downside is, without going to debate about the pros and cons, we're really watering down the democratic involvement of our public. But I know it's been 13 years since this come up before, and it was given a very clear no, especially by TDC. I don't think that has changed much. I think it's actually probably gone the other way. So once again, I do caution you, and I think that cup of tea quote of Pete's quite right. I think we all need a bit of a cup of tea on that, and put that understandable passion aside, but remembering that might have been campaign-driven, well-intended promise, but I don't believe that's shared around the table. I might be proved wrong in this vote. I also just question and caution, you've laid this is a recommendation, which is by all means good to have, but suddenly halfway through, when you feel the vote's not going your way, to ask for us to lay it on the table, that really needs to come as a separate amendment where this one are lost. And I think I'd like the standards to be checked by our CEO. If you've moved something like this, you can't suddenly part way through say, I want to lay this on table. I think it has to come from another mover and seconder. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. The procedural issue is that if somebody wished to move it lie upon the table, under our standing orders, can only be some person that has not spoken. The only person who has not spoken is Councillor Stallard.
You are asking. You're repeating it. It does. It has to come. I do know. It has to come.
There's two options going forward, and Councillor Stallard, if he wished to exercise that right under the standing orders to do the cup of tea option and let it so on the table, then he could move so. If he does not wish to do so, I will exercise my right of reply and put it to the vote.
Yeah, I also have a seconder because everyone else has spoken.
Yeah, this motion's already on the table.
The limitation in the standing order, any member who has not spoken under the debate may move, right? It doesn't limit it to the second motion. There is no such constraint. But look, if Councillor Stallard would like to do the cup of tea option, I'm happy to take the motion. Otherwise, I'll exercise my right of reply and put the matter to the vote.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to move that. That we let it lie on the table.
I'm going to second that motion. It's our standing orders that it not be debated. On the other hand, it is significant. Now, this is a huge issue. And I'm totally relaxed if if the council collectively, we would just like the motion put.
Nick, I think that if we're going to leave it to lie on the table, there shouldn't be any closing comments from the initial mover.
That's correct. So I have received a motion that the matter lie upon the table under Standing Order 25.2. The standing orders require me to put that to the vote. Those that were in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
No.
I'm going to ask for the Chief Executive to do a formal vote.
Okay, Robin, please do a division on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Aye.
Councillor Benj.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
No.
Councillor Courtney.
No.
Councillor Hodgson.
Aye.
Councillor Pakipaki.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rollo.
No.
Councillor Sampson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Councillor Stallard.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor O'Neill Stevens.
Aye.
Menick.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 8-5.
It is just in an informal way. It would be my intention to have a discussion along the lines suggested by Councillor Sansom about whether there was merits in doing a joint workshop before this matter came back, having lied on the table. People can informally discuss that with so that I can make sure the communication that I give to Mayor King is representative. I promised Councillor Benj that I'd come back to the matter of the privacy letter that I've written to the Minister of Justice flowing from the Audit and Risk Committee. The floor is yours, Councillor Benj, to ask any questions on this issue. They're just a matter of questions because there is no resolution for the council to consider.
I'm only allowed to ask a question.
Technically, yes. But I'm want to be as open as I can possible around the issues. Technically, it would come through when the Audit and Risk Committee comes through. So I'm pretty relaxed. I'm not sure what's coming, but you've got a pretty free license. Councillor Benj.
I question the democracy involved in this. I guess that's not a question, but I just feel you're simply changing the law to make it easy for people that have money really difficult for people who don't to ask a question. And I think it goes against, it's the cost of democracy. And, you know, there might be a good reason why you're getting all those questions, and they might be a pain in the ass, but maybe you should look at the reason. I don't agree with the direction you're going. It's a cost of democracy.
In answering the question, I understand the point, and that's why I've specifically said that this issue does require a balance. The part that I was quite surprised by at Finance, Audit and Risk, and I wouldn't invite Councillor Benj to have a talk to staff, is when a single information request can take a staff member 6 weeks looking up over 30 years whether they've ever had a book at the library transferred, or very, very minor issues, is that I want to protect the right of citizens to have substantive information that the council holds on them. But because the scope is so wide, I think, Councillor Benj, you might have a different view if you actually looked at the practical example of the sorts of requests the council is considering.
I understand that some of the requests may be meaningless, but if it's because citizens feel powerless and they're doing it to be a bloody nuisance, there is a reason they're doing it. And, you know, we're starting these type of fights on other fronts as well, where I think you'll get this type of request simply because citizens feel unheard and are really angry. And that's why I refer to what is the reason for this? What is the real reason behind a whole lot of meaningless questions? And so
yeah, I understand.
If we take the right of democracy away from a whole lot of poor people for the sake of saving some money, maybe we're not addressing this problem correctly. I feel we're not.
I feel that's more than the way on a point, which is very fair to make rather than a question, and I won't respond to it. I did indicate to councillors that since I wrote my mayor's report, we've had the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Pakipaki attend Te Matatini. I have said, and this council has previously discussed this matter, and we see it as a huge opportunity for Nelson to host this massive event in 2027. Te Matatini has been around for about 50 years. Tita Uhu has never had the opportunity to host it. And the reason the council took the decision to send the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Pakipaki, and our event staff is because we did understand that the board of Te Matatini, because of the event's huge growth, was asking questions about the capacity for a region such as ours to be the host. So what I'd like to do is just to ask, within the context of the Mayor's report, for Councillor Pakipaki and the Deputy Mayor to just make some comments and reporting to Council on their visit to New Plymouth. The floor is Councillor Pakipaki's.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Should have done this before, eh? Maybe it's for dramatic pause. Okay. Taranaki wai wai ha koko, rā kau me menge, ko taranaki te maunga, titohia ki te hawa uru, rā uru ki tahi, tū ke tongariro mo tū ke a taranaki, he ririki a pūhanga I waiho I muri nei e, ko te uri ko au e. Mihi mai ana ki a koutou, manuhiri, kaimahi, whakatau mai rā, tēnā koutou. So, most of you are aware, last week I was fortunate enough to travel to Taranaki and observe the national cultural event known as Te Matatini. This year's event was hosted by the 8 Taranaki iwi and supported by local councils and numerous commercial entities. For those of you who don't know, my whakapapa is split between here and Taranaki. I whakapapa not only to Te Atiawa but also to most of the iwi in Taranaki. I got warned while I was there that I was to stop referring to myself as a visitor, as mana whenua. So I love both regions equally, but this exercise I viewed just through my Te Tau Ehutanga lens. I was joined by the Deputy Mayor and the events team for our council, or rather I joined them, all attending pretty much as a fact-finding mission. of reconnaissance in advance of the confirmation for our petition to host the 2027 event here in Te Tauihu. This was to further demonstrate to the event organisers that we are committed as a region to host. My first day there on Sunday, I was invited by iwi and Ngāti Te Whiti to attend a pōhiri and receive the mauri. And this was followed by a number of other community events at different marae to welcome various performing groups. Gave me a really good scale of what was required. The following day kicked off with the official Te Matatini pōhiri, receiving the 55 performing groups and their vast entourages. My whakapapa afforded me the honour of sitting in the paipai, so I actually got a front row seat of an event of a lifetime, so I'm really thankful for this. I was in awe of the venue at Pukekura, also known as the Bowl of Brooklands. I was further impressed with the manaakitanga provided to our kaumātua and our whānau and the thousands of spectators who attended. The hospitality was exceptional. There was food stalls from all around the country and a great showing from a number of health and community agencies providing advice and information. No matter where you went, there were big screen TVs of the live stage and filtered water at every corner of the venue to combat the heat. I consider our trip to have been immensely valuable, and will note that our staff started early and they worked late. Message to the chief executive of his staff. And I've lost it. Where were we? So our staff, they started early and worked late into the nights. Even on the plane on the way back home, they were still exchanging messages and talking about the things that they gained from their trip. The observations made will be critical for planning our own hosting in 2027, and will be another reality check of what's required. I would further note that Te Matatini have not yet confirmed Te Tauihu as the next host, and we welcome their level of due diligence that they are exercising and eagerly await a decision. Make no mistake, the whole region will be needed to be included, as the economic benefits and the cultural prestige will be felt for generations. My message to them, to Te Matatini, is we can do this. I'd like to extend my thanks to Taranaki Iwi and the New Plymouth District Council for hosting me. This extends to Anuru Wilkie and Councillor Dini Moya, for providing me with access and manaki at every moment. So I'll be providing a more comprehensive report to our councillors when we can get those together, and also some recommendations. So nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tata katoa.
Kia ora. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, kia ora koutou. I will aim to just fill in around the edges of Councillor Pakipaki's contribution. I mean, I think the biggest reflection for me is it's one thing to see and read reports and watch the news and get a sense of the spectacle and size of such an event, but actually to be there, you realise just the level of activation and the huge opportunity to host such an event holds for Te Tauihu. And I'd echo Councillor Pakipaki's point that this would be a whole of region responsibility and requirement to be able to hold it. I want to just acknowledge the Te Tauihu Cultural Council and Te Tauihu iwi alongside our dedicated events team. There is no doubt of the complex and challenging infrastructure requirements in hosting an event of that size. And I completely understand Te Matatini's requirement to do significant due diligence in that area. And actually, I viewed a key part of our trip as doing our own due diligence. If we are going to host it, we want to host it well, and we want to have confidence in our ability to do so. And thankfully, through engagement and again, a special appreciation to everyone who gave their time. I got to sit down with Mayor Neil and have a nice, free and frank chat. And I know that our events team were graciously taken around by both organisers and council staff for a very wide range of engagements. And from that, I can say that I have confidence in our region's ability to deliver and to deliver well for this event. The work that already exists between the three councils, our iwi, the Cultural Council, and indeed the wider community buy-in and excitement for such an event, I think positions us incredibly well to, even as a region, be able to come together to facilitate the infrastructure required to host the tens of thousands of people. And so I just want to give a big mahi to all of those leading the mahi for our hosting bid. And I hope that Te Matatini's due diligence comes out with the same outcome that my due diligence has, which is that this region has got what it takes.
Can I thank Councillor Pakipaki and the Deputy Mayor for his work on this work. The board of Te Matatini has indicated they'll be making their decision in April. I wanted to include in today's report because by the time we get to next month, the bath will pass. I would like to enable any councillors that have questions of Councillor Pakipaki or the Deputy Mayor about this issue to have that opportunity now if they wish. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank both councillors for their reports. Excellent. My question is about accommodation for these people. You're talking about thousands and thousands of people. How many went to this particular event, and how did you sense the accommodation fitted the numbers?
Leave it to the Deputy Mayor or Councillor Pakipaki.
All right, Gabbo. So we've had indications from the New Plymouth District Council that they'll have a report from the event that will be presented in mid-March at some stage. And they've also, hopefully there's an offer there that we'll be able to have access to that. There was, at any one stage, there was predicted at 15,000 people at the event. I think the Saturday was the largest event. And I haven't seen the final numbers. I've seen some really crazy numbers, but accommodation was, I think the levels of requirements in terms of accommodation are quite different to what you'd probably think, because the performers and their entourages, preferred to stay at single locations, and there were on top of that all of the other accommodation that was required by those supporters and those individuals that were travelling. So really, when we look at accommodation, we need to not try and think of it as the normal conventional hotel type scenario. It's going to be the types of things where we're going to need schools and maraes and of such to be able to. And there have been some quite clever out-of-the-box solutions in terms of cruise ships and those sorts of things. So that none of that has been confirmed, but I think that it's achievable, but it's different to what you may think.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just jumping very quickly, we've been thinking about this for 4 years plus. Nikki, we've been thinking about an accommodation audit. You might want to just quickly comment, put something on the record.
Yes, thank you. Through the Mayor, there has already been quite a lot of work done thinking about accommodation. And we've partnered with NRDA and using a consultant, Sharon Maguire, to scope out what would be required for the region. We're confident based on that we can absolutely host, but we would really love to get moving quickly. So, as soon as we hear, then we've got the plans in place to get moving.
Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Rainey.
A couple of questions. Do Te Matatini, the decision makers, do they have access to council staff, or is this are we insulated through? Are they dealing with iwi, or can they ask questions to council staff around delivery and logistics?
I wonder whether that's a fairer question as it relates to staff to Nikki.
Certainly, we've been working with the Cultural Council, who are passing all of that information through to Te Matatini, and staff are available at any time to provide information.
I just think it's important to recognise that the lead is the Cultural Council, and our ambition is for the council to be locked in behind them, providing as much support as possible. And I know that's shared by the Chief Executive. Any other questions?
The other one, sorry.
Yes, sorry, Matty.
So I'm getting a lot of phone calls constantly. People are worried and asking, if I heard, what do I know about it? And I'm not even Māori, so I don't even, you must be getting truckloads. And I always answer we could do it. Definitely, but, just let us know what the problems are, we'll do it. But Guy was describing what happened and I was watching it and it was amazing. And if I just, because I know it's a wonderful thing and I want, but I'm also worried about doing the right thing. And you're talking about kaumātua and manaakitanga. It's so very important we get it right. And I'm just, so I feel they're valid concerns and I like saying, yes, we can do it, but I don't know how we can do it and if we can actually do it. I'm just a military background. Yeah, we'll do it. But I am, when you were describing how awesome it was, and I remember the images watching it, how amazing, how very, very bad it would be if we weren't able to do it properly. So that's what I'm only just now worrying about.
Going to ask the Deputy Mayor and then Kahu can add if he wishes to that question.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that is actually setting us apart from other regions is we've been having these conversations for nearly half a decade and actually putting in really dedicated work to think this through. Our run-in time will be one of the longest that any host has had a dedicated focus on looking at how this will work. And so we're not just relying on our own internal self-confidence, but also bringing in external expertise to back that up and to make sure, because again, I think that it is the collective view of in putting forward a bid, you're also putting the mana on the line of we need to do this well. And we have, I think, successfully built the confidence that we can do it well.
Can I just quickly add on that there's sort of a narrative going, a bit of a misconception that councils will be hosting, that the Cultural Council will be hosting. But the reality on the ground is that iwi will be hosting, and it's our job to support and provide all of the scaffold that's required for iwi to be able to uphold the mana of the region. And if we can look at it in that way and let them take the lead, iwi takes the lead because they are the host, and we do everything that we can to be able to support them. That's a really good way of going that way. Then manaakitanga is at the height of our priorities.
I thank for that clarification. A wee piece I would add is I was tremendously proud of the way in which our 8 iwi hosted both the primary and the secondary kapa haka, and that also, having done those successfully, helped build the platform for being able to host this event, which is an order of scale larger. Councillor Rainey, you had a question, and then Councillor Bench.
Well, I just want to reflect on what Councillor Kahu just said in terms of upholding manaakitanga, and reflecting on what Councillor Matty Anderson said as well. I think this is a tremendously important point. You know, and I fully understand the scenario where it's the Cultural Council and the iwi who are delivering this. They're going to need support of Nelson City Council. And I'm concerned about what the timing is. Man alive, if the decision's coming in April from Carl Ross and his team, will there be any decision points that elected members will need to be making prior to that in order for us to be able to support in the way that we're being, that's being alluded to here? Because this is just such a massive thing, and I completely agree with Matty. You know, we can't get it wrong. Collectively, we can't get it wrong. We want it to be successful. So I just need to know: are there going to be any decision points that are coming to elected members in regards to this that have been identified by staff? They need to be identified and brought to us as early as possible so we can get on making decisions of support as soon as possible.
I'm going to have the Chief Executive respond to that, and it is actually a measure of how seriously we're taking the challenge and the bid that the Chief Executive is directly involved in it, albeit we've also got to be mindful and respectful that the iwi are the lead, the Chief Executive.
Councillor Randy, there won't be a specific decision point for you to make prior to that decision, but I do want to reiterate that we have been talking about this extensively for the past 4 years. Certainly in my time, in 2 years, we've been talking about it. We've had joint discussions with Tasman Council on this issue and with Marlborough. I was really pleased to see on the 15th of January when I met with the 8 iwi chief executives and the 3 council's chief executives, the first item on the agenda was the importance of this for our region, and that we've got to get this right, and we've got to support iwi to get this right, because this is iwi led. I absolutely agree with that. The Cultural Council have got a really important place to lead some of the discussions, but council has got to, the three councils have got to support iwi to make this successful. That's why I've appointed my deputy chief executive Alec to lead the council's response for this. We've got Panya, she's been dedicated her job to this for the last 4 years, but we have to have all of council response all across the three councils. But it's not just the councils, it's NRDA, it's the chamber, it's all organisations within this region. And I'm really pleased to say that actually all organisations within this region want this to happen, believe it can happen. We've done the accommodation audit. So as chief executive, this is a huge challenge, but it's doable, and we should hope that the decision goes in our favour. Well, then we'll get behind it and we'll deliver an even more amazing event than they've just done that Kahu and Rohan were at.
Councillor Benj.
The chief executive sort of answered my question. I just want to be certain that the people who are presenting this, plus the people who want to see it, can get access and suitable accommodation. You mentioned schools. I didn't think it was legal anymore to use schools. Maybe that's changed, but in Taranaki, were they using that sort of accommodation?
Councillor Paki, just on that accommodation question.
Yeah, so they were using the schools for some level of like practicing in the halls and the gathering together, because some of the places weren't suitable for them to be practicing. But it was really neat where I was staying at my auntie's house, the school yard where they were staying down the road, all of the groups, there were 2 groups that came down and they were practicing, and actually the school made their grounds available to them. So how we can accommodate the kids in the schools, that we do have border houses at the Nelson colleges, and there are other options. So and we worked our way through those with Te Manakurua and Te Manakurua, the primary and secondary schools.
Great. So if we use those sort of venues, we're simply replicating what's been done elsewhere anyway.
Yeah, I think that also we've got plenty of time to be able to get some of the little niggle items that were those growing pains that we had experienced through the legislative restrictions that we faced, that we weren't quite aware, but we're all over that. Well, I would assume that our staff are all over that now.
Great.
Thank you. Can I just conclude this item by saying that we recently had a meeting of both with the iwi and the mayors, and that in the next week the joint mayors from Te Tauihu will be writing with the 8 iwi to reinforce our commitment to hosting Te Matatini in 2027, and again acknowledging the work of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Paki, and the staff team in putting our very best forward. It will be the biggest event that Nelson and the top of the South, Te Tauihu, has ever hosted, and that is why it is a big deal, and we want to give it our very best shot. That concludes my Mayor's report. As I indicated, I would like to move to item 6.3 on Guppy Park, because we have volunteers from the football club. So unless there is any objection, I'd now like to move to item number 6.3.
What page is that?
Page number 49 of our agenda. Because the FC Nelson is so involved in this item, would councillors be relaxed about the president of the club joining our officers at the table so that they're able to ask any questions of the club at the same time? There's no objection. Please come forward, and really welcome you giving your time up. Just grab the third chair there so that we've got the club that's an extensive partner in this as well. Over to you and team, Andrew.
Well, thank you, Mayor Nick. I'll hand over to Mr. Harrington to present the report. And then we and the club are quite happy to take any questions.
Kia ora koutou, morena. Just to introduce Phil Thompson, I'm president of the FC Nelson Football Club. I've also got some other members of the club board here, and also Brian Mazura from IMB Construction if there's any technical questions. But just first off, there's a couple of little things in the report I'll clarify. One is my apologies, I managed to mix up attachment 3 and 2. So whenever you see, I think it's only mentioned once, but I'm sure you've worked it out. If you see attachment 2, it's actually attachment 3 on the report. Not sure how I did that. And the other thing is in paragraph 5.2, it's a comment there around Marlborough District Council wanting the land clear. I've just spoken to them again recently, and just to qualify that, they want to see a resolution. So they're happy, to have a decision one way or another. If it was purchased, it would be fine to sit there over winter sort of thing. So I just wanted to clarify that. So this report is really an update from the 2021 long-term plan decision, which included 140k for a reconfiguration of the Guppy Park changing rooms. And that proposal has been led by FC Nelson. It's evolved over that time from a reconfiguration to a standalone building and relocating a building from Marlborough. I'd really encourage looking at this area holistically, and really the same facilities will be available to the community, whether it's a relocated building or it's an extension of the existing changing rooms. The result on the ground and the way it will be used will be much the same. So the recommendation in this report is just around finding a solution that works for these improvements, which Council through the long-term plan 2021 has already agreed and needed. FC Nelson are committed to upgrading the changing rooms, which they have a lease over currently, and the overall vision of a club hub referred to in the 2021 submission remains, which is something between a club rooms and a community space building. The cost of the relocated building is also very similar to the cost of the reconfiguration supported through the LTP. The main difference is that an extension to the changing rooms would be a council-owned building, and a relocated building would be owned by FC Nelson, which is our recommendation. So a building that is to be relocated has been assessed by a building inspection company, Habit Building Inspections, which has been reviewed by relevant staff and council, and we're satisfied that it's in sound condition. It's just minor things that need doing. I'm happy to elaborate on that if needed. Council could contribute the funding directly to FC Nelson towards a relocated building. However, this would need to be provided as OPEX because it's assuming this is not council owned. And given the LTP funding was capital, our recommendation is that it's allocated towards the upgraded NCC owned changing rooms by way of a capital grant to FC Nelson, which is more consistent with the LTP original decision. So whatever decision is made, I feel it's important that the changing rooms and the additional building is just recognised as a codependent package with one another. So the recommendations in the report are that relocated building be approved and it not be a council asset, that we approve a community lease which would cover both the changing rooms and the relocated building, and that we council provide 118k as a capital grant towards the change rooms upgrade, that amount being consistent with the pricing undertaken in September 23, and just noting that that's already budgeted. Happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions from councillors? I'll start with Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora koutou, thanks very much for the report. At 5.18, on page 53, it just talks about that there'd be no alcohol license, basically. So potentially only a special license for one-off events. And I just wanted to understand if the club is supportive of that approach.
Phil, you might be best to answer that.
Me, at this stage, we would accept that approach.
So it sounds like maybe not wholly supportive.
From a commercial perspective, moving forward, we would need to understand how we'd use that space. For the comment about a special event, whether that will be simply a game of football, or if it's a community day, or a community day as we had last week, there may be a viable request to serve alcohol, but it wouldn't be seen as being the core of what the facility's for.
Okay, yeah, so maybe I'll hold my thoughts until debate.
Sure. Any other questions? Councillor Bench.
So FC Nelson Incorporated is going to own the building. Is that right?
It's a recommendation, correct?
And will it be available to other sports or other?
Through the mayor, I'll pass that to Phil, but my understanding is yes, it's all being available during weekday.
Yeah, referring back to the initial request and the long-term plan, that was the intention that it would be, it's termed as a hub, and it will be a hub used by and available to the community. Our vision moving forward is that we would manage the use of that facility. It would be free of charge, or a koha would be provided. Already the indications are a number of community groups have raised their hand or raised their eyes in hope that they may be able to get a community facility that is free, and we would happily manage that.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, overlooked the deputy mayor.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. It's wanting to understand sort of how that grant arrangement would functionally work in contributing to the relocation of that building. So essentially, would we be providing this a contract for services for that upgrade, and then with the use of volunteer labour and expertise and materials and whatever the extent of that is, the rest being treated as sort of profit for FC Nelson?
Paul or Phil to answer that as you wish.
Yeah, so well, my comments are just through the mayor. So upgrading the changing rooms, it has been costed, and the capital grant's essentially council investing in this upgrade. So it could be considered like FC Nelson is effectively being contracted to do that work. And yes, through its membership, I'm sure Phil can speak to that, in contacts, if it's able to find savings through the materials, through trades, then once received, that funding could be used towards the relocated building, is my understanding correct?
And then just in terms of that arrangement, what sort of guarantee should the cost of, say, relocation skyrocket and it no longer becomes financially feasible? What guarantees do we have around that essentially additional contribution that's being made above and beyond the directly experienced costs for the upgrade to be used in the development of a community facility?
So we would have that tightened as much as possible through the funding agreement, which would be developed before the grant was issued.
Thanks.
Any further questions for officers? Motion's been moved by Councillor Rollo. Tim, I know, would you be prepared to second the resolution? Yes. Thank you. So the motion's been moved by Councillor Rollo, seconded by Councillor Skinner, and is now open to debate. Did the mover wish to make his contribution now?
Yeah, I'll say a few words. And firstly, on the matter of football, I should apologise because last night Nelson City Council lost to our local contractor Fulton Hogan in the annual game between the contractor and council. So sorry that I was a part of that team. I know
you're personally responsible.
Yes, I will be. But look, this is a great news story for the Football Club of Nelson, who for many, many years have been working away on a solution for Guppy Park and Neil Park for their facility. And the big concern that I know they've had is the club's continued to grow and their facilities haven't got smaller, but all of a sudden they haven't had enough facilities. And I had the privilege of playing a game in 2023 against the wonderful Phil Thompson. Thankfully, he let me score a goal. And the problem was it was hosing down with rain, and there was actually no facilities because there were too many games on. And so my poor team, we had to go home in the cold and wet because there was simply no facilities. And I know FC Nelson had never been so apologetic because they simply didn't have enough room to take anyone in. And you've just got to get on their website, get on their social media, even see what they did last weekend at Trafalgar Park. They have not just become a football club, but they've actually become a community for so many people that firstly come into Nelson and all they know what to do when they get here is kick a football, and they have been so opening. And me and Nick, you will be happy to know that FC Nelson also have an MOU with the Wellington Phoenix, and so some better facilities may even get a big professional football club here. So I'm sure that's a discussion that we can have later. And on a personal note with this building, as someone who's currently learning how to dance, there's a lack of wooden floors in this region, and seeing a wooden floor is music to my ears at the moment because I might be able to have a little dance in there. So I'm happy to move that.
I think you need more than a wooden floor to be able to get to a dance. We'll leave that to others to judge. Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I don't play soccer and I don't watch soccer, but or football, whatever. But I work a lot with the migrant communities, and I can't understate the amazing work that this club does for our community, and so much so that I'm on the board of Culture Conversations, and they do great work. When we were looking for a space, we thought this club was so good that the kaupapa aligned with us, and we were really excited about moving into that space because you just so it's a no-brainer for me. But I don't think people that don't know don't realise what an amazing service you provide to the communities, in particular the migrants. So very supportive and well done.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. I'm going to take thanks, Councillor Anderson. I'm going to take Councillor Rainey and Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm supportive of this. I think it's a great initiative, and it's really great to see a building being reused. I do have concerns that that we're putting in place potentially a facility that will be serving alcohol. And I know this sounds like a bit like a scratch record, but this is adding another facility in Guppy Park where alcohol can be bought and consumed. I'm looking at 5.18 where it says quite clearly that a club licence will not be permitted and to allow the sale of alcohol through an on-site bar as part of the lease. And I support that and hope that does get written. Not hope, I would like to insist that gets written into the lease. However, the next sentence is the worrying one for me. A special licence could potentially be permitted in the future for one-off events. I have seen this time and time again where the one-off events become a regular occurrence over a period of time, and the coupling of the consumption of alcohol and the playing of the sport gets once again reinforced in our community. Wouldn't it be great one day if we begin to break that cycle and just celebrate sport for what it is? Not for saying, oh, you're going to have a couple of beers afterwards. It's when the couple of beers turns into an all-night binge and somebody tries to drive home and people get injured or even killed that things become really, really problematic. Now, I can't underestimate enough my passion about ensuring that this point is really made clear to FC Nelson that this is not to become a bar for FC Nelson. And it's out loudly and clearly and publicly that this is what has to happen, is this becomes a community facility and not a bar for FC Nelson. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. I feel like Councillor Rainey's taken the words out of my mouth. Also, I'm really supportive of this. I see the great work that the club do, particularly with lots of young people as well. I'm really concerned about the potential for it becoming a bar. In fact, on the diagram on, the proposed plan, it even has a bar already written in there. So I just want to reiterate that I do not think it is appropriate for it to become a bar. The Victory Community Centre manages to function and become in as a key community hub without being a bar. So yeah, I think that I hope that whoever is involved in making decisions around that really takes that on board and considers, you know, alcohol harm, and not just driving, but also family violence and that kind of thing, addiction, health issues for young people. It's a really important issue.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. I'll make some comments and then pass over to Councillor Benj. Firstly, I want to acknowledge Paul and the staff team, Phil and his club, for bringing such a pragmatic, economic solution to enable FC Nelson to grow. We should be, as a council, hugely proud of the amount of energy and effort that goes into that club. It's the saying, and it's a bit overused, that kids in sports stay out of court. The point that was made by Councillor Anderson is absolutely on the money. You know, when you have a strong multicultural community, we elected representatives quite frequently sweat about how will you meet communities working together. And I tell you, the best thing happening in this town about bringing our ethnic communities together is what takes place in that FC club. And what you're doing with our Karenia community, our Chin community, our Nepalese, our Colombians, it is just fantastic and goes well beyond the very small investment our council is being asked to make in these facilities. I did sweat a bit during the long-term plan when we heard very ambitious plans for a multi-million-dollar facility on Guppy Park, not because it wasn't a good idea, it's just because I know how tight money is, both in the fundraising community. And when I saw this paper come through and the proposal for quite a pragmatic solution of using a ex-Polo building over from Blenheim to be able to provide this facility, I thought congratulations to both the club and the staff for making it innovation-free work. We always have this debate when we get community facilities of when should we own them and when should the club own them. And I know it causes Nikki and our finance team all sorts of sweat as to whether it's on the balance sheet and the like. I'm far more pragmatic. What works best in each practical example. If it's on our books, then we have to depreciate it, and it can get a bit more bureaucratic. And my experience with our sporting clubs is that they work very well with others, and they understand the expectation that we see it as a community facility that others will be able to access. And I actually think with the connection between our ethnic communities and FC Nelson, that this facility will be used as much for those sorts of events for those communities and to build their strength as it will be specifically for football. The last comment I just want to make is around the issue of alcohol, and I understand it. I actually have to say that my experience and have gone to a number of FC Nelson events is, yes, there are sports clubs of which the alcohol culture that Councillor Rainey highlights is absolutely true. I've seen no evidence at all of that with FC Nelson. I do note in the arts sector, Pete, that every time I go to an event at the Suter Art Gallery, they put a wine in my hand. That might be they're wanting to curb favour with the mayor. And it's exactly the same when I go to events at the School of Music and others. I do think the message our council wants to have is being really cautious around alcohol abuse, but equally not being so pedantic that we will not allow special licenses of some events. But I would say both to our officers and to the club to quite genuinely take on board that concern that the importance in our community of building a culture of moderation around alcohol is actually really important for our community, and it's right for councillors to highlight the harm that there is in so many areas from the misuse of alcohol. So I'm super excited about the proposal, delighted it's being moved and the progress that's being made, and can't wait to see FC Nelson continue to grow and prosper as a club that is so important for our city. Councillor Benj.
Thank you. I'm not a fan of alcohol, and I don't drink myself. And I've watched the destruction of people through alcohol. They say that for every alcoholic, there's 8 to 10 people who suffer. In my experience, there's more than 8 or 10 people that are suffering around an alcoholic. However, since I've sat at this table, I've watched sports teams being targeted and bars being targeted. And you can go if you get sold 2 beers or 6 beers or whatever it is at a bar, the person selling it to you is responsible for the behaviour of all the people that those glasses are going to. But I can go to a supermarket and buy 60 cases of wine and there's nothing as to what I'm going to do with it. And our art centres have bars, and sometimes it's a matter of not getting rid of things, but just making sure it's done right. And I feel sometimes as soon as it's sport, we come down on it very hard. And I'm not saying that you need to change it. I'm saying that we're very hard on one group, but we allow it in lots of other places. And I would point out the hypocrisy, and it hurt me this morning, when the Mayor produces an expensive bottle of wine as a gift for a job well done for an arts event. And even the receiver is complaining about someone selling a glass of beer. And if this is how this council wants to operate, then that needs to disappear. Okay?
Just as a matter of clarification, the cost of the bottle of wine was entirely at my personal expense. It was not funded anyway from the ratepayer.
I'm not arguing about the expense.
Sorry.
I'm just saying, at this council, in front of the public, for a job well done, we present alcohol. And our demeanour towards people that sell it is very different to that. And it's like, well, we're okay, we know what we're doing, but you lot out there, you're not responsible, and we're not going to trust you with a bottle of wine.
I'm going to come to Councillor Skinner, who's online.
Thank you for that, and totally concur with Councillor Benja's comments there. Hey, big thank you to the team, Paul Harrington and team, and Phil Thompson and the FC Nelson board, and very diligently and prudently progressing this. And I think you've come across a very good opportunity, and it's great to see it's going back to the grassroots of what the intent of the original decision was. And yes, I'd like to thank the previous council and thank this council, and I hope you get behind it, as I believe you are. This is the club which are very responsible, have been around a long time. As you may see, they're a combination of 4 very much family-orientated clubs that came together in 2011, and the history of that goes back to FC Nelson United and Nelson Rangers, goes right back to one of the first football clubs, or soccer clubs, as I still prefer to call it. As you know from previous council and this council, I appreciate you understand the community desire and request for this. The club offers so much more than just soccer, or older people running around, or kids running around. It's I know many of these members in this club, as I do members of all the other football clubs in Nelson. They look out for each other. They look out for the families. If you go down to any of the events, you'll be offered a sausage roll. You won't be offered a beer. I can assure you that. And it's an area, as many of you have already pointed out, it's an area where a great growing immigrant community have flourished and have enjoyed the camaraderie of this club. And that goes for any event, whether it be arts, sports, social club. There's a lot to be had for the mental health, physical health, and community and spiritual well-being of such organisations. And this club has done extremely well in retaining its members without a club rooms. And this is what they've asked for in the past, and I was delighted to get that across, for the council to get that across in the last LTP. But once again, hey, thank you for a very good report there, Mr. Harrington, and for you answering your questions there, Phil. But once again, I do ask you get behind this, and get behind this club as you already have done, and get behind the various clubs and organisations that look out for far more than just their physical sporting well-being, but they also look out for the community and social well-being of the community surrounding them. And I'll be very happy the day when this building is put up, with a lot of other things that we're progressing. Thank you.
If there's no other indications, I'll give Councillor Rollo to give his right of reply and to explain why he lost the soccer last night.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Look, I won't keep it too long because I could speak about football for hours. But as I said at the start, this is a very, very good news story for our community, FC Nelson, and everything that goes on there. And I think it's worth acknowledging there has been a lot of concern around sport and liquor licenses, and let's just make it very clear that this council has independent people on our DLC who police all of those rules and regulations around liquor licensing. So for us as a council to sit here and police what that looks like, it goes to an independent body who make those decisions at the end of the day and has nothing to do with what we want to do. But other than that, I'm happy to move that motion.
All those in favour of the resolution that's been moved by Councillor Rollo and seconded by Councillor Skinner, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. Unanimously carried, and congratulations both to the club, and again my thanks to Paul and the team from the council that's helped facilitate. Good luck as you try and put the logistics and do the fundraising to make it all happen. It's my intention to take a brief 5-minute break, and when we return we'll come back to the electoral law item. So council is adjourned until 4 minutes past Vera Nakata-Smith to come before us on item 6.3 with respect to the order of candidates on election voting papers. And we're in your good hands.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Kia ora koutou. This is a procedural item. That being said, because it is elections related, if you'll allow me, I'll give a very brief summary for the community on what we're talking about today. So the local electoral regulations do allow a council to decide on the order that candidate names are presented on a voting paper. There are three options that a council can choose between. Alphabetical, which is fairly self-explanatory. The surnames are presented in alphabetical order. Pseudo-random, where the candidate names are randomly listed, but all voting papers are then the same order, just random. And the third option is fully computerised random. So every voting paper is different. I do note that there has been an occasion where a council has selected computerised random, and one voter, of course, being completely random, ended up with the alphabetical order. So it can happen. In general, the research shows that fully random is fairest to all candidates, and so that is why we're putting that forward as our recommended option for council today.
Any questions of our officers on this report? Councillor Sanderson is happy to move. Councillor Pakipaki is happy to second. Is there any, don't want to cut off discussion? I'm sorry, the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to highlight and reaffirm what you said in your opening comments during the declaration of interest of how strange it is that the 13 of us would be stranger if we all have surnames starting with A, get to choose every election broadly the order in which candidate names appear, especially given one is distinctly and evidence-based the most fair option. I just think that this again reaffirms the need for local electoral reform and indeed for our elections to move out of the control of councils in a relationship with private companies across to the Electoral Commission. It does nothing to build faith in our elections, having those with the most direct vested interest making direct decisions that impact our democracy every 3 years. And again, just think that this highlights the urgent need for change.
Any further comments? That being the case, I'll put the resolution. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to the fees and charges, item 6.4 on the agenda, and invite Andrew, Mandy and Alec to present on this report. In your good hands, who would like to be the lead?
Mayor Nick, thank you very much. So, yeah, who would like to be the lead? I am the lead today. Martin Croft is the coordinator of this report, but you will have seen when you were reading it, this is actually fees and charges across council. So three predominant groups here, environment, infrastructure and community services. So we have the strategic advisors from all three of those groups here. And we also have the GMs and many of the business unit managers sitting behind us in the seats behind us to provide any support that you might need to make your decision today. So with that in mind, I'll hand over to Mr. Croft to introduce the report, and then we're happy to take questions.
Kia ora koutou.
So I am here to introduce the report on behalf of my colleagues, Michelle and Mark, who are sitting next to me. I would like first to acknowledge the work, the time and the mahi that the many staff who have contributed to what you see in front of you today. Some of those staff are in the room to answer questions if required. The report is seeking council approval for fees and charges that are shown in attachment 2. And it's also seeking approval to consult on those charges that are included in the statement of proposal. We do need to make a couple of minor wording adjustments, amendments to the statement of proposal before it goes out for consultation. Those changes are small corrections and won't alter what is being proposed. If you wish, I can talk you through those now, or you can accept the resolution being proposed, which has been added, and this can be seen on the screen. So we're proposing amended officer's recommendation to allow the Mayor and CE to approve these changes. Agrees that the Mayor and Chief Executive be delegated authority to approve any minor amendments required to the statement of proposal.
Martin, can I just ask a quick question with respect to that? Are the potential changes under the proposed resolution 6 about the level of charges or just the commentary supporting them?
Just the commentary supporting it. And
I don't think it's, if it's not, the crunchy part's the numbers and how much you're charging. And so I think the best use of time is to allow the discussion to focus on that unless members have any specific inquiry. That is, I don't think the explanation is going to be our best use of our time. My ambition for members would be to try and finish this fees and charges paper by 12:30 and then to come to the substantive discussion on the climate change paper after lunch at 1 o'clock. So continue with your report, but I don't think it's necessary if they're just minor editorial changes.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll take the report as read, and with the help of the staff in the room, we'll answer your questions.
Okay, a lot of material in this paper. I might kick the ball rolling with a question. There's been quite a lot of contention in the community about charges for a facility like the Trafalgar Centre. And when I read the sort of costs that's involved for council, it's a facility that's costing us $2.4 million per year. We cost recover about 500,000, meaning that the net cost to the ratepayer for that facility is about 1.9 million per year. My worry with the changes is that in that discussion, I don't think the public is as aware as they should be of just how big a ratepayer subsidy there is going into that facility. Would it be possible in the discussion document about the fees and charges for the Trafalgar Centre to set out quite transparently the fact that there is effectively, for everybody that uses the Trafalgar Centre, from whether they are rock concerts or the like, about a 75% subsidy. In other words, if we were fully cost recovering, the charges would be 4 times what they were. So would it be possible to include in the consultation document more information about the cost of a facility like the Trafalgar Centre, so that we can quite transparently with our community share that trade-off between what we pay through rates as compared with fees for the facility?
The report, as I mentioned, has 3 sets of fees. The second set of fees, which includes the Trafalgar Centre costs, are for council approval now. They aren't included in the statement of proposal, so they're not going out for consultation.
How difficult would it be? I know the law says that you can increase and change those charges without going to consultation. How difficult, but we've still got the discretion if we want to, how difficult would it be to include at our consultation, given that there has been questions and discussion about it? Would it be a problem to move it into those ones that we're going to consult on?
Through the chair, no, if that's the request of the council, then we can do that.
I'd be interested in others' points of view. There are things that we've legally got to consult with, and that's what our staff have used as the guidance. But we still have a discretion of, well, what things should we have a discussion with the community about? Councillor Rainey.
For those facilities that are run by a contracted company, would the fees and charges be lower if they were run by a company if they were run without a profit margin. Essentially, that's what I'm saying. Does the profit margin of a private company have any relationship to the level of fees and charges?
Andrew, I think that might be a good one for you.
Yeah, thanks through you, Mayor Nick. I think it's a really good question. And the answer could be yes or no, depending on the company. So different organisations have different levels of overheads that are charged to activities, and sometimes those, for a highly profitable company, I imagine those overheads are lower. So there'll be a bit of an offset there. But I would say the numbers that the Mayor talked about before, actually the management contract is quite a low percentage of the total cost of having a facility of the scale of Trafalgar Centre, which comes with significant debt servicing costs through the loans to build it, and significant depreciation costs as well. So I would safely say that the cost of operating that venue through the contract is actually a minor cost for an asset of that scale.
And I'd like to add that these are significant facilities of the council, and we've gone through a very robust process to work with a partner that can deliver those facilities really well. And it's worth noting that that current company, CLM, is making sure that we are appropriately collecting those costs that in the past haven't always been done. So look, as Chief Executive, I'm really confident that we've got the right partner in this place. We went through a very robust process, and actually I don't think we would be looking at any significant reduction by changing that.
Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora koutou. Thanks very much for the report. I've just got a question of clarification, really. Early on in the report, it references there being 5.1.1 on page 76, 11 new fees at the Trafalgar Centre. But then on, I think it's page 126, where it's got the Trafalgar Centre fees and charges, I can't see where the new fees are itemised. So I'm just wondering, what are the 11 new fees, and are they kind of outlined in the report? Because it seems to have the green column, I'm assuming, is last year's price or the last price, and the orange is the proposed price. Is that correct? If that's the case, I would have thought that new fees and charges would have been zero and then had a proposed amount. So I'm just curious where they're shown.
Andrew, is yourself or Martin able to shed any more light in that area?
Through you, Mayor Nick, while Mr. Croft is going through that table the councillor refers to, I would just draw your attention to clause 7.1 plus on page 79, where there is a table of new fees for Trafalgar Centre. So that lays out, I expect, those 11 new fees in that table. It's a long report, so easy to get lost in there.
Am I understanding it correctly that the changes with the Trafalgar Centre is to provide more options about the use of the facility, where people can just rent the floor, they can rent the floor with the east stand, they can rent the floor with the west stand, or they can employ it all, which will give more options? Now, the only thing I'd say, if I have understood that correctly, that does urge me towards consulting on it, because I'm interested in getting the feedback, because it's quite a significant change over to the different ways that they can rent the facility. And I think what you've done here is a good thing, but I'd still, before we lock it in, like to hear those groups that are using it to see whether it works for them. So have I understood it correctly? And does that reinforce an argument that actually it might be worthwhile consulting about whether those different options of renting the Trafalgar Centre will work for our groups that use it?
Through the chair, that is correct. You have understood that correctly. It is about providing more opportunity for use of that facility in a way that works for the potential users, which they haven't had previously.
A further question I had was on page 94 of the report. I think staff have done a really good job of dealing with the issues around the lane hire, of which there's been quite a lot of discussion. The only thing I wondered about was that when we've got fees going to $5.90 and to $6.80 for adults and seniors, you know, you've got this charge where you can increase them by 2 or 3%. Sometimes it's more practical with areas like buses and swims just to go to the round number and then leave it for a couple of years. How much is it? Would it be more practical? And it may come, are we consulting on those swimming pool ones?
Through the chair, that's correct. We are
That's
consulting.
correct. So I welcome the solution you've come to around the children and around the lane fees. I would like to signal that when you've got charges like $6.90 or $5.90 as to whether you better to round it off for $6, but make a commitment you're going to leave it there for 2 or 3 years, just to make it more practical for both the consumers and the staff from CLM that are managing those facilities. But we can come back to that when we consider it back. Are there any other questions from colleagues? Councillor Rowland.
Thanks, Nick. I just want to turn to page, if I can, it's in the fees itself, page 118. And it just got me a wee bit confused. And it's around the TUI room at Green Meadows Centre. And everything's going up 2.2%, apart from the half main hall hire, 1 hour, which is coming down 17.9%. And I was just trying to work out, seemed to be quite a big number. There's a lot of twos, and then there's this minus 17. What's the rationale there? Sorry to be so picky. I just, my eyes saw it and I was a wee bit concerned.
Through Chair, no, it's a good question and great observation. We made a mistake in last year's fees and charges where we presented a commercial fee being lower than the community hire. So we've corrected that in this report. That's basically why one goes up and one comes down by quite a considerable way.
The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just hopping to page 83, 7.15, the increased fees for Lagoima requests. Page 83. Really just curious as to what consideration and weight has been given to the Ombudsman's previous rulings around charging above the charging guidelines issued by the Ministry of Justice.
Nikki?
Yes, just through the Mayor to reassure Council that we went through quite a process looking at all the outcomes of those recommendations. We still believe that what we're recommending here is justified and balanced.
Chris, question, is it within the guidelines?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Well, I mean, the guidelines give council advice on how to consider looking at Lagoima fees. So we're within our rights to propose this. And we think, having looked at all of the considerations, that this is a balanced approach. So I say, yes, it is.
Sorry, and just to clarify, when I'm talking about the guidelines, I'm talking about the Ministry of Justice's issued guidelines regarding official information that the Ombudsman has previously held is a good comparison for Lagoima fees, which sets the $38 per hour. Or per half hour, I should say, $76 per hour.
Yes, so what I'm saying is there is nothing in that prevents what we are suggesting. Those are not updated with any regularity and they get very out of date. What we've done is taken all the advice and guidance that's been given, and we believe this is a reasonable and allowable change.
I think if I can just wiggle between the language, I think the answer is no, it's outside the guideline, but the guideline has been unchanged since 2002, and that's 20 years ago, and 20 years of inflation equivalent of the $50 per half hour would seem to me to be perfectly reasonable. If the government's beating us up about charges and they haven't moved the guidelines in 20 years, I'm more than happy to tell the Minister of Justice, well, yes, we're not following your guideline because you ain't updated it for 20 years.
My one concern is just around the 2014 decision, which again is still 12 years after the guidelines, and they are technically updated, just the number hasn't changed. And that Ombudsman ruling was that they found the increased fees charged by council to be unreasonable and recommended that they go back to the charging guidelines.
Can I just ask a technical question? Is the charges for Lagoima request one of those that's subject to consultation or just immediately taking effect?
It will immediately take an effect.
I'm nervous. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not.
Oh, how big a hassle? Because I wouldn't mind a bit more information about this. Because the information for me is the number hasn't changed, but it has been updated. And a bit of the Ombudsman's advice. I'm not into poking the bear of the Ombudsman unless I have to. How difficult would it be if on the issue of the Lagoima requests, we, as I've suggested on the Trafalgar Centre, we include in the consultative process? And that would then enable us to make a final decision when we can get a bit more advice around the questions that the Deputy Mayor has raised. Would that be overly difficult for officers?
Through the chair, no, it means we'd have to make some changes to our statement of proposal, including setting out the proposal, which I'm assuming is what's in the report at the minute, and then some other options that might come to the council table following consultation. And I just note that councillors need to be comfortable with those changes in the statement of proposal, as there won't be enough time to come back to another council meeting before we start our consultation.
The only thing is we're not changing any of the numbers. All we'd be proposing to do is to shift a couple of these from not consulted to consulted. And with the last resolution, there is the capacity for the Mayor and the Chief Executive to be able to make those editorial changes without coming back to a council meeting. So I think we're okay. I'm happy to take advice if anybody's nervous about that from a process point of view. Deputy Mayor, what's your preference?
I was just going to ask, is it possible? I'm hopeful that my concerns are unfounded, but is it possible to approve and then at a subsequent meeting prior to the 1st of July, not changing any of the statement of proposal, go out, consult, and then when we're making decisions on those that were consulted, to change a decision should, in that process of providing further information to councillors, the need for a change emerge? I'm hopeful that it won't.
Yeah, I think what we'd like to help Nikki is just what the best pathway, because I wouldn't mind a bit more information about the questions that have been raised by the Deputy Mayor. Is the best place for us to adopt it today and then effectively to have a mechanism to undo if the information causes us concern, or better to do what I'm suggesting, and that's just include in the consultation document and make a final decision at the end? Be happy to have your preferences process.
Yes, through the Mayor, my preference would be to go with what the Deputy Mayor has suggested, because staff are very confident that we have the good reason that the Ministry of Justice requires in this case, but we can provide some further information to elected members, and if there's any concern, then it can be raised again when this comes back for deliberation.
We've got a solution. We're going to go with what the Deputy Mayor suggested that Nikki's happy to support, and in the event that the information doesn't satisfy us, well then we can revisit when we finalise the other fees. Problem solved. Any other questions? Councillor Bench. Sorry, Matthew.
You had me down before.
I did.
My concerns are the same as the Deputy Mayor's. That if we're moving access to justice to the influential, the powerful and the rich and away from other people. But there's a bigger point for me, and with all these things, we've talked about fees for venues, cost of things, which is why I've supported the CEO's transformation. Because if someone pays for Lagoima, how do they know how long it took you to do it? They've got absolutely no idea or any control. And to me, the best thing that this council can do is make the council more efficient, and whatever it takes to do that. I'm more interested in that because it should, in fact, make all these things cheaper. And as I've said, I've never applied for a Lagoima, but when you do, you must have not the faintest idea what your bill is going to be at the end. I don't know whether you can do a deal to get the information, but you're just opening a checkbook and say, here's this. Sorry, checkbooks are gone.
Can I respond to that one?
Yep.
Just to say that we would never just charge someone. Certainly, first of all, there's a period of where we provide information for free, and we clock up some hours on every single case where we do no charging. If we then find that there will be a charge, we go back to them and say, this is the amount we estimate. Is that acceptable? If not, would you like to discuss with us how we can refine your inquiry to make it cheaper and more targeted?
Okay, that's good. But I still stand by what I said before about you.
Oh, no, they're important considerations. We're a public organisation and people have a right to access information. It's that tricky balance. Can I just, I'll have a question and then I've got one for Councillor Anderson. On page 88 of the report, with respect to our charges for Building Act fees, my issue is, and I'll just be quite specific, and that is, we're setting the fees relative to the value of the works. Makes perfect sense. Then we set a maximum of those that are more than $4 million. Now, I'm hoping and praying every day that the government's going to do a $500 million or better upgrade of Nelson Hospital. Now, is the amount of work for our building consenting staff of a very complex project of that, under this, do they just get charged the $14,000, or could we say, I'm just interested in, there will be very significant cost for our building regulation team with a project of that size. I don't want us to overcharge, but I want us to fairly charge. Is the fees and charges that we're setting aside going to enable us to do that? I had a little idea if I can't be satisfied at that point. So for a very large project, is the maximum 14 grand?
Through the chair, all those fees there are deposits. So anything that basically all the time is cost recoverable. So that's just a deposit.
So the hospital fronts up with their $14,000 deposit. You keep a track of all the hours that's required. Obviously, it's likely to be far more than that. And because it's just a deposit, it'll be a sad day when the government can't pay its bills.
That's correct.
I'm happy as Larry. Thank you for the clarification. Matty. Matty and then Tim, was it?
Thanks. Just with the harbour and port stuff, have we not been charging for like hot work or berthing fees? Are these all brand new charges, and where's that money going to go?
That's correct.
So new charges, what's the interested in understand also some idea when you're doing amounts per weight of cross tunnel, those things. I was interested to get a sense of what amount of revenue is associated with these new charges.
Sure, through the chair for the first one, yes or no, we haven't had a mechanism up until now. And I guess with the divide from the port into the council of the harbour master function. So that's what this is aimed to enable. So yeah, things like processes that we're conducting daily, like hot work permits, enabling us to charge industry.
What's the total level of additional revenue that we'll be charging as a consequence of these new charges being set in the area of maritime?
It varies. Obviously, the ship anchorage is a main one. You'll see that there is what we don't want to do is double dip with port access fees. So we're very clear on there's a grace period with ships in the bay. So this is obviously part of a consultation process with ship agents and shipping companies.
My question was, do we have an idea of the revenue on the charge?
Yeah, so from that, I would estimate between $20,000 to $30,000 a year for the ship anchorage.
Out of the total of the new marine charges that are being proposed on page 91 of our agenda?
There's lots of variabilities in there.
But certainly you would have had a budget when you decided to set these charges.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be looking $40,000 to $50,000, somewhere in that region.
And have we, obviously these are new charges that other ports are applying. Are we sure we are within cooey of what other ports are proposing?
Yeah, so through the chair, you'll see, I mean, we're a bit of an outlier where we don't have a charging structure. You'll see that there's some comparisons with Marlborough, Tasman and Napier.
Thank you. Any other questions on the port charges issues? Councillor Benj.
Are you talking about ship anchorage in the bay?
Through the chair, yes, correct.
So does Tasman have the same charge?
They do, yes. We're consistent with Tasman on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanson.
Just a really brief one for me. Were Marina staff, so CE or GM, Nigel, was he involved in setting the charges?
Through the chair, no, this is completely outside the marina scope, nothing to do with the marina.
All right, are there any further discussions on this paper? I've made a suggestion, and I'm not going to do a show of hands of anything of that sort, because there has been public discussion about the Trafalgar Centre. Is the view of councillors to just simply set the charge today, or would they prefer to include it in the consultation process with the additional information I've suggested? I welcome any comments from councillors as to what their preference is. So, Councillor Rollo?
I'd like us to consult on it, Mayor Nick. It seems to be on these big event centres that we have the only place the poor people get a say is in the local newspaper. So if we can consult and really have a discussion with them, I think that's the best approach.
Any alternative point of view to Councillor Rollo on that? Can I just check, how big a job is it going to be able to move those Trafalgar Centre charges into the consultation document? Is it manageable for our office?
Through the chair, we are going out for consultation on the 11th of March, so we have a short time to do that, but yeah, we can do that. I just seek clarification. We're talking about the new charges that are proposed for council to approve today, not total charges, all of the charges at the Trafalgar Centre. Is that correct? We're talking about just the ones.
I'm happy to take guidance what's simpler. What I think you've done is a really good thing, and that is create more options how people can use the Trafalgar Centre. So they can just use the floor, or they can use one side of stand the other. I think that's a really smart way, because that addresses some of the concerns I've heard. But I just think because it's a significant change, I think it would be worthwhile having a conversation with those people that use it. And that's why my preference. I'm happy to take guidance from you, is if we are going to consult on those elements that we're changing, what's the easiest thing for officials to include within the scope of the consultation? I'll just ask that question of officials and I'll come to you, Rachel. What's easiest for you to enable us to do what in principle we want to do, and that is to enable the community to see the overall costs and see the changes that we're making.
Through the chair, the easiest, and I guess the most significant changes are the new fees that we're adding, so that's what we will be consulting on. That's
right. Councillor Sanson, so the intention is to consult on the new.
Of course, yeah.
My only comment on that, I totally understand, is that it's possibly difficult for the public to understand some charges in isolation from seeing the full picture. So if there can be a link to full charges or something, just to make it easy, because I think if I saw something, I'd be going, where's the rest of it?
Andrew?
Thanks, through you, Mayor Nick. I actually think, the point you are trying to engage with the community on through this discussion is the affordability of the Trafalgar Centre and the cost allocation between the user and the ratepayer. And the points you've made today are quite significant points around the value of a facility and the benefit of a facility. So this is a more conceptual point, I think, that you're talking about here around what is actually the right balance here in terms of who pays for the cost of that facility. And so I agree with Councillor Sanson that if you do a bit of it, it actually doesn't answer that question. So if that's the question you're trying to answer, I think it should actually be the package that we're putting out there, and seeing what feedback we get on that.
So I think what we'd like our officers to do is to include in the consultation document that's before us thing that enable us to be able to understand the full scope of the changes and that balance. If you ask me, what we're trying to do here is trying to get a good balance between the ratepayer subsidy and the amount that's used. But also, I'm very keen for us to be using that facility more. And there's always a balance. If you set the price too low, then you don't get much revenue. You set it too high, and often there is all sorts of individuals that are trying to get that optimum pricing. And I think doing a consultation will help us find that landing place. And I think we've got confidence in our officials with the discretion that's in Exercise 6 to be able to facilitate a good consultation around that question. The Chief Executive?
Yeah, I agree, because I think I'm often asked by the public to waive all the fees. I can waive all the fees, but the problem is somebody has to pay for it, and that's the ratepayer, and there's a balance. So it's really important that we hear from the public, how do they, and I think it is finding that right balance. And hopefully we can put this debate around community groups having it for free or having to support the cost of the ratepayer. So it's a good discussion to have. I think let's include the whole thing.
Councillor Skinner.
Thanks for that. And sorry if I've missed, it's been answered. In regards to waste disposal, I see that's going up 6.4%, as in looking at 7.14 on page 82. I see it's quite a jump in the waste fees, Waste Recovery Centre, and I see the reasoning is increased fees at the Nelson Waste Recovery Centre to match the 6.4% landfill gate fee increase. Just clarify, is that because we're taking that through the gate and that we've a charge that we've got to recover, or is this just for being similar to the gate fee increase?
Who can best clarify this increase in fees, Mark?
So through the chair, the landfill business unit in their business plan agreed to increase their fees by 2.2% after the new $5 MFE levy was applied. And so the solid waste charges for the Nelson Waste Recovery Centre need to match those fees, otherwise we operate at a loss.
So effectively, as I understand the answer, we're actually only increasing our component by 2.2%, but this is another example where central government has increased their levy by $5 a tonne, and that has to be carried through.
Yes.
And so we're actually only increasing our council costs by inflation. The other increase is associated with government's decision to increase the levy. Great to have that clarity.
So for the sake of the public, MFE levy, can you just explain what MFE is for the public?
Ministry for the Environment, and it's the waste disposal levy that was part of the Waste Minimisation Act.
So, and we're saying basically what we're saying, that 6.4% increase recovery, 2.2% that is CPI, which is added. The rest is from levies outside of our control.
Mark?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Am I being too simple there?
No, you're on the money.
Thank you. Yeah, and there's some things levers we can pull and some we can't, but it's getting incredibly expensive for waste disposal. You're getting just, as you can see from the list there, and it's starting to really have adverse effects. And I understand there's costs that we can't get around, but I'm also very much concerned about some of those costs that we do have. But it's probably not the place to debate that further. But I just want to highlight that we make these incremental increases. Some of them are very much needed. Some I debate aren't, but these incremental increases add up very quickly, and I can see that happening now and over the last few years. Thank you.
I was responsible for introducing the waste levy as Minister for the Environment in 2009 at $10 a tonne. I am really surprised and were coughed on my cornies when I saw that it had got up to over, I think it's now $60 a tonne, which is a massive increase. There's a separate discussion, I think, for us to have in our engagement with government of just them understanding how much pressure people are now feeling under with respect to these costs that we're having to impose on it. And there'll always be a balance there.
Well, a some increase in comments there, Nick. I think we need to push back on the government where we can, method we can on that, because it's getting unsustainable. Thank you.
Does somebody know what the cost of the levy now is? Is it 60?
Through the chair, I can confirm.
Let's take a question from Matthew while we just get clarity on that piece of information.
I just wanted clarification on something the Chief Executive Officer said. He said I can waive the fees for the Trafalgar Centre. Is that?
I'm regularly asked to waive the fees for the Trafalgar Centre. I never do.
No. Do you have the authority to reduce or waive the fees?
I think.
Never been tested.
Can I have a go at that answer? I do think you need to consider alongside that the council in its long-term plan has specifically set aside a fund for subsidising some of our council rented facilities. And so the chief executive with our staff do have the opportunity to draw some funds from that source to cross-subsidise. The fee still has to be paid. It's just that we've got another pot of funds that the chief executive and staff. Have I got that correct, Martin?
I'm not. Chair, that is correct.
I'm not questioning Nigel's integrity and ability to do it. I was interested in the fact that he was able to.
No, I said that I'm often requested to do so, and I haven't attempted to do so. It would be a slippery slope, because I get many requests, and they're all very clear and valued requests. But the problem is, as soon as you do it for one group, you've got to do it for every group. So look, you set the fees and charges. What I do want to say here on record is, look, it would be very tempting for the staff to lift these fees and charges above CPI. For the vast majority of these charges, you'll see that they are at CPI. In the past, we've raised them above that because our cost base is going up, and it keeps going up, and it's really difficult to do this. So I want to commend the staff for their work and making sure they've kept the costs down to the public. But it's always a balance, and you set the fees and charges, and I think this is about at the right level, and we'll hear from the public now.
The only concern I had with the public consultation process is with the law allowing us to do a CPI, and the vast majority of these charges are just during CPI. The only ones we're consulting on are those that are not CPI, and that does create it for somebody picking up the consultation document. It's a little bit misleading that actually the bulk of the charges are only going up by CPI. Then we just need to get that right in the comms around the consultation document.
Through the chair, one of the amendments that I spoke about at the beginning of the report is around that the wording is incorrect. The majority of the fees within the consultation document are CPI or below. So we just don't want to mislead people in that way.
Good for you to provide that clarity. Mark.
Through the chair, so the current levy is $60, and at 1 July 25 it'll be 65, and 2026 70, and 27 75. So they're proposing.
My memory was correct on that one. We're wrong on the earlier one. So it's gone from 10 to 60, and it's heading to 75. And that's going to flow through. And in a separate discussion, councillors may wish to have some engagement, Councillor Skinner, around engagement with government about the flow-on impact for that for our public. All right. I think that wraps up the question. Is there a councillor that's prepared to move the recommendations? Councillor Sanson is happy to move. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? That being the case, I'll put the resolutions 1 to 6. Those that are in favour will please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary will say no. That is carried. It's my intention to adjourn council. I am going to be rude and trim councillors' lunchtime. When we return at 1:10, 20 minutes for lunch, it's my intention to move on to the climate change strategy. Council is adjourned until 1:10. Paul Pepperton and Nikki Wagner before the table on item 6.5 on page 174 of our agenda. If there are other officers involved in the climate change team, we're more than happy to have them up at the table as well. This is a big piece of work, and I do in opening it want to acknowledge the work that Councillor Aaron Stallard has done in leading the work of the task force, and also your own huge amount of work, Rachel, that has gone in and getting to this point. I'll ask you to present the report. Can I just give notice to councillors of the process question? What I'd like to do is to allow our officers to ask questions on the report. Councillor Stallard has indicated he wishes to move the resolution. I have circulated an amendment that Then like to second. The way I'd like to handle the debate would be to allow the debate on the officers' recommendations to deal with that completely, and then deal separately with the amendment is my intention.
Just a process question. So
Yeah,
you're
sure.
going to second the main resolutions, and then are you planning to move your amendment?
No, I hadn't mentioned anything about the seconding, and I took from the little hand that went up that you were keen to second the resolution on the opening resolution, and more than happy with that. The main thing I was going to indicate to councillors was to have two separate debates, one on the officers' recommendations, and then a separate debate on my amendment.
So maybe you said and then second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, sorry. I just think it's better to separate those two debates so we can deal with the work as it's come through from the task force in one. So over to yourself, Nikki and Rachel.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. The draft Whakatū Nelson climate change strategy is designed to guide both council and the Nelson community in tackling the two critical challenges of climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and preparing for its inevitable impacts. Today, we are seeking your approval to release the draft strategy for community feedback. The strategy includes the draft Climate Action Plan, which outlines key initiatives led by Council and iwi aligned with the strategy's overarching goals. While the current action plan is a vital starting point, we recognise it's not enough to achieve our targets. So we want to hear from the community about actions already being taken by businesses and organisations, as well as explore further steps the Council could take. These new council actions will be considered during the long-term plan, and the climate action plan will be updated after that to incorporate them. And this will help close the gap between where we are now and where we need to be to reach the strategy's objectives. The strategy also presents two options for emissions reduction targets for the community. Option A aligns with national emissions budgets and targets, while option B reflects the IPCC goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're inviting the community to provide feedback on both those options. Additionally, the strategy proposes a new council emissions reduction target specifically for transport and energy emissions. The strategy has been developed with significant input from Ngā Iwi o Tito Ihu and the Climate Change Advisory Group, a group of experts and community representatives who have supported its creation. I want to express my gratitude to the advisory group members, Debs Martin, who chaired the group, Anna Berthelsen, Karen Driver, David Eyre, Jim Sinner, Astrid Sayer and Claire Scott. Thanks also to the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum and particularly Joanna Santa Barbara for their ongoing support for this work. Finally, the next steps following consultation on the strategy, so provided you support the release of the strategy for public consultation, we'll run a period of community engagement between 10th of March and 17th of April. And then following that, the strategy will be revised to reflect the feedback and council will be asked to adopt the final version. Thank you. Mayor Nick, I hand to you now for any questions and debate.
Okay. Aaron, did you want to make, this is a substantive discussion, did you want to make any opening comments? I will get you to formally move the resolution when it comes through, but before we go into questions on behalf of the task force, did you want to add anything that from what Rachel had said?
No, that's a good introduction, and I'll save it for when I open and debate. Thanks.
Good as gold. Questions? Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you. I think I raised it when we
went through the workshop, but I just want to clear because I had some more people question me. So the targets that we've put forward in here, with the central government's announcement and the feedback that we had at the end of last week through media about how more businesses are pulling out of their emission schemes and about the other avenues that were available because the central government took away incentives or ways to support them to make those changes. Do you think when this goes out for community consultation that we may get back some feedback to say that we've aimed too high or overshot with the targets and the uptake? Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. So option A of the 2 community emissions reduction targets is aligned with the government's current emissions budget. So government is still committed to achieving those. Option B is the more ambitious of the 2, and that is aligned with the IPCC's 1.5 degree goal. In terms of your question about whether we may get comments from businesses about this being too hard to achieve, that is a realistic possibility. However, nothing in the strategy imposes any direct obligations or costs on businesses, and this is a draft strategy that we're seeking feedback on. Looking at other council emissions reduction targets all over the country, ours is not much more, it's sort of in line with what other councils are doing. We're not going way out on a limb in the targets that we're proposing to set.
And just to follow up on that is that this is a live working document, so the information that comes back from the community we can still work through to get to that, because as the key word there, it's a draft, and it would still then become an ongoing living document even after that process.
So it's a draft at this stage, and we're seeking community feedback from the 10th of March to the 17th of April. And after that, council will be asked to adopt the final strategy. The idea is that the strategy is an enduring document, so we're not intending to keep changing that. That's different from the Climate Action Plan, which is going to be updated every 3 years following the long-term plan.
A couple of questions from me. The first of those is we have 78 councils across New Zealand. Roughly what portion of them would have set community emission reduction targets?
About a third have set community emissions reduction targets.
My second question is a bit nerdy, and I will give it context because I think it is one of the questions we have down the track. The targets that we're setting are using gross emissions. When we had the work done by the Right Tree, Right Place Task Force, one of the things they highlighted in our community is that we're unusual as a council in that we have an area of about 10,000 hectares of forests. And one of the opportunities that we could have in future is to substantially increase the pest control in that forest, that native forest. And as a consequence, it would absorb substantially more biomass and apply to, and maybe one of the measures that would make sense not just from a biodiversity point of view, but also from a climate change perspective, in that if that big forest is absorbing a lot more carbon. What is officers' advice in this choice about whether the target is gross or net as to how that might influence the decision?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Nick. So that's an important point that we're proposing to set a gross emissions target, and that is looking at total emissions rather than net, which is factoring in forestry and carbon sequestration, as the Mayor's pointed out. So the reason why we have proposed a gross emissions target is because that leads to emissions being reduced at source rather than relying on offsetting, which has a number of problems, including double counting of offsetting and uncertainty around forestry harvesting cycles. However, it is important that council considers the net, so that's carbon sequestration and making decisions. So on page 18, where we outline the targets, we've included a note that says, although gross emissions target is preferred, council will still consider the benefits of carbon sequestration in making decisions. And unless anyone has a suggestion of how else we could consider that. I think that's the most pragmatic approach while still going for a gross emissions reduction target.
Follow-up question. We further the climate change action plan. In a couple of years' time, you come to us and you say, look, you've got the option of doing this with our wastewater treatment plant. You've got this option of putting some solar panels. But actually, the option that's going to cost the least and get the biggest reductions would we at that stage be able to review this decision over the gross or net and to say, actually, now we've got this further information, we actually think we might have got this incorrect. I don't want to prejudge it or hold it up, but we could actually make a decision to switch to a net emissions target at that time if our subsequent work shows that that might be our optimum response.
Absolutely. Although I said in response to Councillor Brand's question about this being a document that could be changed at any time, I think if significant new information comes out and there's a good reason for reconsidering the targets, then Council can take that decision.
And when we finally adopt the strategy, after the consultation, how regularly would you expect, and have we indicated how regularly we would review the strategy?
I would say that only if something significant and material comes up that indicates that the strategy is the course that we are on, and implementing the strategy is no longer fit for purpose. I wouldn't want to regularly review it because that opens it up to being changed readily and putting in place uncertainty. We want this to be the enduring direction that Council follows unless there is a change in circumstance.
I might just tease that out when we come to the end, in the sense that the Climate Change Commission has got these 5-year targets, which some of this is based on, and in determining any future reviews, and it might be a issue to discuss further with the task force as to whether it would make some sense to align reviews of the documents with the process by the New Zealand Climate Change Commission. Other questions?
Just to add to that, if I can, Mayor Nick. So the emissions reduction, the emissions budgets that government has set, so those are supposed to be, once they're set, they're not supposed to be changed, but the Climate Change Response Act lists a few circumstances where that might be, the emissions budgets might need to be reconsidered. So we could look at those grounds and that might be suitable for the strategy being reconsidered as well.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Anderson.
Just a couple of questions. What are the Ngāti Koata, Ngāti Kuia projects?
So the Ngāti Kuia and Ngāti Koata projects are listed at the back of the Climate Action Plan. I won't go through them all because you can read them.
Oh, that's all right. I'll have a read.
Yeah, so it's section 3 of the Climate Action Plan, and there's quite a few projects in there.
And who are Te Ohu Tai Ao? Is that a thing, or is it just a couple of people?
Te Ohu Tai Ao is the environmental practitioners group, so they represent all of the 8 Tito Ihu iwi. So Council has 3 iwi forums that provide advice on Council policies and documents, and it's one of the 3, the environmental practitioners group.
And just as far as overshooting, I also see that risks and disadvantages talks about legal risk. What is our legal risk if we're aiming to overshoot and don't do that?
Yeah, so the risk of not meeting emissions reduction targets is primarily reputational. However, there is a growing trend of organisations holding government and businesses as well to account to their targets. So there's a possibility of case law or us being taken to court on the targets. It really, we can decide how we want to phrase the targets as to how much kind of wiggle room we have. So yeah, it depends on really how much we want to hold ourselves accountable to those targets.
And the last one, option B, one of the advantages, talks about it will drive action now rather than delaying action. How does that differ from option B? Is there a delay? Option A?
Yeah, so option A is based on the government's emissions budgets, and those are progressively more ambitious as we go towards 2035, recognising there's a bit of lag time often between when you put in place policies and when you see the effect in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Whereas option B is, at the moment, a straight line pathway out to 2035. However, we have said in the phrasing of option B, reduce all greenhouse gas emissions, excluding biogenic methane, by an average of 8.3% every year between 2025 and 2035. And on the graph, we've said that the graph is a linear pathway. We have choices about which way, so we're not bound to follow that exact pathway.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Sansom?
Just a question of clarification, really, because I feel like I should have identified it already, but the kind of enhancing the biodiversity, so carbon sequestration and health of the 10,000 hectares, is that actually in our action plan? It's a really good point that me and Nick raised it. I mean, I haven't been able to see it under thriving biodiversity in the action plan, which I feel like
it might not be specifically in there, but we'll probably have the work program lines, but we can double check that it's in there.
Yeah, I feel like it's a miss on my part because it's one of the things I've been advocating for 5 years. So sorry if I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, we can
talk about working with landowners. So maybe it just needs to include council.
Councillor Hodgson.
Sure. I just want to understand the the council emissions target a little bit better and just how that applies from a policy, like an internal kind of policy making approach and choosing what activities we undertake. Where we've focused in on these areas of transport and energy. And I suppose my question is, if we have a certain amount of funds allocated to emissions reduction activities, and we're not quite there on these transport and energy sectors within council, but we see an opportunity for greater emissions reductions, maybe by a grant to a community group. How do we apply that policy to make sure that we are meeting our own targets, but not potentially kind of compromising greater emissions reduction or better value for money emissions reduction by having that community target that is slightly different to council's target?
So for everyone's benefit, the new council emissions reduction target that we're proposing is 43% reduction in gross emissions for transport and energy sectors from 2017-18 levels by 2030, and that equates to an average of 4.8% reduction per year. So there is currently a section in all reports that go to council on climate change. So we intend to use that a lot better than we have previously to highlight which projects will align with this target and help us to meet those goals. As to whether there's a specific fund set up for these kind of projects, that would have to be considered through the long-term plan. Nikki, do you have any comments on that? No, okay.
I suppose my question is, if we see opportunities, say through the long-term plan, we're choosing to make decisions and allocate funding, but we know that we're not on track for council's target, but with the funds we have available, we really want to make the best emissions reductions possible, and we see that might be something that's outside of our own balance sheet, our own scope of activities. Are we compromising, or are we compromising our own policy by choosing to go the community route rather than addressing our own challenges first?
Through the chair, no, it's not compromising the strategy, because the strategy encompasses both council and community, and it would be quite valid to look at an activity and decide on on the basis of the highest value, whether that's in terms of emissions reduction or better adaptation, and that may be one within council, or you may choose to put that money to the community. They would all be about meeting the strategy outcomes, so that would be completely valid. But yes, you might find that one set of targets are doing better than the other, but that will be for council to decide how to allocate more money in different areas to try to achieve both council and community targets.
Okay. Councillor Stallard, are you happy to formally move? And Councillor Sanson to second. We'll end questions there and hand it over to the debate. Councillor Stallard.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, officers Pemberton and McDonald. This, as Joanna Santa Barbara did say earlier today, this is a significant day, a culmination of many years' work that started with the previous council term, I believe. And I think the document that we have is something that we can be proud of, that does set a blueprint for our direction into the future, and that I am very happy to stand by during this consultation period and beyond that. I'd echo all the thank yous that Officer Pemberton extended to members of the Climate Community Advisory Group, the specialists from outside the council, our task force members, and the valued contribution of iwi Māori as tangata whenua and mana whenua. So today we are considering whether to make this public release of the draft for consultation. So we do not have to agree with everything within it, and we certainly hope that we'll get a lot of good feedback, but we just need to agree that today is the day we start that discussion. At its heart, the strategy is about how we as a region can do our fair share to tackle climate change. Now, this is important because we cannot control what a city of similar size in Canada or Germany or China can do with their policies or their response to the climate crisis. We can control our own emissions. So the fair share concept lies at the heart of what is being proposed here. Recognising that at a global level, the situation is the accumulation of many, many actions of individuals and businesses and councils and regions and so on. So our emission reduction efforts are just as important as any other council in the world, any other individual, any other household. The targets, we don't have to worry that we're standing alone on these. These are bringing us into alignment with the government, with the Climate Leaders Coalition, which is around 100 CEs from some of our largest companies that together make up 30% of our GDP. And they effectively have targets that are option B, the stricter one that we're considering today. The alignment's important because we know we can have the greatest chance of success if we all move together in the same direction. We're talking a lot about mitigation, but in terms of adaptation, I know we're getting a lot of feedback and questions that are saying when we're actually going to talk to certain suburbs, certain communities about what the options are for the future. And all I'll say is that starting very soon, those meaningful conversations and getting concrete plans in place. The strategy has an action plan, as you expect. Strategy tells us where we want to go and basically how, and the action plans are policies and actions that will take us to the targets and goals. Now, it's a bit of a quirk that the action plan is pretty much all the climate-related actions from our long-term plan, so that's at least a year old now, whereas the strategy is still in front of us to be adopted, so they don't perfectly align at the moment. So we do have our first body of work, if we do adopt this strategy formally, is to think of new actions and policies that will ensure the action plan points us directly towards those targets and goals. That has implications for Nick's amendment, but we'll come to that soon. In terms of costs, really important area of work when we're looking at adaptation mitigation. I think what we should always bear in mind is that the cost of inaction is basically incalculable. Because we are changing the climate on the only planet known to support life, we are bringing about rapid environmental change. And I use those words deliberately because if you did go to the great exhibition at the museum on the 6 extinctions, then we know that each of those extinction events, they have a trigger, which most commonly is unusually intense volcanism. It could be a meteorite. But that trigger leads to a long period where we do have the stuff that actually kills all the creatures, which is rapid environmental change. That's what the science tells us. That's the key thing. We should avoid rapid environmental change. The effect on our GDP, latest estimates by respected researchers, about 20% decline by 2050. If you read a report by the Institute of Faculty of Actuaries in the UK, it's 50 to 70% decline later in the century. That's just GDP. The cost in an environmental sense is much greater, I would argue. I would like to speak just a little about change. The strategy and the action plans do represent change. Over the past 70 years, as we first came out of the devastation of World War II, we have seen unprecedented change in all aspects of society and culture and economy, and that will continue no matter what. Our job, and especially with this strategy, is to shape the direction of change so it takes us to where we want to be and delivers good outcomes. So we must embrace change. That's the reality of our situation. Our job is to shape its direction. In terms of the consultation, I do look forward to engaging with the community, receiving all forms of feedback, really looking forward to difficult conversations with people who might have a different view or see barriers in the way. They are arguably the most valuable conversations we can have. We want to know how the strategy can be improved, about people's concerns. And I think it's important through all of this that we as elected members and the community keep in front of our minds that taking climate action can be an extremely meaningful and enjoyable part of our lives. Now, the word meaningful is key here because it is a confusing topic. I think when I speak to individuals, they don't know what they can best do, and people have anxiety about the topic. So if we can provide a clear path and people can feel they're taking the appropriate action for things within their sphere of influence, then that can be very meaningful. We know we can all have good lives while living in a sustainable and responsible way. And we owe the transition to this way of living to ourselves and all of life on Earth, and certainly to future generations. So the one thing I hope is that my colleagues might appreciate the many opportunities that are presented by this strategy to shape the direction of inevitable change that will deliver the outcomes that we want.
Thanks, Councillor Stello. The seconder wish to take the spot now or further in the debate?
I'll just wait.
Other contributions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Minik. Kia ora. Yeah, it's been said that this is a strategy that we should be incredibly proud of. And I feel a little bit hesitant in claiming that because I know how much work has gone into this, from the task force to the advisory group to our team to the climate forum. And I feel like it's only kind of at this stage where we're coming on board. But I do think that as a council and a community, we can be tremendously proud of this. The document is really good. It's helpful. It's helped to unjumble my own thinking about how we respond to the challenge of climate change as a community, and it uses simple, plain language, and I think it will help other people to come on board as well. And it unites us around a common goal and sets clear expectations and responsibilities. I like that we're looking at reducing emissions at source. I think it's ambitious but achievable, and it gives us a better long-term outcome from my understanding. But I do also echo the comments that if the information changes, we should be willing to adapt with it. The two community targets, I think, are good. Have a range of perspectives on that, but I think they provide a good basis for dialogue, especially as we go out for consultation. And once we have a target in place, it's a great opportunity for measurement and reporting. I see, and you would have seen in my questions earlier, I do see the aspirations and the intent of council's emissions target for our own council emissions, but I feel uncertain about that, and I do think potentially we're making a mistake just in that area. we're targeting emissions in specific sectors and setting a more ambitious target than the community target and the national target, which are matching. It is true, in my view, that we should, the principle of getting our own house in order first. But I do think that when we draw an artificial line between emissions, the only outcome that I can see is less effective emissions reduction. I don't think the planet cares where emissions come from, but we might. I think that we should target the best value for money emissions reduction, and I do think we should do more of it. Now, it could be argued that by setting an example as a council, we spur others into action. I do think that that is true. But if that's the case, let us be really clear and celebrate that we have already exceeded our existing emissions reduction target. And we've by 89% and reduced our emissions from about 72,000 tonnes down to 8,000 tonnes. And that is worth celebrating and acknowledging. I think that our example should be this. We do acknowledge we have a pressing challenge in responding to climate change, and it will squeeze our community right to its core. And so we need to be smart, thoughtful, and strategic in our approach. It goes without saying that if there are obvious and easy wins available within council, then yes, we should take them. But if those wins exist outside of our own balance sheet, we shouldn't compromise our ability to act as well. And you could say also that nothing is stopping us from doing both. We could take all the wins and then also exceed council's targets and the community targets. But this does forget the balance that we do need to strike. People don't like to hear this. I mean, no one wants to hear it. And I think we all acknowledge it around this table. There is a sense that we need to give this everything. But to give this everything means that we also remember that we are responsible as a council for so much. And it is hard for our community to respond to climate change if people can't get to work, if they can't afford their rates, if they can't access clean water, if their recreation and well-being is suffering. So there is a balance that we have to strike. On that basis, I support all of the resolutions except for resolution number 2. And I wonder if we could just take that one separately when we go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as Chair indicate, I'm more than happy if there are any other requests to take the resolutions separately. I'm now going to make my own contribution. I want to again compliment the work that's gone into the strategy. It's a good document. It is going to help a well-informed discussion in our community about many of the science and risks of climate change. But I've also got quite a concern about some of the key gaps around the practicality and also the costs. I think there is risk of overreach in both those areas. The first area of overreach is about the council's role in climate change. And I've heard people say that, oh, the council has got no role at all. I strongly disagree. If we're going to beat the issue of climate change, we need the UN at a global level to do its bit. We need governments and countries to do their bit. We need councils, we need iwi, we need business, and we need individuals to all do their share of the work. So I'm totally on board in saying we've got a role here. But we do need to keep in perspective the size of that role. The report notes that our council emissions are 8,000 tonne, our communities are 330,000. That means we're 2.5% of this town's emissions. If we take the national figures, Nelson region has the lowest per capita emissions of any region in New Zealand, and we're 0.4% of those. And then New Zealand, remembering this is a global problem, is that New Zealand's emissions are less than 0.2% of those globally. So the amount of emissions that we have as council is 2.5% of 0.4% or of 0.2%. It is very small. And I just want us to keep that sense of realism and perspective when we go forward. I'm actually the opposite to Councillor Hodgson. I'm actually far more confident about our capacity to reduce our own emissions internally and the 600 tonne target that's set in this document. It's the community emissions, of which I have to say we need to understand just how bold and challenging this is. The report says that we aim to reduce emissions either by the two different numbers over 330,000 tonnes of community emissions. Under target A of 6.8% reduction, that says we're going to reduce emissions by 22,000 tonne per year, or if we take the harder ambition, it's 27,000 tonne per year. And then the report gives some examples. And I do ask these questions quite seriously. To achieve target A of the reduction emissions of 6.8% per year, with the report acknowledging that the introduction of e-buses in 2023 led to a 1,000 tonne reduction, that means we have to do 22 e-bus size projects every year for the next 10 years. Now, the chief executive and our infrastructure manager has said to me, doing the e-bus project in the time frame we did, which was over 3 years, was a huge stretch. How do we expect to be able to do 22 of that size project every year in this community? 22 every year for a decade. Or we could take the numbers in the report about the crematorium, which would reduce emissions by 100 tonne. That means we'd need to do 225 crematorium projects per year to meet the lower targets. Or if I looked at the solar panels on Green Meadows, and we look at the 18 tonne reduction in emissions, that means that we would need to do 6 projects of putting solar panels on Green Meadows, 6 every day of every year for 10 years. And I just say those figures to say that I have a concern about the practicality of those community emissions. And then I come to the issue of cost. The report rightly acknowledges that the costs are significant. And the question is just how big they are. Let me give you my cut on the numbers. If we go with target A and we take the e-bus example, the e-bus example cost $8,900 per tonne to reduce emissions. That means to meet target A would be $200 million per year, or $2 billion over a decade. Or if we chose target B, $2.4 billion over the decade. If we use the numbers in the report on the crematorium, that number goes up to $240 million a year, or $2.4 billion, and up to $3 billion if we set the more ambitious targets. If you use the numbers of the solar example, the figure works out at $4.7 billion for the lower target and $5.7 for the bigger target. And then the report goes on and says, well, we don't know what combination of things we might do to meet these climate change targets. And it notes 11 things under both option A and option B that you could bring together to do it. If I just take one of those items, which is the targets around the number of EVs in our community, the cost of target A is $1.6 billion, and for target B is $1.8 billion. Now that's only one of 11 things that you would need to do. The reality is, and we need to be honest, that the targets being proposed here for the community is billions and billions of dollars. And I'd also make this point. The only time that there has been a significant reduction in New Zealand emissions was during COVID. During COVID, New Zealand's emissions dropped by 3%. And to achieve that 3% reduction, we had to stop everything. Everybody stayed home, factories closed, people did nothing. And that's to achieve a 3% reduction in emissions. And we're proposing that we need to do 6 or 8. Now, this council's 150 years old. In that 150 years, we've built up in assets of $2.5 billion. Are we really giving the level of scrutiny to the costs around these targets when we know that they are billions of dollars? And I say that no, we're not, and I'll be reluctant to sign up to them without additional information. My worry in going out to the community without being more explicit about the costs is that if you went to our community and said, do you want to spend billions and billions of dollars on reducing our emissions, they might have a very different view if you've got no mention of the identification of them. Now, we've had some healthy discussions in the Climate Change Task Force over this issue, and the Chair's done a great job of doing it. And I do acknowledge that trying to specify these numbers is difficult. But I am worried that we're going to go out to the community. The community is going to say very strongly, do more and more and more, and not get a realism around the scale of the challenge and the costs that are associated with it. I also worry that if you're a business out there and you think these billions of dollars of costs are unrealistic, you're going to be very reluctant to make a submission to the process. Nobody wants to be the negative person on climate change. Somebody has to bring some realism and some cost into the debate. And that is the reason that while I'm supporting going out with the consultation, I'm proposing some further amendments so that we can make good decisions in this difficult space. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. In a number of ways, I think you've perfectly articulated my deep frustration when it comes to discussing climate change policy and trying to take action, is that every single year, the case goes, it's getting far too expensive, it's going to cost even more, and it's going to be incredibly disruptive. So we should minimize how much we're doing. Guess what happens the very next year? It gets more expensive and more disruptive. If we had been having a serious, not just conversation, but seriously taking action 20 years ago, well, hopefully I wouldn't feel the need, one, to have engaged so early in these debates and discussions out of a deep fear for the world that we will inherit 50 years from now and the world that we will pass on to future generations. I completely agree. Actually reducing our emissions to a level that will keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius, even accepting the significant impact that that level of warming will have on communities globally, is going to be incredibly hard. But the question I ask is, if we don't do it, if we don't take that on, what's worse for the world? Our concerted effort now and the costs of that, or the immense ecological, environmental, and social devastation that we will hand on to everyone who comes after us. Right now, if we were to just take the NDC's nationally developed contributions, we're on track for 2.7 degrees of warming. We're already seeing the very real impacts and the very real costs. The billions of dollars that Cyclone Gabrielle has cost this country, the tens of millions of dollars locally we've had to pay out of the August 22 event. Those aren't going to get less frequent, they're going to be significantly more. And as Councillor Stallard said, we genuinely just can't contemplate, let alone calculate, the costs of regular droughts, floods, and increased extreme weather phenomena. And so when we talk about targets, and especially when we talk about them in terms of, aspirational or lofty targets, they are not. They are scientifically determined targets about keeping our world livable. And yes, our job then isn't to fight reality. It's to look at what are the tools that we have to be able to do what we can to hand down a better world to future generations. And that's why I really want to commend the huge amount of work that's gone into the strategy over many years, because it does that. It starts to give us the framework in which to grapple with what will be incredibly difficult decisions. And often there is quite pronounced trade-offs between cost and disruption. If we seriously wanted to reduce emissions overnight in the city, we would introduce a very high congestion price charge. We would then take all of the income from that and pour it into public transport and sustainable or active transport options. We know that transport is by far our largest emitter. That would deliver far greater gains than just investing in an e-bus system alone has given us. There are so many tools on the table. Not all of them directly available to us as councils, but across the community, central government and local government, we do hold the solutions within our communities to help shape more livable, sustainable communities. And I'm really hopeful that this strategy can help guide us and lead us through those challenging conversations, because we cannot afford to block our ears and ignore the harsh reality that is confronting us. The only thing we can do is start taking action now so that the curve is less steep than it will be if we only start taking action 3 years or 5 years from now, or say that we will delay our action into the 2030s when, unfortunately, for some of us, we won't be able to wash our hands or say that we're out of the game. We'll still be very much in the thick of it, having to work through these problems. So to me, this always comes back to the question of, do we take responsibility for our actions now, or do we make other people take responsibility for our actions later? And to me, that is the easiest choice. And I'm just so proud of the work that has gone in to develop a strategy that not only acknowledges that, but provides a genuine pathway forward to a future that we can all be proud of.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you. This is a huge, huge issue. However, if you come to an intersection and a truck has hit a bus and their body's strewn everywhere, the first thing you have to do is stop the bleeding. And Nick, you make the point that Nelson is a small part of New Zealand, council is a smaller part of Nelson, and so forth. But that's our bit of stopping the bleeding. And if you extrapolate what you've said and down to a human level, there's no point in us doing a damn thing. Because the amount that each individual human contributes, there wouldn't be enough noughts to put on the page. But that's the sort of thing that makes people jump off a bridge. So we have to do our bit of stopping the bleeding now. And then we have to look at what we can do. And it is enormous. If we're going to have any effect, we have to stop using concrete, steel, plastic, and ammonia. Those are the 4 pillars of what's wrong. And that will take a change for us as humans. And my personal opinion is that we have to reduce it to that level so that we get buy-in and we get people involved. And if we don't, people are going to make those same comments. What difference does it make? What difference? I'm not going to make any difference. I don't think that we will, because I don't think the rest of the world will stop. And the biggest challenge is preparing for what's going to happen. And it's going to happen. And nature's going to kick us in the arse so hard, we're not going to be able to walk for a long, long time. And the less we do, the bigger that kick's going to be. So I think there's huge amounts we can do. I think there's huge amounts we can do locally to get our citizens to buy in on a level where they can participate. And as I said, it's my opinion. I don't think the solution is high up. It's at the individual level. You need to get them to work. Schools are doing it. And that's the generation that are going to deal with this, most of it. So I think it comes down to that small level, and we do have the ability to influence people and shorten the chain of everything. We could shorten our food chain here immensely if we wished. I went into Connings a few days ago to just have a look at the food chain there. It's something I know something about. There would be 10% of the products in there produced here. And yet people think that that's all coming from here. It's not. So, yes, it's a huge problem. Yes, how do you grapple with it? I could take any little piece out of this and probably tear it to pieces and say we haven't done enough or we're doing too much or whatever. but we have to address it. And I think we have to address it on an individual human level. And we have to show, the council has to show leadership in that.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Brand and then Councillor Sanson.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I know people talk about emissions, they get into like transport and stuff like that, but I'm going to come at it from a different angle because this is something I'm sort of learning a little bit more about. And well, I don't know if because you're talking about, examples of death or dying or people jumping off bridges or things like that, but I'm coming back to cremation because we use in New Zealand fire cremation, and that actually uses a hell of a lot of energy. It also puts carbon monoxide, fine soot, sulfur dioxide, and heavy metals into the atmosphere. But in the States, they've been using water cremation. Now, this is 90% more efficient and effective and provides less emissions into the air. In New Zealand, we're only just looking at that now. It has been used for human bodies in the States for 24 years. Christchurch is only just now looking to get set up to use that. Now, the targets that we set, if we are so slow in uptake of using effective and efficient technology that reduces emissions in other countries, but we're so slow in New Zealand to pick it up because this is what is recorded in one of the journals that have done the research. It talks about water cremation states on its website that there is no direct emissions of harmful greenhouse gases or mercury to the atmosphere. The process does not burn any fossil fuels and it's very energy efficient, creating a greater than 90% energy savings compared to flame cremation with 10% on the carbon foot. So if we were looking at realistic timeframes of when we can achieve the targets we've put out here and not just trying to put it all on transportation, because as you've already mentioned, we did the e-bus and that would take 22 projects over this time period, one each year kind of thing at that cost. But if we're encouraging other businesses and organisations that can look at their technology and what is available and what is working overseas and help them with the uptake to provide that here. And I'm thinking also because we do have a older population and we are looking at a joint cemetery process because we're running out of land for burials and things. But under the water cremation, you're actually a clean, so it's actually white. And you can actually, for those that wish to have the ongoing memory, could use that in your garden to help your tree grow and stuff like that. So you wouldn't be needing an actual plot as such. And you wouldn't have to worry about what is planted on top of that before it affects the roots and kills the plant life. So there's options out there available, but how are we having the conversation? How are we engaging with the community to uptake that? And that's what I think this strategy does. It encourages the community and other businesses and organisations to look at what technology is available that they can use that is more effective or efficient to create the reductions down and hit those emission targets. But my only concern is because of our central government constant change and what way they support the incentives around this and uptakes in areas for it to work, is the time frame and the targets realistic to enable those people to get on board or find the technologies or the solutions that are being used worldwide that we could use here in little old New Zealand in a little speck called Nelson that could make that huge difference on our environment.
Councillor Sanson.
Are you ready to speak? Yeah. Do you want to go first? Yeah, I just want to recollect my thoughts.
Councillor
Maddie's
Sanson.
going to go for it first.
I've also got Councillor Courtney. So I had indicated you were next. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. When I introduce myself, I don't like to introduce myself as a Nelson City Councillor. I normally say I'm a dad. My decisions are Mokopuna decisions, even though I don't have grandkids. I take a lot of pain and discomfort for my kids and, God willing, my grandchildren. My parents and grandparents sacrificed and struggled for me, and I'd be doing it really wrong if I was to defer pain because it's too hard. Change is hard, and if it's not hard, it's not really change. I do like the strategy. I love the work that's been done. It's amazing. Some of the phrases about being community-led rather than council-led. Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm a big fan and very supportive. Thank you.
Would you like me to take Councillor Courtney or yourself next?
I'm just going to keep it super brief. Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say I am speaking in wholehearted support of the recommendations and this draft strategy going out to the community so that we can hear from the community what they think of the targets. Honestly, I urge fellow elected members to support these recommendations in full and actually give the community a chance to tell us what they think. I think by not supporting these recommendations is potentially a little, it's just a bit presumptive to assume that we know better than the community. This draft strategy has been prepared in consultation with the community, or in partnership with community members already, with the advisory group, with iwi. So I think I would just caution elected members into not even allowing it to go out for consultation as it is. I really want to concur with Councillor Stallard and Deputy Mayor O'Neill-Stevens on your speeches, different, both incredibly compelling, broad-ranging and evidence-based, and just really, Rohan, you hit the nail on the head. And I think that anybody who had doubts about whether to support this or not would be hard-pressed to stick to that given your compelling speech. So I, like Maddie, think probably on a daily basis about what the implications are of our human impacts on the natural world and what we are leaving our kids and our grandkids, and actually just all life, biodiversity in general. So it's been a focus of mine for 30 years, believe it or not. I think 30 years ago, I did my first kind of action on global warming. So I'm really delighted that we're at this point today. I just want to thank all of you in the gallery who've been involved and those who aren't here today. It's been a massive amount of work. I'm really proud of everything that's been contributed to it. And I can't wait to hear what the community have got to say. Like, this is an action plan where we are asking businesses, community members, organisations to tell us what it is that they want to do to help reduce our community emissions. I don't think we've ever really done that before. So I think it's really a brilliant piece of work, and I wholeheartedly support all of the recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And I join other councillors, along with yourself, I'm sure, and I'm very proud. I'm using the words of our chair of our task force committee, Councillor Stallard. He said he was proud. I'm proud. I'm a member of it, but it still allows me the privilege of saying that I'm proud of it too. More than that, I'm so proud of the people that helped put it together. A wonderful team of people. And they had a support advisory group as well who were just top notch. And they've come up with a piece of work that is outstanding and gives us a good basis that we can go forward proudly with it and work alongside the community on the challenge of climate change, because we've got to do it together. It's not us leading. This is a base, but it's giving direction and guidance to the community to tell them that we are serious about it. Mayor Nick, I'm going to support, or second, if you allow me, your amendment if you want to, because I think there is a missing piece there in regard to costs. And I'm feeling it at the moment, and I think this could be where we miss a step if we don't just add that aspect to it. Now, it'll be difficult. It'll be difficult to add that information, to calculate it, probably to your satisfaction, to be quite honest. But for the sake of the community, who are so concerned about their costs of living and all of those things, and I'm not going to apologise for raising it here and now, because it is the number one thing that's really concerning our community. If we go out and talk about this and we don't touch on costs, it could stumble and fall at the line. And I would be very, very distressed about that. So I'm going to proud of this, but I just think it's a piece that you're sensitive to, the costs and so forth, that they need to have clarity, the community does, to get on board 110%. So I'm just so pleased with the representatives that we've had, our staff and their advisory group and the task force, and the willingness of everybody to be involved and take the matter seriously. So I'm supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Cordy. Are there any other contributions? I'd like to give the mover, Aaron, a 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you everyone for your contributions. So a few reflections. Thank you, Councillor Hodgson, for your points, all very valid. I think the background to Council's targets was that with capturing the gas at the landfill, we'll meet any targets forever, basically 89% reduction. So staff went away and thought, okay, but we haven't really touched on transport and energy. What can we do that's sort of feasible and an appropriate challenge and show the way and so on? So this was a suggestion by staff. They're saying we're comfortable with that. Point taken, though, about we wouldn't want to spend more money on that where it could be spent in a way amplifying community emission reductions. So that's certainly on our mind, no problem. I think there are other benefits for council moving quickly because it's visible. We're doing rather than telling, and we will learn things from that we can take to the community. Mayor Nick, appreciate your comments. I think the whole emphasis on that we have small emissions here, it's something we should put out of our minds forever. It's dangerously close to the argument of saying we're too small, we don't make a difference, we shouldn't do anything. There's a name for that. It's called the fallacy of insignificant contribution, because it disregards the collective impact of individual actions. And that's very well illustrated with voting in an election. Don't bother voting, it's just one vote, you won't make any difference. But of course, we know that's just a fallacy. In terms of cost, to suggest we're going to price this thing in terms of multiples of e-bus expense and so on is actually a meaningless statement, and it actually does a disservice to advancing the whole discussion. It really muddies the waters. So I would hope that we don't hear people in the community repeating figures of billions of dollars in costs and so on, because we could have just as easily talked about reducing emissions by people switching to active transport and saving money, or looking again at their space heating and moving from fossil fuels to electricity panels on the roof and saving money, or holidaying locally and saving money as opposed to international travel and so on. So there's plenty of scope for individuals and households and companies to take meaningful action and save money at the same time. The other aspect to consider when we're talking about 22 e-bus projects per year is that, as we've said over and over again, these are shared targets that align ourselves with central government, Climate Leaders Coalition and so on. And we're relying on our partners to also make meaningful steps to do their contribution. It won't be us on our own. Finally, on costs, I'd like to talk about two things that are dear to my heart: chocolate and glaciers. Price of my favourite 100-gram block of chocolate is now well over $8. A year ago, so it was $4. That's climate change. That's cost of living. We want to reduce people's cost of living. We're in a very unusual period of climate and environmental stability that started 10,000 years ago as we came out of the last glacial period. And that stability was the thing that enabled for the first time agriculture, growing our own plants and foods and living in permanent settlements and trade. It wasn't really possible before that. The thing that's kept it going for 10,000 years is simply stability. We know that all businesses like predictability and stability and so on. We need the environment to be stable to thrive. Glaciers. The mass of New Zealand glaciers has decreased about 65% since 1980.
They will soon go. What that will mean, there won't be glacial tourism. Access to the mountains will be more difficult and more dangerous. The way our outdoors look and the scenic value of glaciers will be gone. Internationally, the implications are far more serious because 2,000 million people on this planet depend on glacial meltwater during the dry season when there's no rain. All the water in the rivers is from glacial melting for their lives and livelihoods. That's 2,000 million people. They use that water for drinking and growing crops and feeding animals, for generating energy and to support that river-based ecosystems where they get food and fibre and fuel and so on. We saw how Europe struggled with 3 to 5 million refugees from the conflict in Syria. How are we going to deal with literally hundreds of millions of climate refugees? That's just from glacial melting. What about all the other people where they live for generations and generations? You just simply can't live there anymore because rainfall patterns have changed or it's simply too hot. These are the costs that we must bear in mind when we think about, on this Thursday afternoon in Nelson, how much is it going to cost to reduce emissions in our community? Please bear in mind in that context. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. I'm going to put the resolutions. I've had a request from Councillor Hodgson to put resolution 2 separately. Are there any others that wish to be taken separately? That being the case, I'm going to put resolutions 1 to 8 excluding resolution 2 and then separately put resolution 2. Is there any objection to that procedure? That is the case. I'll put resolutions 1 to 8 excluding 2. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. That is carried. I now wish to put resolution number 2. Incidentally, just for the record, all of these resolutions have been moved by Councillor Stallard and Councillor Sanson. Resolution 2, those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no.
No.
That is carried. Now, we have been going for a significant period. Let's try and deal with this last little piece as well, and then we'll have a break. I wish to move, and I'm going to take that Councillor Mel Courtney is happy to second this additional resolution, and I will now speak to it. It was fascinating listening to that previous debate, and I thought sorry, point of order.
Oh, no, not a point of order. A quick question. Are you speaking to it as presenting it, your reason for presenting it, or not debate? So we will have a chance to ask questions?
This is debated.
So can we ask a couple of questions?
Oh, absolutely. More than happy to accommodate that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was...
No, it's all good.
Yep, so let's take questions and we'll move through to the formal resolution process.
Okay,
Any questions on item number 9?
Yeah, thanks, Minik. Well, I've got a question for the officers, really. So maybe directed to the CE, but he may like to deflect it to GM strategy or lead climate change lead. I'm just really interested in the feasibility of doing this. Really, is it feasible?
Nikki's been thinking about this, so I'll let you answer it.
Yes, it is feasible. So we could commission a consultant to do the work on costs. I propose that with costs, we include the costs of inaction as well as the costs of action. Otherwise, we don't have a balanced report. And that could be presented to council alongside the final strategy.
Thanks. And in terms of the costs of action or inaction, would it also be kind of looking at, the costs over, say, 25 years? If we're thinking about solar panels installation, obviously payback less than 10 years, 15 years of cost savings. We'd seen from Officer Ramirez, Daniela's assessments for council's own solar panels that actually there was cost savings to be made. Would that all be incorporated? Like, would it be kind of a cost benefit analysis type thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it would be a fulsome report unless we provide the cost savings analysis as well as the information on how much it's going to cost. And in terms of the time period, we'd be focusing on the 2 targets, so looking at 2035, but the report could make note of where the benefits or costs would continue past that period.
A follow-up question. Are officers aware that both the New Zealand Institute for Economic Research and Infometrics have both done exactly these sorts of cost analysis on other communities that have attempted to set targets?
I wasn't aware of that, but that's helpful information. We can put out, so we will follow the procurement policy and this work, and we'll seek quotes from a number of organisations so we can contact those organisations.
And then my second question is around this issue of adaptation. Do you agree that given that Nelson, and this is not a reason not to do things, but it is being realistic about the economics, given that Nelson's emissions are such a small portion of New Zealand's emissions, and that New Zealand's emissions are such a small portion of global emissions, attempting to cost, the adaptation costs for Nelson are pretty much irrelevant as to, in the economic analysis, as to the degree to which we mitigate our emissions in Nelson. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that is accurate. Yeah. It is important to consider the benefits of taking mitigation action, though, as has been referenced previously in terms of energy savings and other measures. But you're correct that there's not a kind of cause and effect relationship between how much we mitigate here and what we're likely to experience in terms of climate change effects. However, we also, so this report would only look at the 2 emissions reduction targets, so we focus on mitigation. It would be helpful to have some commentary, I think, on the costs of investing in adaptation, because that equation is, the World Resources Institute have estimated that for $1 you spend on adaptation now, you save $2 to $10. So that is an easy equation to make.
So you agree that it would not make sense in employing an economic consultancy to ask the different costs between adaptation between option A and option B, because just the very small difference in the level of emissions that would make no difference to the practical adaptation costs that our council and community is going to face.
In terms of that direct cause and effect relationship, yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Minik. So just some clarity. I know we've already departed a bit from the wording of the amendment, which is fine if we all agree that's what we, perhaps it's fine. Minik might have a different opinion. So the analysis, if it were to be commissioned, would be benefit cost analysis rather than just straight costs. Consider non-financial as well as immediately financial costs and benefits, and also assess the 2 options as well as inaction. Is that the understanding correct? Okay, officers are happy with that. Finally, would the report deliver meaningful results and value for money, given that it will attempt to quantify the cost of the actions and policies, either pathway through to the goals and targets, when we haven't yet set the pathway? So how will we quantify something that doesn't exist yet?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to do because we don't know all of the initiatives that we're going to take to meet the strategy's targets. However, yeah, it has been done before. For example, government and the Climate Change Commission estimated the costs of meeting emissions budgets. So there will be methodologies that we can follow based on, I guess, estimating what we know in terms of what we could do, what are some examples of emissions reduction measures, and then there would need to be some kind of extrapolation from there.
Okay, so it could generate meaningful results. And finally, if I might, Minik, more a question for you. I wonder why did you propose the amendment? Because I could imagine some people might think, okay, we're just going to give the community an idea of the costs, and some people might think, oh, you're going to get the report back, or somebody might get the report back and say, too expensive, don't want to do it.
It's a really good question, and I'll address it in my moving motion. I just think that this is the opportunity to question officials, and I was just about to start on it when there were questions for officers. Councillor Neil Stephens, Deputy Mayor.
The simple question is just, do we have allocated budget for this?
We would have to draw upon existing budgets within the climate change team, which might mean deferring some work that was initially planned for this financial year to next financial year.
What sort of work?
For example, we have 50,000 allocated for feasibility studies for council emissions reduction projects. We could shift that over into July or August, and it would come into the next financial year.
Thanks.
Okay. Further question?
I just wonder if this could be a funded mandate.
I've got my chief executive from me now. Councillor Hodgson.
I'm not sure if this is a question for staff or for Nick. Just the economic cost of these targets and trying to get there varies dramatically, I imagine, on like government policy settings and international settings like that. I imagine there could be many billions of dollars of change. What kind of assumptions do we expect would kind of underpin the economic analysis?
Well, my view is that climate change is not a new issue. It's gone on for 30 years. There are hundreds and thousands of initiatives around the world that have been taken to reduce emissions. And that, whether it be our e-buses, whether it be the conversion over to the new refrigerant gases at the Riverside pool, whether it be solar energy, there's good costings on all of those. The harder part to estimate is the degree to which technology into the future may change. So, for instance, I wouldn't have picked that electric cars are today less than a third of the cost of when I bought my one. So, of course, there is uncertainty. But in my view, if we were arguing over an item that was $50,000, do I want to get an economic analysis? No. But when I know from our own experience that this is billions, and the only question is going to be how many billions, my view is that we need to do that with our eyes wide open and get the analysis.
But to answer your question, Councillor Stallard, no, I don't believe this should be an unfunded thing. There has to be a trade-off if we're going to take this on board. We're about to bring you a new problem that the government has given us in terms of finding the 300,000 levy for Three Waters that is unfunded. We cannot keep bringing to the ratepayer these unfunded things that the ratepayer is going to have to pay. So there's always a trade-off. And then my strong advice is that we do not just keep adding this to the rate burden.
Councillor Anderson.
So I'm still not quite sure what we're asking for, what we're going to get. So are we going to get something that's going to scare people out of action, or are we going to get something that gives them a picture to scare them into doing something, like the cost of doing nothing? So I'm not quite sure what we're asking for, getting it. You guys could just explain it a bit.
I think that's a tough question for officials, but I'll take it. And that is, my view is that you're better to be upfront. Is that if there is going to be a cost, let's tell them. My view is to simply go out and say to people, would you like a Rolls Royce, or would you like a new 50-metre swimming pool, and not be upfront about what that's going to require of them is not a good way to engage with people. Level with them. Level with them what the genuine costs are, and in my view, you're far more likely to get their engagement. And that's one of the reasons why I think the economic analysis is an important one of the bricks that we need to be able to do a good job in this area.
I was also wondering about the cost of inaction. Is that going to be part of it as well?
Well, the hard part with the inaction is it's very easy, or not easy. It is possible to work out what the cost of inaction is globally. You know, global emissions are about 54 billion tonne. And whether those emissions come down is going to impact what cost we have in our own community for our infrastructure. We're spending a lot of money on beefing up our infrastructure to adapt to climate change. I don't think a specific analysis on our climate change goals is actually that relevant to the mitigation, because it's to the adaptation. My view is we've got to do the adaptation anyway. We don't get a choice about that, because what we do with our mitigation, if you are China, and they're about 20% of global emissions, and you're doing the economic analysis, China would be able to take into account the degree to which it reduced its emissions, or the United States, because they are a far bigger proportion. And so because the scope of the analysis is very much focused on what the cost is to council, businesses and households, I think it's proper that the economic analysis is limited to the mitigation targets. Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Benge, then the Deputy Mayor.
So just a quick question for you, Mayor Nick. Is the intention to try to cost councils' actions, or the unknown community actions, given that we haven't heard back from them yet what they're thinking of doing? So are you,
Sure.
is it council's actions?
No, look, let me just go through it this way. I indicated to Councillor Hodgson that I'm actually quite relaxed about our own council emissions. It's 700 tonne per year in the targets that we're setting. 700 tonne. We know we've got things of which we can reduce emissions at about $1,000 a tonne. Do I find $700,000 scary? No, I don't. Right. So it's very much. My concerns are very much at that ambition of reducing our community emissions by 20,000 tonne a year or 200,000 tonne over the 10-year period.
So would it be an option then for us to hear back from the community, hear what they're proposing, and then we consider doing some kind of an economic cost benefit analysis? Because that would actually inform the community, it would inform organisations, companies, the general public about the merits of the different things that the community's put forward. Because at the moment, we're just kind of saying, please cost something, we don't know what, but just choose any random list of things that our community could possibly do. Whereas we're asking them for their ideas, what their plans are. Like we might hear that the port, for example, is planning to put solar panels on their buildings.
Well,
so would it
yep.
not be better to wait until we've actually know what they're
Well,
planning to do?
I'll indicate my position as this, is that I think we are asking for a very specific analysis on the 2 proposed targets. So we are being quite specific and asking for the advice. Now, the question is, well, my preferred position would have been to have this economic information before we went out and consulted. But look, Aaron and the team has worked very hard with iwi and with officers, and I don't want to hold the process up. The problem is that if you don't get the economic analysis till after that consultation, is that, in my view, you would risk delaying the piece of work. I think it would be desirable to have this piece of work finished in this term of council. And my worry would be if you waited to the end of the consultation process, then went and got the economic analysis, I think you're going to push the time frame out too long. And that's why my preference is to get it so that we do the community consultation, we get the analysis, and then we get both come back on the table of which we can then make some informed decisions.
And then just the final question is, given that the targets aren't hugely far apart, one is climate, I think it's the government's nationally determined contribution, and the other is IPCC. They are, within ballpark of each other. Is the intention to to enable us to make a choice between the targets, or to kind of go, they're both too expensive, we're not going to adopt a target?
It's both, but here's the other part and the lens that I'd want to add over it. We know from our own council's experience that there is low-hanging fruit. The most beautiful thing that's occurred in this term of council has been the huge reduction in emissions as a consequence of the landfill gas. That has been very small. But as you go on and you try and get those emissions down, the costs get higher because you always inevitably choose the lower hanging fruit, and then it gets more expensive. And that is why I want to know what their economic analysis is on both option A and B for us to be able to make a well-informed decision. The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I guess I'd be really interested to hear from officers what is this resolution going to have you commission? Like, are we talking like a CGE analysis? Are we talking direct cost benefit? Like, economic analysis is just such a broad scope that
of the estimated cost.
Yeah, but cost to council, Nelson businesses and households can be done by direct cost. It can be done by GDP analysis. It can be done by evaluating a complex range of potential scenarios within the economy and a range of actions through a computer-generated model, and then estimating a range of costs. I just want to know, when you walk away, should this pass, what are you going to go spend money on?
I think that's a question that we should put to the consultants who have got expertise in this area. I don't have enough expertise to know what the best approach is for this. So we would put out a ROI to the relevant the contractors who have expertise, and they would tell us. However, we could look at what like the Climate Change Commission has done, for example, or other organisations to get an example of how they've approached it.
And then just if we're going out with a request like that, how much money are we talking on spending on this? So ultimately that'll depend, will shape the quality and usefulness of the data we receive back. What are we thinking?
We're going to be limited by what funds are available. So I wouldn't want to spend anything more than 30 or 40,000 on this piece of work, but it depends on what the consultants come back with for the costs. And we're also going to be limited by the timeframes. We'll need this report ready to present to council for when the final strategy comes up for adoption. So there would have to be a pretty quick turnaround, and I expect that the report would go to the Climate Change Task Force before it comes to council too.
How much are we spending on the community consultation and the costs of developing these strategies? What's the total budget for the piece of work?
Total budget is $20,000 for community consultation, and that covers all of the events, all of the communications products, and production costs.
What's the total budget for the development of the strategy, including the costs that have been incurred to date?
It's mostly been done in-house by officers, so it would be pretty negligible. We haven't paid the advisory group, so it's really just staff time.
Cost of our own staff is part of our cost structure.
Through the mayor, we would have to go back and work out what all of the staff inputs have been, because this has been going for more than a year, so it would just be collating that over a long time period.
The amount that we spend on the supporting the Climate Change Advisory Group and Forum is how much per year?
The Climate Change Advisory Group, we haven't paid at all, other than nominal fee for catering, $200 per meeting.
Yeah.
The Climate Change Forum we support with a grant of
how much per year?
110,000 per year. I think it goes up every year with inflation, and we've also got a projects grant for them of $50,000.
Thank you. Any further questions for officers? Sorry, Matthew.
So, just to be clear, we're asking for our costs to do the things that are in the climate change, but we're not looking at the cost of inaction. Is that what this here is asking?
That's correct in terms of when we're talking about the cost of inaction, we're talking about the failure globally to mitigate global greenhouse gas emissions. However, what we will consider is the benefits of taking climate action. For example, when you install a solar panel, that's got a payback period of around 5 to 10 years. And there's many other examples of where you can get a cost saving as a result of initiatives to reduce emissions.
Okay.
Well, me and Nick, you gave a whole lot of costs of what this was going to cost. I mean, where did that come from?
Well, my point is that if I use the numbers directly out of the report and simply allocate them and say, well, okay, if you were to reduce emissions such as e-buses, that's what it cost. If you reduced emissions on the basis of the solar panels or on the basis of the crematorium, then, and I did a 2-hour analysis last night with my calculator. Now, you might want to say, well, I think the mayor's 2 hours on a calculator is good enough to make decisions about billions. I don't think it is. My view is that I've certainly identified the fact that the sums are billions, and the question is how many billion are they? It's relatively simple, straight calculation. If you want to take the increase in 70% of the number of EV vehicles, we know the number of EV vehicles at the moment is 6.7%, so you go 63%. You know what the car fleet is in Nelson, and I worked it out on the basis of electric cars valuing at $50,000 each. And so that one measure comes to 1.8 billion. Now, the real question for the council is 2 hours of the mayor with a calculator good enough to be able to make a decision of the scale? I don't think it is. And you may say I'm biased. I don't think I am, but you might, and that would be fair. And I'd like to have somebody independent do that.
Can I ask you if those figures sound within?
I would like to comment on those figures. And so the Mayor's calculations might be correct, but they presume that we as a council have to be making all the changes, and these are all infrastructure changes. So Councillor Stallard mentioned many other things that can happen without any council intervention, like more people catching the bus or choosing to cycle, that would have a significant reduction without us doing much at all. There's also we've not factored in yet the effect of central government measures and the emissions trading scheme. So the market will also be driving changes that will lead to reductions. So it's not all on council to make the investment to
Let me be very
deliver on
clear.
these
Let me be
targets.
clear though, in the numbers that I have quoted, I have not said that they are cost necessarily to council. I'm actually quite comfortable with the council targets. My view, and that is specifically what the question is about what the costs are for businesses and households. And if there are ETS costs, I'm sorry, they are very real for the households and businesses in the Nelson community. They still got to be paid.
I don't disagree with that. As Aaron pointed out with this block of chocolate, it isn't any different. However, I'm not fond of the idea of spending $40,000. I wouldn't mind if we had all the costs, but if it's only for one side, you know, I think we're, I can't, I understand the fact that one is under our control and one is totally isn't. But nevertheless, the cost of something that we don't have any control over is pretty relevant to us all the same. And I like to lie straight in bed at night. I'd like to think that we were doing our bit. And it points out to the public that if we do this, there may be some horrendous costs on this side. There's certainly horrendous costs on the other side. I think people are smart enough to make their own decisions. I don't think we give them enough credit. We just need to hand them what range of decisions they have at their own power that they can actually go out and do. And I think people will go and do them, even if it's unpalatable.
They are perfectly appropriate comments, Matthew, and I am going to provide the opportunity for debate. Do you have a question for either me or the officials? I'm going to give you the opportunity to
I've asked them. Okay.
I think we are at that point, and I note the time that we move on to debate. If that's the case, can I thank officials for the advice on that subject? We are now coming to the debate on the amendment in my name. And I want to begin by sharing this experience, and it was so much reminded me of in Rohan's contribution as a young person coming to this issue. Because in 1991, I was part of the New Zealand delegation that attended the very first international conference on climate change. And my speech would have been like Rohan's. And the reason I am so determined that we are upfront with the public about cost is that in the intervening 30 years, the reason we have not made the progress we need to on climate change is we keep skirting around being upfront with the public about what the cost and the change that is required is needed. And I could list and take all of my 5-minute allocation in moving this amendment and pointing out the targets that have been failed. In 1991 at that conference, the Globe committed to stabilising emissions. They've gone up from 25 billion to 53 billion since. I could talk about the emission targets of the Bolger government or of the Clark government. The Clark government declared we were going to be climate change neutral. The record shows that emissions grew by about 8 million tonnes in that area. It is my view that if we're really serious about climate change, not just setting some targets that will make us feel good, not just setting targets that will make us feel like we're doing things, actually doing real things that will make a difference, is we've got to be prepared to have these difficult conversations that there is a cost. Now, I have to say I disagree with both our council officers and the mover of the original resolution in saying, oh, but you can get significant change without cost. I'm sorry, I've heard that globally, nationally and locally for 30 years, and it has not delivered. That is that you can have campaigns to tell people to get on their bike and to catch the bus or to use different products or become vegetarians. The record of the last 30 years is they are not the measures that are going to get the emissions down. The key things that are going to get emissions down are going to be those key technology changes. That's why I've been such a fan of the e-buses. That's why I'm the owner of New Zealand's oldest electric car. That's why I love what we did within changing the refrigerants for the Riverside pool. That's why I believe there are opportunities in things like forests and in the technology around what we do with our landfill and things like solar energy. The second point I want to make is that people who argue we shouldn't worry about the cost, I think are doing a disservice to our responsibilities as guardians of this institution and the city. I would be very relaxed and would not be moving for this if it was 100,000 or 200,000, but it's not. It literally is billions, and we should not be making decisions at a responsible government's body unless we're upfront about that. Climate change is not the only risk that we're managing. This week in the Weekly, I referred to the issue of earthquake-prone buildings, and equally so, you need to look at the costs of what's associated with how we as a community manage that risk. There are lots of risks that Alec, as the head of our infrastructure team, is managing around storm events and all those other sorts of things. And when we have him before us, we expect him to be able to say, and if you want to do that, to improve the management of risks, that we expect to have the cost. And so I believe, as a prudent council that wants to be upfront with our community and make genuine progress on climate change, you do need to be able to tell a fuller story about what those genuine costs are, and the track record is such that unless you're prepared to level with the community, then in my view, the consultation process and what we get out of it will not work. It's like saying to my kid, would you like a Rolls Royce or would you like a Toyota Corolla? If I don't also ask them what the costs of the two different cars are, you're not going to get the right outcome. We need to be upfront about those costs to be able to make genuine progress. The last thing I would love a member around this council table to answer is this. Do you really think, and I will clarify the number, that it caused a huge amount of grief and challenge, and our team did a damn good job with those e-buses? But just think about it. 20 e-bus initiatives, not 1 year, every single year for 10 years. That's the scale of what these targets are talking about. And that's why I'm so keen to get some practicality and some good economic advice into how we go forward on this challenging issue. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. I'm not sure that the Mayor's speech in 1991 would have been as impassioned as the Deputy Mayor's, because in 1991, the global average temperature was approximately 0.4 degrees Celsius above the 20th century average. Today, well, as of January 2025, so a couple of months ago even, the global average surface air temperature is approximately 1.75 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, when we know that the science tells us 1.5 degrees is the threshold for safe human life. I think that that lack of action has been partly a lack of political action. I don't think that those in power have done enough. I also think it is there's been a concerted effort by lobbyists, effective, unfortunately, to denounce the science and to delay action. I'm very worried that this proposal is kind of a straw person for not choosing between two targets which are actually both nationally and internationally recognised, and not too dissimilar. I'm concerned that we'll get the numbers back and it'll be used as an argument for doing nothing. And I think the final thing that I'm really a little bit concerned about is we've heard from the officers that there is no budget for doing this work. It's going to be come from existing climate change budget, and it's going to delay work. And when we asked what that was, it was assessments on what kinds of things council should be doing to effectively reduce emissions, cost benefit analysis on what council could and should be doing. So it seems really short-sighted to me to be trying to commission a piece of work which is very open-ended, where we don't yet have feedback from the community on what they're wanting to do. Like, I think, great, let's do a cost benefit analysis once we know what the community's aspirations are, what the target is that they're interested in, what their personal actions are. I think everybody in the community can make their own calculations of what it might cost to switch their existing car to an EV, or what it might cost to put solar panels on their roof. So I feel like this is just a little bit preemptive, and I'm really concerned about us burdening officers and the climate budget with unfunded work. Thanks. So sorry, I'm not going to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I'm struggling with this partly out of a love for economic analysis, a deep-founded enjoyment of thorough, insightful economic analysis. I'm still struggling to picture what exactly it looks like in this context. So we've got really interesting examples looking at the whole of New Zealand economy using variety of interesting tools around computer generated scenarios where you can adjust a whole bunch of variables and project out. That's a lot of money to do, to build a model of a local economy to then project out. And that would be if we were looking at things like real GDP. If we're just talking direct costs, then it becomes a lot harder to calculate without knowing what that could or would be spent on. And so I am torn, because I think that actually good economic analysis is key in understanding the impacts of our decisions here, and also in understanding and reducing fear. I've been trying to do very quickly some back of the envelope math. So from the 2018 NZIER analysis, at their highest level, they were expecting a $85 billion drop in real GDP by 2050. If we take Nelson 0.7% of GDP, 1.7% of national GDP, we're talking about $1.45 billion. We're dropping the S all of a sudden from billions. If we take more recently the Climate Change Commission's analysis of their fourth emissions budget, they're anticipating health benefits valued at $2.1 billion a year, plus direct financial savings from actions that reduce gross emissions of $1 billion per year. This is complex systems where if we don't have a clear goal about what we are trying to understand in our analysis, then we're not going to get back useful answers from it. And so I would say that I'm very happy. I actually think that investing money and understanding this is key. But first, we need to understand what are the answers we are trying to find. Because if we just get back a list of this is how much things will cost, that's not very useful unless it unpacks what is that money otherwise being spent on? What is the overall contribution to GDP in the long haul? What does sustainable economies mean in terms of our international and domestic value as markets? It's not simple analysis. It is deeply complex because it is working in so much uncertainty that we do need to confront and embrace. But I suddenly turn into a fiscal conservative of going $40,000 potentially on something I'm not clear about what we will be getting back. Doesn't feel like the financial prudence that we need. And so I sort of put the offer down of I am very happy to support and commit to doing work, but I need a much clearer picture of what that work is, and indeed what the trade-off is in terms of what work would be delayed or stopped and what are the costs of doing that before supporting this.
Other contributions? Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Look, I do support the intent on the amendment. I just think the timing's out by about 12 months. The amendment does seek to quantify the cost of the pathway to achieving the goals. And we know, we've discussed already, that pathway is work for the future. So we are attempting to cost something that doesn't yet exist. All the existing actions in the action plan, already in the long-term plan, and accounted for. So at this stage, if we want to get an idea of cost, we'd be best just to go to the internet and get the analyses from the Climate Change Commission, or the global scale analyses, or analyses of the payback time for solar, and so on, and get some kind of, just some information that would prove to be useful. For this reason, I think the $40,000 is poor value for money. And 6 or 12 months from now, when we do have a list of possible actions and policies, we might spend something like that, hopefully a bit less, to quantify the cost of those and other actions that might take us through the next 5 years or so on of climate action. It's bizarre to suggest, and speaking of support of this amendment to suggest that the reason we've had 30 years of climate failure is that we haven't been upfront with costs to the community. So that's conveniently ignoring, as Councillor Sanson says, the power of vested interests. It ignores governments who appoint fossil fuel lobbyists to energy savings boards, for example. It ignores the pursuit of endless growth on a finite planet. I don't believe I've heard anybody say we shouldn't worry about the cost. I'd be disturbed if that was the case. And I think this idea that the key question to answer is, how do we operationalise or fund 20 e-bus services a year, is so unusually framed as to be meaningless. And I think we'll be wasting our time if we tried to answer that. So look, as I said, I support the intent. Let's revisit this 6 to 12 months from now, when we'll have some actual physical things to cost. And then I think that analysis will be very meaningful for the community.
Any further contributions? I thought you had spoken. No, we're at debating stage, I'm sorry. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm a little bit surprised about the amount of energy that's going in by some people to make sure that we don't progress with this. Talking about costs, it's paramount. As I said at the beginning, it's the missing piece. When you're selling something, people want to know the cost. And, you talk about science is telling us, but the community is telling me. And we've got to not lose sight of who we're representing here. And then to question our, support or no support of climate change, I found insulting. And I heard the inference coming through here from people who were debating a moment or two ago. How dare they? Please don't do that. We're as genuine as the next one. But we're putting our community first here, and costs are paramount. They certainly are. It's absolutely necessary, and it completes the whole project. It's giving the thing credibility. That's what it's doing, and it loses its credibility if you don't give the full picture. If you've seen to be, and the Nelson people are very smart. They will pick it up in a flash. Telling you, all good and well. What's it going to cost us? And I felt an air of panic go around the chamber.
Not from me.
You never panic. You're very, very relaxed and.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, Nick, I do really hope this goes through, because it'll be difficult selling it to the community if it doesn't. I can tell you that now. There will be pushback in today's climate. They think that we're holding, if the community thinks we're holding something from them, a very important ingredient in this whole strategy and action plan. And if we don't come clean on this, it'll mar the whole strategy and action plan. I'm telling you now. Now that's what you science is telling you this. The community is telling me something else. And we're doing it for the community, not for ourselves, for the community. Happy to support this.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Hodgson.
I wasn't going to speak, but I will. And it actually came down to a comment that Councillor Courtney made about that we need to know the cost. And I'll flip that just a little bit. When I look at this, it's not just about cost, but it's also about what you get for that cost. And I just have no grasp of how much we're going to spend and what we'll actually get out of this spend. It's really not clear. And when you go to the shops, that's what you're considering. When you've got something tangible, you're looking at what you're going to do, what you're going to buy. That's what you want to know. When we're looking at targets, I think it's quite a different conversation. And I think information will unfold over time and decisions will have to be made throughout the process, and analysis will have to take place over time. So potentially, like Councillor Stallard said, 12 months ago, perhaps some more conversation could have happened and could have been included in the consultation document that might have helped the community in having their discussion. But it feels like it's happening at the last minute. It's not clear to me what it will achieve. And I'm not willing to just spend money on something that's really not clear.
Any other contributions? Oh, look, I need to move a resolution because we've gone on beyond our 6-hour time. I'm going to move from the chair the extension of time required under standing orders, seconded by Councillor Paki. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. That was close. Any further contributions? Some were tempted. Councillor Paki.
Kia ora tātou. This is about mokopuna decisions. I think Councillor Anderson said it earlier on. I don't want to have to explain to my mokos to say, hey, why were we so worried about the cost that someone else was going to have to pay when the benefits that they are the ones that are basically will be benefiting from it. My parents' generation lived in a time where they could just do what they want in terms of climate consumption. I lived in a time where my parents' generation told me that it's too expensive to try and do anything about it now. Rohan's generation is living in a time where my generation is telling him that we need to find another excuse or a reason to say, no, we're not going to go down that path. I'd like to try and make the justification of my decision, or whether I support this or not, based on the tales, I'm going to have to say, like, years from now. So I'm going to make mokopuna decisions.
Okay, I'll just exercise my right of reply. The essential question for council is this. We're being asked to sign up to a target to reduce emissions over the next decade by either under option A, by 200,000 tonne, or under option B, by 250,000 tonne. And I am saying before we sign up our council, our households and our businesses to that target, then we need to have some idea of what the costs are for council, for businesses and for households. Now, I have referred to the fact that one of the most exciting things we've done in the space this term has been the e-buses. And just to get a sense of scale for our community, that initiative reduced emissions in our community by 1,000 tonne. And so a 200,000 tonne, let alone a 250,000 tonne, is a really big deal, noting that bus initiative in Nelson City cost about $4 million. And so the question has been, well, is this an excuse for not doing anything? No, it's not. My view is that whenever you're doing difficult stuff, honesty is always best recipe. And that is being upfront about what those costs are. There's been debate about in discussion on this as to why previous targets have not been met. And I would draw and was part of the global negotiations that produced Kyoto and also the Paris Accord. And some of you may recall the huge riots in France about the levels of petrol taxes that were being imposed for climate changes that almost brought France to a standstill. That is the rationale for me saying that if you set targets without including the level of effort that is required, the challenges that go with it, including the costs, you're setting yourself up to fail. I'm not interested in setting targets that are going to make me feel good. I'm not interested in setting targets unless I'm satisfied there is a reasonable pathway to get there. And that is why I'm saying for us to make such a huge decision involving, even if I take the conservative number that the Deputy Mayor used, $1.545 billion, even using that modest figure, these are humongous sums, humongous challenges, and to spend several $10,000 to get a good economic analysis is absolutely essential if we were to make good decisions. We spend money all the time on consultants and reports to get good information for issues that are a fraction of the scale of this issue. And I just want our council and our community making decisions on the basis of the very best information. I'll ask the Chief Executive to do a vote.
Can I just ask that the order of the vote be around the other way, because Councillor Anderson gets first vote every single time. I think it's appropriate that we. It's not fair.
Happy to request Robin to start from the bottom and work your way up the list.
Big surprise. I might be a yes.
Mayor Nick.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Neill Stevens. Councillor Stallard.
No.
Councillor Skinner is absent. Councillor Sanson.
No.
Councillor Rollo.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey is absent. Councillor Pakipaki.
Call.
Councillor Hodgson.
No.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
No.
Councillor Benge. Councillor Anderson.
No.
I'll just double check that. I can't actually see the no translation there.
Got a poll means no.
The nays have it 8-3 with 2 absences.
Thanks for that debate. What I'm going to do is just do a 5-minute adjournment, and then when we come back at 3:15, we'll come to the next item. Councillor Jim. We come to the two 6-month reports, 1st July 2024, both in terms of infrastructure and environmental management. We're in your good hands, Mr. Deputy Chief Executive. And if you want to just make some introductory comments, and then we'll open up for questions for our elected members.
So thank you, Chair. I won't be very long. I know it's been a long day, but I thought it did require some commentary because it has been 6 months and longer since we've given you an update. So all I can say is in the last 6 months have been successful and rewarding with a positive financial outlook. I do realise that some of the information in this report is a little bit old, but we have to achieve the agenda, and some of them are we have to report to the end of December. I try and make our commentary relevant, so some of our commentary will be as of the date we did the report, but generally the attachments reflect as to the end of December. All works are progressing well across a wide range of the disciplines with the expected bumps along the way. The inevitable delays that we are experiencing in some of the capital works projects will inevitably result in some of the rephasing of works and will reflect in some carryovers and rephasing at the end of June. Construction will start to pick up again, and you'll start to see a lot of activity on the roads commencing in March. Some of the key highlights, if you look at our key performance measures, 83% of them are on track, and only 4 out of 24 cannot be measured, but of those 4, we are still confident that we will achieve the targets. Recovery is one of our success stories. All property purchases have been complete, and the work on all the slips is going very, very well. We've had a very, very smooth rollout on fluoride. We've got some key construction works, and that's in item 11 on the report, and we can discuss that a little bit later. We've achieved all our key milestones in the IAF Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and Bridge to Better is going very, very well, with Paru Paru Pump Station moving faster than expected, to the degree that we're actually asking to bring money that from next year into this financial year so we can keep that momentum going. We've awarded 11 projects in the last 6 months and a couple since then, totaling over $11 million. The upcoming works, we've got Miller's Acre about to be tendered. The floodgates at Saltwater Creek will be commencing very, very soon. And the Haven Street stormwater, as I say, is also progressing faster when we hope to be on site in July. So all in all, I think successful and rewarding, and great progress on the roof roof projects. And as I've indicated previously, one of the things that does keep me awake a little bit is achieving the roof projects in the first 3 years. But they are progressing well, and we'll be reporting to the Recovery Task Force in due course. So I'll leave it there through the chair, and happy to take any questions. And I have the team on standby in the front row to be able to answer. It's a little bit crowded if we all have them up here, but they can come join and answer questions as and when. Thank you.
What I would like to do with Council's indulgence is you'll note that the 6-monthly report, one is under the decisions and one is reports for information. And this is because of the quite specific resolution that you have before you on Paru Paru Road. What I wouldn't mind doing, because then we can have the wide-ranging discussion that is the format for the 6-monthly reports, is just have a focused discussion, solely questions on the issue of Paru Paru Road, solely debate that, and then we can move into the broader review of the 6 months. So I just want to constrain the questions to the issue of the proposal to bring forward the funding of about 430 grand on Paru Paru Road. I assure you that's not going to constrain the very important broader discussion. It's just going to make it easier to manage the format. Councillor, questions on Paru Paru Road before we debate and consider the resolution?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, mine's just a really quick question. Can you just remind me what is the threshold for the tenders committee?
3 million.
So just hold fire. Any general questions? I'm certainly going to take them. Just questions on this potential resolution around Parry Road. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Minik, through the chair. I've got two questions, one on this and one on the project health summary. So on this, this is part of the Bridge to Better, which has received RIF funding, hasn't it?
This is part of the IAF.
Sorry, IAF.
Yes, not the RIF funding,
sorry,
yes.
yeah,
And we
IAF
have received funding towards this, yes.
Okay, I'm happy with it.
Are there questions? Again, it's about the Parry Road resolution. Councillor Benj.
Just a quick question with an eye to the future. What happens to these pump stations if they go underwater? But that doesn't have any effect on them.
It's a very good question. We take into consideration climate change, location. We're a bit. This is a unique pump station. It's an existing pump station. It's we constructing the new pump station, upgrading in the existing location. But we will be ensuring, for example, that the storage that we need to provide is above ground. So we are looking at ways of mitigating the potential climate change. But in the area, we are limited to where it can go. But it's part of our thinking on every project that we do.
So they can't go underwater. You would have to mitigate that in some way.
Somehow, some way, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the bringing forward of Parry Road? I'm happy to move from the chair. There's been some discussion previously in workshops and with the City Revitalisation Task Force. Was Councillor Brand happy to second? Happy to second? Is there any debate on bringing this piece of work forward? That being the case, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, carried. Now I'd like to do this to enable the broader range of questions, and we've covered off the question around the tenders committee. You had a further question, Councillor Pakipaki.
Mine is an observation as well in terms of the appointments of those contracts. It's quite interesting that we've got quite a broad range of companies across Nelson who are providing those contracts, which is really good to see. Is that intended that you spread that across? Because some of them are specialists in the particular areas, but that's quite a wide cast net. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yes. So thank you through the chair. Yes, it's always good to see when all the contractors around the community are actually getting their hand in the pie, so to speak. We have a range of things. So we started tendering jobs again. For example, bringing the water renewals forward from next financial year into this financial year. We went out to public tender because we knew we were going to get sharp prices because it's a buyer's market. With regards to the slips, if you recall what we did to streamline that procedure, we assigned a consultant to a particular contractor. We made them work together and we assigned the number of slips across the whole contracting fraternity. So that was spread out equally. But certainly we are going to public tender at the moment because it's a buyer's market and we are getting good prices. But there is a good spread. And because there's quite a bit of work on at the moment, contractors are also choosing what they want to tender for and winning accordingly.
Councillor Sanson, then I'll take myself and then Councillor Courtney.
Thanks, Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, thanks for the report. I think last week I asked in the audit and risk about that there was, why or where was the project health summary for forestry, because it wasn't being reported up to audit and risk. And the response was that it would come through the 6 monthly reports. And I've looked in today, so we've got a very brief sentence on it on page 267, but in the actual project health summary, there's no reporting on project health summary of the forestry transition. I guess it's natural home may not be infrastructure, but until that changes, where is it being reported? And like, there's no financial information about the current status of the forestry.
So through the chair, yes, we were at the Audit, Risk and Finance where Councillor Sanson raised the same issue, and we undertook that we would report the forestry through the traffic light system. That will flow on and we'll report that in this traffic light system for the next one. It sits under infrastructure at the moment, and we will undertake to match the ORF, the audit risk and finance and infrastructure, to reflect that. And that was this agenda was done before the audit risk and finance committee, so we couldn't adjust this accordingly. But for the next one and for the audit risk and finance, we will include forestry as an item on the traffic light system.
Thank you. My question was, I'm not wanting to make anybody uncomfortable because I share your view that power of work is being done in the infrastructural area, that we have a good range of contractors, that you're getting good value for money. But it's also my job to ask difficult questions sometimes and always be watching what's happening in other parts of the country and where there are risks for the organisation. I was quite unnerved by the Deloitte and AECOM report on Wellington Water, and it did raise for me questions around how good an insight we've got around getting that good tension. We want to have a good relationship with our contractors, but we also want to have that tension. What I would like to know is, has someone in the senior leadership team obtained the AECOM Deloitte report on Wellington Water and just gone through it and had a good fresh think as to whether we are managing all of those risks in our procurement processes to ensure that we're getting the very best value for money, and any other reflections that you have got, because I think the scale of the problems in Wellington Water are going to trigger some questions right across the country around this question of how do we efficiently manage our procurement processes to get good quality product at best value for money.
So it's a good question. Through the chair, when I first saw that on the news, I made it a point of actually getting hold of those reports. I have had a quick scan of them, and I've also done some thinking. When I look at some of the criticisms that were levelled or that came out in those reports that were to do with procurement and favouring particular contracts and markups, we have a sort of different. So our renewal works are tendered publicly. So we have good checks and balances. For example, the 2 water renewals that we did out for Halifax, Collingwood and Bridge were tendered publicly. So there are checks and balances in terms of testing the market. Our contract is actually held by NELMEC for the 4 waters, and we regularly go through that. Both my staff as well as myself, we ask questions. We check the levers. We check that the rates are being charged for a particular thing item. We do audits. So I do believe, and I haven't read that in detail, but some of the things that have been unearthed in those, I think. I've stressed the importance of us following procurement 100%, and I think that the processes that we have in place stand us in good stead.
Thank you. Other questions on our infrastructure report? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and through to Officer Levertis. Alec, you mentioned 9.1.5 about completing close to 50% of the slip remedial works where public land has impacted on private property. But I really would appreciate, because I keep telling people that we've had 300 slips in the Nelson City area. And I just really need to have you update that for me and tell me, well, yes, that's the figure we're working with. How many of those have been attended to of the 300 or?
So through the chair, so the number of slips that I'm referring to are the 18 slips.
I realise that. I want an overall view.
Broadly, these are the main ones that have been identified that require a major attention, that are substantial in dollars. The 3 to 5, I think there was something like 600 or 800 that we experienced in the August event. There were hundreds of them all over the show. And those are in our rivers. Those are on banks of roads. By and large, those have been attended to. We will have a rollout of attending to our river embankment works. Those will take place over the next 3 to 4 years. But our main focus at this moment in time is getting these 18 slips. And that's when I say we've completed 50% of those, I refer specifically to those 18 that where we had council property affecting private property.
Councillor Courtney, quite happy?
I wanted to update my 300. Now it's gone up to 800.
Well, I'm just saying during the event there were hundreds, and I think there were more than 300. But generally speaking, they have stabilised themselves. They've grassed over, and we still have a number. I think we still have about 200 in our streams, and we will progressively address those over the next 3 to 4 years.
So we're 2/3 through.
I would say so. Yes.
Thank you. That's what I was wanting.
I think the other part was a significant number of those landslips were on, for instance, in the area on State Highway 6, of which NZTA was responsible for the fixing. I know many rural property owners had slips that were entirely on their property, and the damage and risks were entirely on their property. Indeed. And the ones that the task force and the Deputy Chief Executive is responsible for are those 80 larger ones, of which we've specifically got work programs identified for. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And if it's possible, can I talk about public transport? Alec, it's good to see that we're doing well with that e-bus report, the review there into the e-bus service. But I just wanted to know if you could touch on, throughout last year, there was a lot of commentary in the news and on social media from people about the quality of the roads and some damage that they believe was occurring from the e-buses. Now, we're into another year of that service. Are we seeing any ongoing damage to the road that could potentially be of cause from the e-bus service, or have we've been able to work those issues out and move forward?
So through the chair, very good question. And when I meet with our contractor and my staff, we meet every 3 months. As a group, it's one of the key questions that I ask. So if you recall, you gave us an additional 450,000 to address immediate issues around our bus stops, which we have done. All of that work has been undertaken. We are still seeing some isolated incidents at some of our bus stops, but what we are doing now when we see them, we are addressing those immediately. I think this is a trend that will continue. I think we accept that the buses are bigger. One of the things that I've asked my staff to look at, I've noticed sometimes you've got a big bus and the electric buses can accelerate and decelerate quite rapidly. I've asked them to speak to our bus contractor to make sure that when they accelerate from the bus lanes, they do so at a slower pace, and when they come into the bus lane, so that we're not getting this jarring. So we're looking at a range of measures that we can look at to protect those roads. We know that the wet season's coming up, so if we see any cracking now, we get in straight away and we'll seal that to prevent. Because that's where once water gets in and you've got those buses coming on. But I'm not going to sit here and say that the problem's solved, but I would say that the money that you gave us last financial year to address the bus stop issues have by and large addressed the majority of them. But we are constantly watching those. My main concern is not so much the roads per se, because there's a lot of heavy vehicles that use our roads, but the bus stops we monitor, and it's on my radar constantly. And when we do see something, we act immediately.
My question is on the same topic, and that is, we had the disappointing decision during the 6th month in November last year for us to remove the bike racks off our e-buses. My question is, did that impact at all on our passenger volumes? And equally so, since we've been able to restore them 2 weeks ago, has we seen any indication of recovering those passenger numbers back?
I think it's Lyndon's here, but we did notice there was a lot of anecdotal evidence that said people weren't using the bike racks. The report indicates that at the time of writing the report, we were up around 13%. I understand that things have since leveled off, so we're about the same. We were about the same numbers that we were. Whether that is can be attributable to the bike racks, I don't truly know. I don't think we can honestly put our hands on the heart and say it's any one particular item.
But I think there could have been a number of people that were using the buses that relied on those bike racks that weren't using them. All I can say is that the staff really worked well with SPL, and I think we're the first bus operator in the country to actually get an exemption and get those bike racks put back up. And the noise has gone away now. But I don't know if we can attribute, but certainly anecdotally, people were unhappy that the bike racks had been removed. Yes.
I'd certainly endorse your comments about how onto it our contractor was in suburban buses and helping us getting a solution. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. Can I continue on from where you left off, Mayor Nick? Officer Libertus, I am continually getting phone calls and emails from people who live on the Tahuna Hills and the Port Hills, monitoring, not managing, I wouldn't say that, our bus service, but monitoring the buses that travel on those routes. And the view is that the buses are far too big. And so I listen to their stories, and I'm telling you, they're coming every, I'd say 2 or 3 a week. And they have their views on it and they share it with me. Are you getting this feedback? And do you think we should be thinking and talking to our contractor about what the community believes is a problem? Safety and space for these bigger buses around the hills.
So through the chair, I can assure you that I am getting those same issues. I wouldn't say my door is being overwhelmed with those. There is a small group, I can say, that have made this issue known to me. We are working with them. I'm unsure that they are appreciating where we are and the answers that we are getting back to them. I think it's a combination of a number of things from these folk, and I'm not dismissing that they perceive that there is an issue. The comments that we are giving back to them is that we are in a review stage. The bus is travelling up Bisley. We will review. And as I've said in front of this council many times, saying we need to allow the bus service to settle in. We are undertaking a review. This issue that's been raised will be part of that review. This is not as simple as just whether the buses are going up. It's also to do with the speed humps. We know that we have put speed humps in that area as a trial. That trial comes to the end in December 2025. We know, not only anecdotally, but also from the data that we've gathered, that those speed humps have worked. They've prevented rat running. They have reduced speeds. And on the one hand, we have a number of residents saying that they like the bumps in there. But on the other hand, we have seen some residents that the bumps are causing issues with the buses. We've looked at the speeds of our buses, for example, and we know that they're travelling at an average speed of about 20 to 25 kilometres. We're urging the buses to share the roadway. I don't think this issue is going to go away. As I say, I am aware of them. We are working with them. But it is something that we just need to be patient. We've said to them we were reviewing the entire bus service. What is going to come out of this? I don't know. But I've also resisted the urge to and I've made the plea here, rather than to look at knee-jerk changes to the public transport. We just need to do it holistically. What that means for Bisley, I don't know.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Other questions or topics? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. A couple of questions. Traffic management trials. I'm trying to do same. That won't have any. Would that mean less cones?
Interesting. So, a good question, and it's something that we're working very closely with my staff and our contractors. I don't know necessarily whether it will mean less cones. It'll probably mean a different way of doing works. For example, whether we have a site fully closed, for example, as opposed to maintaining it for one lane where you need cones. But what we are trying to do, and we're trying to work this together, this is all new ground for us. We know that we think that we can do things better. I don't know what better means. I don't know if better means less cones, but we are trying to do this risk-based approach with our contractors. I'm trying to work out the appetite in terms of risk, in terms of what our contractors perceive as risk between my staff and myself. And at the moment, to be fair, the perceptions and appetite for risk varies on any particular job between all of those three parties. I did indicate that we're at early stages now. We've had some, we've done a first trial when we did some sealing up in the Brook Street. We are looking at every new site that we are going on. We are looking at what would our traffic management have been under the old system, and then looking at a risk base. And hopefully I'm going to draw up a database of sorts that will be able to see whether the risk-based approach works. To be honest, it's just too early to tell. But to be honest, everybody's struggling with this. I've attended, I don't know how many webinars with NZTA, and I'm not even too sure they've got a handle on what risk-based is. So we're all busy trying to find our way, and even internally.
Another one. So navigation safety, there's a list of all the awesome work the guys have been doing. And further down, there's some information about stuff about risks between pleasure craft and shipping and, sorry?
Through the chair, I'd love to answer on behalf of Mandy, but I think that's the next report.
I'm just wondering with the, are we on the same?
This is infrastructure.
Oh, sorry, I bumped.
That's okay.
No, we're going to separately have Mandy report on the environmental management, so I'd like to keep to the infrastructure 6-month report for now, Mandy.
I'll answer on Mandy's behalf. It's the same answer.
You're on the top of the list for the first question on the next report.
And the so I like the tables. Again, I didn't understand the RIF and the IAF. There's 3 green dots under a QT and S. What do they indicate?
So which one do you want to do first? Do you want to, if you can give me a page, Councillor?
Sorry, I'll find it for you. 282.
Just give me a second. Okay. Is that the regional infrastructure, the 282? Yes.
Yeah, what do the green dots indicate with the QT and S?
Oh, quality, time, and dollars. That's it's not an S. There's a dollar sign through there, but we always report on quality, time, and dollars.
We want it on time, we want it under budget, and we want a damn good job. Other questions? Alec, delighted to see the progress that we're making with the broader range of projects around Bridge to Better. I had a question from the member of the public about the new floodgates that we're putting in as part of that will prevent Whakatu Square right here in the central city. On the timetable with the project as it stands, when would we expect that floodgate to see the removal of the regular flooding signs in Whakatu Square?
So we hope for hopefully that we'll have that completed by the end of June. We've got a lead time on ordering that that part.
Yep.
And all things being equal, by the end of June, that job should be completed.
Thank you. Any other questions on the infrastructure report? That being the case, because we've dealt with the resolution, can I thank officers for their work? And like I say, the only bit I'm going to ask you to do in response to Councillor Sanson's question is when you do the next 6-month report, is to give a little bit of license to do the full year on some of that forestry information, just to expand it out a little bit. It is an area where we're making big change, and that does deserve a greater level of scrutiny. So when we do the next 6-monthly report for the first 6 months of this year, let's just give you a bit of license to spread it back into the last year, so there's a bit more info in there.
Mark's made a note, and we'll make it so.
Hopefully we're still around the table. Will we have?
My preference, and this will be an issue to discuss with the Chief Executive, my preference, if it were possible, and I know it will put a little bit of pressure on, is my preference would be to have the 6-month reports in the 3 key areas of community services, infrastructure and environmental regulation before the elections, so that it is this council that is doing that last 6-month review. Now, whether that's going to be possible, I'll get some advice from the Chief Executive. It would be a preference. And I know that that'll put me in Councillor Sanson's good books too, for a little while. All right, let's move over to, can I thank the full team? There's a power of work going on, and a lot of which you can be incredibly proud.
You want me to move?
No, we don't do in the new rules. I don't think we do have a motion to receive the report because we had the one resolution. We now move to item 7 on the agenda, and that is the 6-monthly report on environmental management. And we look forward to hearing from Mandy and team.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, we're very happy to present our 6-monthly update up to December, which is showing really good progress across the board. Lots of things happening with the team. Some good financial results, some good improvement in terms of our compliance with statutory timeframes for resource consents. And I just might add that that improvement has continued into the next period, even more so. So, yeah, we're going well and happy to answer any questions.
Firstly, I do think this council needs to acknowledge the information about the improvements in the environmental performance around, we all get concerns about consent processing times. They were around 50% when I first became mayor, and we've asked both yourself and the Chief Executive to see those numbers up to over 70% is huge progress, and even better to hear that we're making further progress on it this year. So just a well done, much appreciated, and realise it's a challenge. Okay, let's get into questions on the 6-monthly report. Start with Councillor Sanson. Matty, I did promise you the first question.
So I see navigation safety. There's lots of work here. It's awesome, the output. Page 294. And I'm just wondering, so then we have another navigation safety topic, and it just points out that there are areas of risk around shipping, recreational vessel interactions and manning. And I'm just wondering whether you're having any incidents or accidents. It just seems that you can't have that much work and those many issues. It'd be awesome if nothing's wrong, but do they get reported or to us?
So the question was around near misses with shipping and recreational vessel through the chair. Yeah, it's obviously a key risk factor that we spend a lot of time and energy on. So a lot of our resourcing, certainly over the busy summer periods and that run up with this report, a lot of the pre-season education work that we do on water patrols is focused around safety for boaties, but also that shipping and recreational boat interactions. So having a physical presence on the water and working with Port Nelson really closely to manage that zone when there's key risks.
I just touched what I was asking. I was surprised nothing's happened with the amount of output and work you guys are doing and the challenges you're facing. So no accidents or harm.
Yeah, no actual collisions, but certainly we have near misses reported and we report those ourselves when we observe it. But a lot of intervention and prevention, I think.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora koutou. Thanks very much for the report. I've got two questions under the integrated catchments, and then I've got a water quality one, which might be seawater quality. On page 274, 6.4 to 6.42, it was really interesting to read about the soil mapping project, the Hill Country Sustainable Land Management, 34,000 native trees planted, another 16,000. And I just wondered, is that Hill Country erosion sustainable land management work, is that going to be continuing, or is the government funding for that ended, or are we still going to be having a focus on that. And then I'll ask the second question. And then the second question, looking at the project that's happening out at Cable Bay in terms of achieving native reversion of clear-cut forestry areas using automated drones. Great to have received funding for that. And are we likely to take the learnings from that project and potentially use them for our own forestry transition? Because it seems that your team's doing amazing work in high country erosion and native reversion of clear-cut forestry. And I'm just curious as to, are we utilising the skills and learnings from those for our own transition?
So through the chair, yes, we take any learnings from that sort of work and look to adapting it elsewhere, most definitely. But sorry, I missed your first question because I was answering an email.
It's just that there's been obviously funding for the high country erosion and sustainable land management work. A lot of trees planted. Is that going to continue, or is there all the funding for that dried up?
So through the chair, no, that is continued funding over the next several years. The government has provided that in their last budget, so that's really good.
That's great, thanks. And then next question is on the Nelson Haven. I read with curiosity, actually, it might be a crossover between infrastructure and environment, but just about the water quality at Wakapuaka and in the Haven in the Haven. I did read that there might be a cross-link pipe, they think, and potentially sewage outflow around Founders. But I was curious, what kind of water testing do we do in the estuary? Because there's quite a few people who use it recreationally. There's a lot of people go swimming and stuff in there. And I'm just curious as to, like, just off State Highway, I've just discovered it, but I stopped once I read this report about sewage outflow in the vicinity where I'd been swimming.
Yeah.
But not for me. A lot of people, kids and stuff, swim all the way up that stretch of coast. I'm just curious as to what kind of water quality testing we do.
Yeah, the item you're talking about is a response to a nuisance algae growing around the Founders Park stormwater outfall, which has been kind of an ongoing issue. I don't think it will get as bad as it has in Southland, where it could cause some real permanent estuary health changes, but we're investigating that with the help of utilities. We tested through the manholes around Founders Park to try and isolate that, and found it was coming from the area around the back of Miyazuka Gardens, but we haven't really landed on a final answer there. I'm still working with Roshan and utilities there to try and figure that out. Water quality testing, we do the recreational bathing testing all through summer, which is, real frequent, gets posted on LAWA. Otherwise, we do coastal water quality monitoring 3 monthly. Today was one of those days. And that's at 4 sites along the coast, testing for E. coli, general water quality measures, nutrients, things like that. So quite good coverage of coastal water health.
That's awesome. That's all my questions, I think. Thanks so much. And thanks for the great work. Really appreciate all the work you're doing.
Okay, the questions I want to ask, and then I'll come to Councillor Stallard, is that a really big change in the 6 months of the year was the shift in the regulatory team over to council rather than it being contracted. I've noted the number of complaints that were recorded under 6.22 and the like. I'm just interested in some broader commentary from your point of view, Mandy, as the key manager and others, as to how smooth that transition has gone. Has there been any significant change in the stats around the number of complaints we're getting, the number of tickets that we may be issuing across the different areas of penalties, and any other observations about the significant change?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Just like to introduce, this is Reino Botha, so he's the Manager of Regulatory Services. Some of you may not have met him yet. So he's looking after what was EIL, that are now in-house. And the way that some of this information has been gathered is a little bit different to how EIL did it. So we haven't used comparative figures for the 6 monthly reporting period, but going forward we will. That gives you an idea of the level of activity. But if you've got any more comments you want to make, Breno?
Through the chair, thank you. I think comparatively, the numbers obviously look different. Well, not different, it's something new now. But I think we've pretty much on par on what happened in the past. My aim is to, obviously, with the next 6 month report, provide comparative numbers so that it can be compared.
Through the chair, if I may, I'd like to congratulate Reno for taking over. I had a lot of confidence in your predecessor, but you've given me equal confidence in what you're doing. And in fact, the integration of the team that you've led has been outstanding, actually. And I think they've been made to feel welcome. They're part of the team now, and I think you're doing a really good job. So I thank you for your leadership in that space and giving me confidence in what you do.
Thank you.
I noticed that one of the biggest areas of complaints was 861 around noise. Is that just typical, or we had a bounce in those? I was quite taken back by just how many.
So for that period, a bit, of course, it goes into the sort of Christmas party season. So it's typical. It's
nothing new and surprising there.
No, there wasn't anything leaping out as being unusual.
And with respect to the issue of the towaway of vehicles, we've previously had some concern about the cost recovery in that area. Have we been able to make any progress around trying to improved cost recovery and the cost that we're falling back on the ratepayer in those vehicle tows that you've done over that 6 months?
Yeah, we've made progress. It's not there yet, but once the busy summer period is finished, I'm sure we're going to get a new system to make it less of a ratepayer burden.
Thank you. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Mainly clarification on a few points. And on page 288, personnel costs are less than budget by $415,000 due to vacancies. Is this typical or unusual, and what kind of effect is it having on our work streams?
So that was typical, but since that reporting time, we have managed to fill a lot of vacancies, and which means our workload completion and timeframes is improving.
So it's more a thing of the past now.
Yeah, it is.
Great,
yeah.
Good news. And just 2 questions about page 301. I'm just not familiar with the term Integrated National Direct Package that's expected from the government in 2025. Wonder what that might be.
All right, just fine.
Page 301.
What?
7.3.
Oh. I think that's in reference to the national policy statements and its standards, the package that will be, the suite of packages that will be coming our way.
Will that include, for example, commercial forestry, or do you know what standards they are?
Any comment? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. This is the a bit of the RM reform and the piece of work that's coming through central government at the moment. We are unclear exactly of all the standards that are going to be in as part of that. So we're just watching the space. We will have further information from the Ministry for the Environment we were hoping at the end of this month, in March.
Okay, so pretty
soon. We're waiting on that, but yeah.
Great, thank you. And just further down that page, 7.9, central government legislation changes mean some projects are on hold. Can you tell us which projects they are?
So through the chair, there's the National Policy Statement on Freshwater around farm management plans. So there's a request from central government to work lightly on those until we get further guidance. So we are progressing some of that work that will form those plans if they are definitely required. The other one is around the MPS on Indigenous biodiversity, around the NES's the significant areas. Again, that's an area that we've been told to work lightly on at the moment until a decision is made on that piece of legislation. Those are the two things.
Okay, thank you. And just also say I'm looking forward to the workshop briefing on 2nd of April, I believe. So thanks for scheduling that.
Okay. The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just jumping back, your safety guide. 6.22,
the safe.
Noise complaints. So we've got 861 complaints with 438 complaints addressed. What does addressed mean in that context? Or is it all of the complaints are addressed and that proportion is addressed by First Security, or?
So through the chair, those complaints, if they are in sort of after hours and weekends, are handled by First Security, and their response is usually, to go to the site. Sometimes there's nothing going on when they get there, so that's addressed. Or other times they simply knock on the door and say, please turn it down,
So the sort of the other 423 are during the day and responded to by our regulatory team.
Got it. Yes.
Thank you. I'd be very interested at some point in actually getting a bit more of a detailed breakdown around of noise complaints, how many are sort of upheld, getting a better picture of that environment, because I certainly receive complaints in both directions on that. Just jumping to 6.54, around just the state of environment field technicians work. The 14 air quality site inspections, is that just across, I said you were safe, and yet here I go dragging you back to the table. Is that across how many sites is that across?
So through the chair, there's 4 air sheds with monitoring stations on them.
So that's across all 4?
Yes.
Yeah. And just so Lawa has only 2 of those as active monitoring sites?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
There must be a disconnect there somewhere. Yes, we can look into that, and I can give you an explanation as to why.
And across all 4, do we monitor both PM10 and PM2.5 across all 4 sites?
So all those sites we monitor PM10. My understanding is that we have one site for PM2.5. We're about to replace one of those stations that is beyond its working life with a new station. And my understanding is that will be also looking at 2.5 as well. But I can give you further information on that if you like.
That would be great.
At the workshop, we can provide that information.
And then just at 9.6, around sort of future environmental planning, continuing planning work, range of matters, is just a brief overview of sort of where certain bits of those are sitting. Like I know where natural hazards are sitting, but air quality, fresh water, sort of what stage in the planning process are we at? When we say we're continuing work, is it a sort of continuing with the knowledge that reform is coming, or is it we're on the cusp of something.
Thank you, through the chair. Fresh water is an ongoing piece of work for the national policy statement. There is still technical work needed to be done to support that, but we're awaiting for the new NES when that national policy statement when that comes through. So we're working also with Tasman and Marlborough on that as well. Port Noise is concerning ongoing monitoring in that area and working with the Port Noise Liaison Committee. Natural hazards, that's still got a bit of work with Plan Change 29 still coming through with that recommendation report. It's an ongoing matter coming through. So we're keeping tabs on that. Adaptation, working with the climate adaptation team on that piece of work. Air quality, working with the science and environment team on potentially looking at what the air quality plan may look like. So we off the back of the work from the recent State of the Environment report. So we're just doing some investigation work on that to see if and where we need to make changes. And the overall planning framework, obviously, with the RM reforms, we look forward to providing you with an update as to where that might sit when we know about it, when it comes through. So that's what we see as some of the challenges coming and risks coming forward in the planning framework for this council.
Thank you.
Councillor Rollo.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And I want to raise an issue, and I'm not sure where I was meant to put it, so I'm going to put it under Parking Control Services. And it's around the Urban Environment Bylaw that in September, 12th of September last year, it came into effect. And it's who's policing the sandwich boards in our CBD, because we went through this whole process of 3 or 4 meetings, signed it off at council, and now we've got sandwich boards on all sides of the footpaths across our city. Now, I said at the time, and I'll say it again, the policy will only work if it's policed. Now, I might be in a completely different world, but it looks like it's not getting policed in any way. Is there a reason for that? What's going on there?
So thank you. Through the chair, there will be a workshop with councillors soon about this matter, but our enforcement approach is to educate first. So officers are visiting premises that are putting their sandwich boards and flags around in the wrong areas and giving them a flyer of the rules, make sure everyone's aware of the rules. And then this is typically how we enforce, is education first, and then after a period of time we will follow that up with either a stronger warning or action after that.
So if I can just add to that, are we receiving feedback? Because I said I'm receiving all sorts of feedback. I was almost chased out of Richmond a couple of weeks ago by some poor gentleman who wanted to raise it with me out there. Are we receiving complaints, or where are we getting to with this issue?
So through the chair, yes, we are receiving the low visibility foundation, or are inquiring about, yes, the placement of the sandwich board signs as a follow-up to the change of the bylaw.
Thank you. I think when we do make changes, and we've got challenges both around berms and around the issue of the sandwich boards, it's quite valuable, I think, sort of 6 months, 12 months after, to have a bit of a workshop and get a feel for how it's going. We always want to be sort of in an education phase for a while, but equally you want to be sending a signal that we are serious about the bylaws we make. So it's a bit of a tricky balance, but I think the workshop is a good idea on both those areas. Okay, any other areas that colleagues wish to pursue around the environmental management report? That being the case, can I again congratulate you, particularly in the progress again on the resource management. It's a really big challenging area. We look forward to the further work on Plan Change 29 and thanks for the effort that's gone in. I'm going to move from the chair that we received the Environmental Management 6-month report for the period 1st July 24 through to 31st December. Councillor Pakipaki is happy to second. Is there any debate on that? That being the case, I shall put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. No, carried. I've got 2 choices at this point in the agenda. My preference is to just battle on and complete the agenda. The alternative, we have been going for more than an hour, is a 5-minute break. Is there anybody who objects to me just ploughing on to get through the last couple of items on the agenda? No objections. So on that basis, we will plug on and we come to the Kotahitanga Mo Te Tau Strategy Implementation Pathway Plan. Okay, welcome Clive, Debs and Mandy. Happy for you to give an overview of the document that we've got on our report and then take any questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nick. It's an opportunity to present Debs Martin, who's the Program Manager for KMTT. And this is an opportunity for her to give a very quick presentation on the Strategic Implementation Pathway Plan, which has been in gestation since probably 2018. It's a long time frame. Council is an alliance partner to this, signed up with many other councils and iwi and DOC and MFE back in 2017. So we've been in partnership with this for a long time and been on a long journey through developing the strategic plan and this implementation pathway plan. So I think it's more than appropriate for Debs to actually talk to this than for me, because she's been there for the long journey.
Oh, here, Pai, good afternoon, councillors and Mayor. It's good to be here with you this afternoon. I understand you've had a long day. I've been watching online as progress has gone throughout the day. So just want to talk about this. Kotahitanga Mo Te Tau, an alliance, as was mentioned, formed back. We have it covers 3.4 million hectares of land and sea. And obviously we have all of our iwi partners, from Westport through to Marlborough, and all of the councils. We have the Department of Conservation, and in recent times the Ministry for the Environment and Fisheries New Zealand has joined. I presume you can see this. Wrong button. So yes, a strategy was launched in 2019, actually at a Matariki event here in Nelson. And in 2019, we also had COVID hit us. So we were able in the years of 2020 to be able to pivot using the strategy to be able to get a significant investment through Jobs for Nature, of which Nelson City Council was particularly active. And I really acknowledge the work by the team here at Nelson City Council. We were able to pull in funding for projects like Project Mahitahi and the Waka Waka Whangamoa Restoration Project, which have come through this alliance. So unfortunately, the Jobs for Nature, as we know, the funding is coming to an end, and we took the opportunity, as Clive has mentioned, to think about what we were going to do next. And so we have been through this process, which has resulted in our Strategy Implementation Pathway Plan, which was released just before Christmas. It kicked off with a hui at Whakatū Marae, so this is the team here. So the team of people involved with this included appointees from each of the partners, representatives, and also bringing in other critical organisations we thought helpful to the process. The Restoration by Design is an international process, and it took place over 23 full-day workshops over a period of 6 months. We had six work streams involved in that, and we addressed what we thought were the ubiquitous issues across our 3.4 million hectares, and came up with a suite of projects that were both going to amplify existing work programs, address some of the challenges that they identified that they were facing, and also provide the opportunity for engagement and collaboration across the KMTT partners. So the strategy implementation pathway plan, I think you might have that document in your package. Yeah, so you will have seen that document. And so it adopts a framework which, for those of you who work in the environment, might be conscious of the New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy, which has what they term 3PO, which are getting our systems right, empowering the action in the community, and then the actual activities that we're going to need to undertake. Now, one of the things that's often happens with strategies is we focus on the actions that we need to take, but we don't think about the structures that we need to put in place or the communities that we need to empower to make sure that the actions are effective and long-lasting. So this is what we've done through the strategy implementation pathway plan. It steps outside our BAU, but it looks to build upon that work. So at the foundational aspect of it is getting our systems right. So currently Clive's been involved in workshops around looking at our governance systems. We've been looking at building equity and capability and capacity with our iwi leaders in this region. And we're looking at the moment to integrate some of the strategies. So I was quite closely involved with the climate change work that you talked about earlier in the day, but also making sure that these things talk to each other and that we can ensure that the work that we're doing in the space of biodiversity and building climate resilience is actually making sure that we're working collaboratively. A big issue for everybody is how are we going to sustainably finance the work that we need to do, because the price tag is quite substantial unless we think of new and novel ways of investing in the natural environment. The whakahau or empowering action pillar is about working collectively with our communities and bringing together some opportunities. So one of these, for example, is that we've been working quite closely with Cawthron and with NIWA to think around the research that's happening in the environmental space and lining it up so that it's helping to inform the work that we need to do into the future. We're working with existing community hubs, for example, the Tasman Environmental Trust, which I know is working now in collaboration with Nelson City, looking to enable them to help power up the work that they're doing with communities. And then the other thing that we're working on is building our financing and resourcing strategy, as I mentioned before, in collaboration with those who are needing to do the work. We're amplifying where we tell our stories so that we're able to bring in additional, I suppose, impact investment is the best way that I can put it, into this space so that we can have greater impact than what we do currently. And then finally moving on to the bit that everybody wants to sink their teeth into, what are we actually doing? And there are 3 key focus areas, plus another work stream around building our capacity for our iwi partners. So in the first one, we're dealing with our invasive species. And one of the big areas that we need to work on are browse species with a particular focus on Northwest Nelson. Expanding and maintaining the work that we're doing on wilding conifers, and also building upon the work that's happening, like the work that your council are doing in association with the Brookwai Marama Sanctuary around building an integrated approach to predator-free, and what would that look like for our whole region. The second prong of our work is recognising that most of our biodiversity loss is in the areas where we live, work and play. And so we are currently undergoing a project at the moment where we're undertaking spatial mapping in conjunction with all of the councils to identify where we can restore native vegetation cover. We're doing that through looking at connecting remnants, restoring our riparian and coastal margins, and controlling those problem pests and weeds that stop that from happening. This area is probably the one that comes with the biggest price tag. So one of the things that we're doing is working with international organisations to look at ways that we can bring impact investment into this space. And that's going to be a critical focus of our work over the next few years. The final area of work that we are focusing on is our marine environment, and I heard the Mayor mention very often about, the importance of our blue economy to this region. We have one of our biggest ports in Australasia, based here in Nelson, but we also know from the work that we've done that we face a very challenging inshore environment with the loss of our shellfish beds and the reduction of healthy fish populations. We know that some of the challenges to that are as a result of sedimentation, both coming off the land and also being resuspended in the marine space. So we are working on a three-pronged approach there, which is around identifying areas where we can restore healthy shellfish populations, tackling the issues of sedimentation at the core by integrating our approach across land and sea in terms of reducing sediment, and also working with fishing industry to address how we can reduce the resuspension of sediment. We also know that there are opportunities to create sustainable and ecosystem-friendly blue economy opportunities, and particularly with the partners who are the Nature Conservancy, who's partnering with Kotahi Moti Taiao, is bringing expertise into the area of blue carbon, which has been working at the Wakapuaka Sandflat site. We are looking at opportunities for building sustainable fisheries, and we are starting working quite closely with the aquaculture industry around regenerative aquaculture. So what does this mean for Nelson? Obviously, there's a lot of alignment for the work that's happening. We're looking at working closely with the Nelson Biodiversity Forum and the review of the strategy there to make sure that we're working collaboratively in that space. We've been able to bring some sustainable financing tools, new tools into the area, bringing international market impact investment. I've been working on a trial on that with the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. We'll be looking at helping coordinating the research, funding and resourcing, and we work quite closely with your science and environment team, obviously, around EnviroLink funding as one of those areas. And then finally, the work that we're doing and where it would land within Nelson and more broadly, the fact that we live, work and play in an area that's broader than we're in the city. Many of us are out in our marine spaces and out more locally across the region. What I will note, the Te Kāhui Tangaroa is the iwi-led group that is taking some responsibility for bringing together the multiple work streams in the marine ecosystem space, which is an area that's been expressed from the start. Iwi have a lot of multiple interests in the marine space, and so they're very keen on actually helping facilitate that work. So I'll leave that there, and I'm not sure if Clive has anything he wishes to add, but opening it up for questions or...
Clive, did you want to add anything before we open up for questions?
No.
Can I just ask a quick question to get a sense of scale, Deb? I know that the KMTT works a lot in partnership with other organisations, whether they be DOC, whether they be the four councils in the area you serve, plus the regional down on the West Coast portion. But if I take a year like the coming year, 2025-26, roughly what's the annual budget within KMTT?
So we're actually just doing those figures at the moment. So that's a really pertinent question. The total budget that we are looking at spending across 3.4 million, across the 3.4 million hectares in this current year is comprised of a suite of projects. To total them up, we would probably be looking in the vicinity of about 1.6 to 2 million.
Sure. Yep, just get a sense of the scale. I was particularly excited to see the announcement out of Farewell Spit and its potential as part of the broader network of eco reserves across the top of the south. Rachel, Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora koutou, Debs and Clive in particular. Thanks to you two for this great presentation, Debs, and really interesting to read the, I guess the implementation strategy. It's a impressive piece of work. I'm really interested in I've got just a couple of questions, if that's okay. So in the tuapa pillar, strategy integration, I'm just wondering how that piece of work kind of feeds through into council and I guess influences our work streams. Because my experience on the Biodiversity Forum for the last 5.5 years is that what's happening at the Biodiversity Forum doesn't really feed up to influence council's own work streams and strategies, unfortunately. And I feel like there's such a, there's such a massive body of work and knowledge and expertise here. And I'm just wondering, how do we ensure that council as a signatory to this and with our science and environment team kind of, tapped into it? How does that, and it may be a question for Ty, but how does that then, or Mandy, how does that then come up to us and inform our work streams?
Very good question. Through the chair. So this is still very early days, and obviously we've been doing a lot of work in parallel that will nest within the wider framework of work that will be done across the region. It helps us connect with our counterparts from the other councils and with DOC. And there is a certain amount of contribution on the lowland mapping area to try and identify areas where that might be possible to revegetate. We've been able to provide GIS information for that work. And our staff will also be looking at the findings of that mapping work to provide nuances to the areas that are perhaps priorities. Are they actually really the proper ones for our region? So there's a lot of work that we're doing in that space, and it's really very at the infancy. It's evolving. So once the wider area of work for KMTT gets really well funded and starts to grow, then our connection into that will grow with it. But obviously we are constrained by the number of staff and that we have available to work in that space as well. So we've continued to be very supportive with the various workshops that Deb's talked about. Quite a number of the technical staff were involved in those workshops and bringing the strategy together. So we've been involved in quite a number of ways, quite comprehensively, and we'll look forward to continuing that relationship.
So is it possible that now there's a strategic implementation plan that when something that's kind of happening business as usual within council, a project pops up, it might be that science and environment are able to go, oh, well, this is, KMTT has set this kind of direction in terms of this, we should be considering it. Is that possible?
Always possible to consider these things and how we might interface with them. But obviously, as a council, we're limited with the number of staff that we can put into that space. But definitely, always keen to participate.
And so then my final question is, in the Te Aki Me Te Whakahaumanu pillar that talks about lowland forest restoration. So obviously we have approximately 600 hectares of commercial forestry in transition, 100 cleared at the moment. And then we've got the 10,000 hectare forest estate that we're trying to, restore, improve the biodiversity, remove pests, increase biodiversity. I'm really curious as to whether those two initiatives, or that, let's say broadly the forestry transition and restoration, is it kind of seen as fitting within, could it be a KMTT project? Could we align with the KMTT strategic implementation plan? should we be considering the value of lowland forest restoration when we are thinking about, our replanting decisions and that kind of thing?
Maybe I can start that off by just saying, so what's driving some of that work is something that many people asked us, which is we don't actually have the information about where are we best to undertake that revegetation. And so what we are doing at the moment is we've got a contract out with a local provider to actually use layering systems to map the most influential places that will both restore the biodiversity but will have co-benefits. So there'll be carbon sequestration, but there'll also be the reduction of sediment that's going into our coastal environment. So those layers will be coming in, and it may well be that some of the council land pops up through that mapping layer, and that's the work that Clive explained as the information that council is providing. So in that instance, what we are doing as KMTT is not necessarily then saying, oh, we will do this for you, but what we've been doing is trying to identify the critical tools that would enable the financing of that, and that's the space that we're working in.
Obviously council, I'm sure, would be wanting to work in alignment with the strategic implementation plan and the, broader vision, but also, I think we're probably really interested in impact investment and opportunities to, move some of that along quicker in the direction, in a beneficial direction. So in terms of that work that you're contracting, will that at some point be made, will there be visibility over that? Will it come through Science and Environment team up to us, or is there some way we can find out about that?
I mean, as you probably all know, being councillor, putting maps out in the public world is fraught without having the due conversation that sits alongside that. So that mapping work will be held by all of the KMTT partners to enable them to have productive conversations with whoever they need to. If it's with themselves, then that's good. But, there will be private landowners that pop up in that mapping as well. So it won't be freely and publicly released in that way to protect that information.
Just a short, sharp question. I tried to get through it. I may have missed it. What period is the plan for?
It's a very good question. It doesn't have a date in it because one of the reasons that our partners said is a lot of it is going to be financially dependent. And as we entered into this time frame, being very conscious that we were going into a tight fiscal period for a lot of our partners, and that the engagement of the partners is critical in that. What the longer term strategy looks to go out to is till 2050. Our aim is that these projects within here are stood up and underway by 2030 as a subtext, but it doesn't actually have it in the document. But that is very dependent on financing.
Thank you. I'm happy to move from the chair that we receive the KMTT Strategy Implementation Pathway Plan report. Councillor Sanson is happy to second. Is there any discussion on us receiving that report? That being the case, I shall put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. And thank you very much for the work. It's exciting having become a partner in the program to see the progress that is being made and the huge link up across Te Tauihu of the different organisations that are involved. Let's get some petrol on the tanks. Okay.
Just a quick question for you, Nick. In your experience, having a national level vision across the environment, do you think that this is kind of significant on a national level, taking such a kind of regional vision,
I love the interconnection and the different partners across the biodiversity challenge across the top of the south. Look, it's a really big question how you connect all the stuff up at a national level. I'm excited what the potential is across this. I think some of the work that's been done with the sanctuary, and that's why I'm so excited about the new Farewell Spit Sanctuary. And then we need to make some choices about which are the next steps that we need to take on that journey would be my take. Hey, my intention, if I can have your indulgence, is the remaining motions we have are very procedural and boring. And so if I could just have your attention, you'll all be blessed with a short, sharp session.
Happy to move into confidential.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Brand. All those in favour shall say aye. We